Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 broadcast of the British Chess Championships on YouTube. We're on the English Chess Federation YouTube channel. My name is Daniel Gormally. I'm joined here by Nick Pert. How are you doing today, Nick?
Yeah, good, thanks. Looks like we've got some interesting games coming up today. I think it's a bit of a case of the elite, stronger players often having the white pieces against the challenging players. So your theory about whether a 24 or 2500 player might win the tournament is really going to be put to the test today.
Yeah, that's a good point. And actually, I do think Shreyas is a future, if we just forget about the ball one, obviously Matthew Wadsworth's a promising young player as well. Shreyas is a future 2600, potentially future British #1. So he's playing against Michael Adams today, who's, probably the established. I know you obviously the #1 seed, but for many years, Michael Adams is established as the top dog. So that's an interesting clash. Looking at the pairings, Nick, in general, what sort of springs out as you as a potential upset?
Well, I think it's just very much a case of the stronger players with the white pieces are really going to try and put pressure on the slightly lower seeded players. And I think the black players will just be looking to survive in these games. You've seen Matthew Wadsworth, quite a solid player, playing as black against Nikita. I'm sure he'd be delighted with the draw. Shreyas as well. I believe he lost to Michael Adams in the English Championship recently. Quite a nice game for Michael Adams. So, he'll hope to get something. And boards 3 or 4 is really much the same. All just trying to, survive this round and come back with the white pieces tomorrow.
Yeah, I actually slightly disagree with you there, because I actually think that they must know what's coming for them. So I think they're going to take a bit more risk. I certainly think Shreyas, we might see a Sicilian defence out of it. Does he play the Sicilian, though? That's the only problem. Or maybe the Claro he occasionally plays. I'm not sure about his own.
All kinds of things. He might play 1e5. I believe he might have lost with 1e5 against Michael Adams in the English Championship, so that might put him off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Mickey's a big expert in e4, e5, but we did see Graham Flair neutralise Mickey quite successfully in round 2, so I'm sure both the players have had a look at that game.
But what I was thinking, if you think back to that English Championship game, where Michael Adams played a great game, by the way, beat Shreyas, and that ultimately helped him to win the tournament. But it was almost felt like the way the opening and early middle game went, it was like a 2-result game, right? Whereas if Shreyas maybe rolls the dice a little bit, goes for an open Sicilian as black, then you could have a situation where he could potentially be fighting for the win with the black pieces. That was just my logic. We'll see what happens anyway. Some interesting pairings lowering down. Who is Gawain playing? Let's have a little look.
I've seen Nikita's a few minutes late again, or maybe he just hasn't quite got to the game. He got about 1 minute before the start. You think it's a bit of a psychological game, just turning up a couple of minutes late?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I must admit today I woke up about 5:15. So it's very. Are you like a bit of a night owl? You're more of a morning person, or early riser?
I tend to wake up quite early, but sometimes you can get back to sleep again. Oh, here he is. He's getting ready. Do you think he'll go for e4 or d4? We've seen one of each so far. I think he might switch back to d4 today, take on Matthew Slav, but against e4, Matthew tends to play French defence, Carapan. I think recently he started playing Sicilian as well.
Yeah.
He's quite a resourceful defender, Matthew. I mean, I've played him many times over the years. Did some training against him when he's younger, especially if he's a slightly worse endgame. He's really good at holding slightly worse endgames.
Yeah, I think you know more about his chess than I do. I think Yugov's going to win that game comfortably. I think on board 2, Michael Adams will also win.
He has actually switched to 1d4 again. Well, my prediction, I should be employed by all his opponents because every round I can predict what his first move's going to be.
Oh, you mean all of Yugov's opponents?
Well, I said I think he was going to play d4 the first time in the King's Indian against Supratit. Then I said he was going to switch to e4 against Rajat, and I thought he might go against d4. One thing I've noticed about him is when his opponent has got lots of options, he tends to not go for that line because he likes to be quite well prepared. So against d4, the Slav was the obvious choice for Matthew.
Sure.
And has he played the Slav? Let's see what Matthew played. exactly. He has played the start. So when Vichugov can narrow it down to maybe one opening, he tends to target that opening so that he can go quite deep on it. And when the players play more than one opening, he seems to avoid it. So I have definitely noticed with Vichugov, he just he likes to be very deeply prepared, and if he can isolate his opponent down to one opening, he'll often go for that.
That's interesting. By the way, Wordsworth, I saw earlier, I was playing Puzzle Rush, and because my account's not verified yet, I only set it up the other day so we could view the games. I only played I only had one go. However, I scored 47, and I noticed above me on the leaderboard was Matthew Wordsworth. So that's his preparation, playing Puzzle Rush.
Okay. and 47, is that 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
5 minutes. I think Matthew was on 50, and I think the leader was on 53. But there's some crazy scores on there. Like you get people getting over 100.
Somehow some of these players, they can almost like pre-move the easier puzzles. They're almost solving it before the time even starts. So they just seem to get huge scores.
What did I say? I called it.
We're both calling the openings. You got the Sicilian that time.
Yeah.
Nice.
I said he plays. I think he's got to take a risk, Reyes. He's got to take a risk,
But I think also because he was probably a bit scarred from that English Championship game, he probably wants to try and do something a bit different as well. And he's really forcing Mickey to go for the main line, but Mickey's a bit hesitant to do that now. He probably trying to think of some kind of sideline. He could play C3, I guess. Or
very wet though.
he could play G3. That's a bit of a sideline, or even B3.
I think he'll go D4.
That would typically be the move that he would play, but he probably is considering, what Hashrea has actually prepared for him. Looking at the game, Nikita's game against Matthew Wadsworth, so they have actually played this line with their respective colours many times before. Knight H4 would be the main move, which he just played now. Matthew normally plays Bishop E4 at this point.
Right.
I think we saw a game, Daniel Fernandez against Andrew Ledger, which continued Bishop E4, F3. I mean, unless Matthew's going to try some surprise. Oh, he's gone Bishop G6, so that's so unusual. He pretty much always plays Bishop E4. But there was a line after Queen B3 when Andrew played Queen B6. So perhaps Matthew has actually anticipated this. I noticed Nikita does play E3 against the Slav, and he might be just trying to slightly sidestep the preparation.
Probably going to take now, right? Or go Queen D3 is most likely.
You can take, or you can just play other moves instead.
He's thinking about it.
He's having a drink of water. Maybe he's not that happy that Matthew played Bishop G6.
Or maybe he's thirsty.
He might be thirsty.
Right.
You probably spent about 3 hours studying Bishop E4. Now Matthew's played Bishop G6. It's quite frustrating. I mean, I'm sure he's got some ideas what to play against this.
Yeah, definitely.
Boris Averill did a book on D4 openings, cover these lines.
That's right. I'm friends with Boris Havrock on Twitter.
Are you?
But he's a bit of a, I think he's quite right wing,
Is he quite political?
Yeah, he's a nice guy actually, but yeah, he's quite political. Are you quite political, Nick?
Not particularly. I mean, I guess for me it would be kind of issue by issue. I'd have opinions rather than, across the board.
Yeah, I think that's the way to be, right? Grandmasters. Should we move away from this game and have a look at the Shreyas game?
I think Bishop G6 is quite a good choice for Matthew though, because
Oh, sorry.
what's Mickey played here?
That's a weird.
Bishop E2.
Very,
He's just trying to avoid preparation. So in the early part of the game, both players really just try to avoid the preparation of the other player at top level. I know with Mickey, he says that his opponents often surprise him, so he doesn't like to spend too much time preparing.
That's interesting.
Whereas I think Nikita just goes really deep, doesn't he? He tries to isolate a line and just goes really deep on it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their own approach. I think the approach of sitting there watching a lot of Netflix and not bothering to prepare at all is definitely the best one, if you can get away with it.
Well, sometimes it feels that way. If you spend the whole morning preparing and they play something different, then you might as well have watched Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is how young you are. But anyway, in this position, I think white wants to go C3 as well, or maybe D4. So black has to think of a move. What's his counter moves? I mean, knight F6 feels like a move, Nick, or Maybe D5, I don't really like that. Or maybe G6 is another option.
If he plays D5, do you think Mickey will just take the pawn and play D4? He might play that, just try to get some sort of
Trade
isolated,
schemes, right? Probably take out the pawn, right?
take with the pawn and try to get some sort of isolated queen's pawn position.
It's quite nice for white. I think that's like not the most tested way to play. It's playable. But knight f6 is quite challenging actually for white. Well, how do you meet knight f6?
Yeah, but that's quite a flexible move.
I think that's the most challenging move in this position because white's drawback is what is it after, say, for example, e5, knight g4. How do you defend the pawn?
You'd have to play some kind of sacrifice, maybe play D4.
Oh, you want to go d4, and if I trade,
Um,
then maybe you want to
Let's
do
try bishop before. You could maybe attack it again with the queen. I mean, white could potentially play a pawn sack here. So say bishop f4 to start with.
the Shreyas. I don't think he's probably that familiar with it. I've never seen this position before in my life.
Yeah, not either.
I mean, actually, we could check whether this bishop e2 stuff is theory. Not many games, obviously, there are some. It's just very little. That's not theory these days. Mickey'd obviously be aware of this line.
Yeah, so knight f6 is the main.
Yeah, that feels like the most tested move. Yeah, no, yes, you get knight c3. e5 apparently is not that great. It's obviously quite weak. That pawn.
B4 is the move.
Maybe he's prepped this. Maybe he's prepped b4. Yeah.
To be honest, if I had looked at that b4 in advance, I'd probably just give it a go because it looks like quite a fun line.
Win gambit style, right? He has gone knight f6. So do you think Mickey's going to go for this b4 right? That'd be amazing.
I would definitely go for it, to be honest. Looks quite interesting. Mickey would probably just play knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3.
It's too solid. We won't want to risk it.
But
It looks good though, because if they take, then you can play d4.
lovely
And
stuff.
the knight on g4 is suddenly quite misplaced.
Absolutely. I think actually more testing Nick. It's probably take this pawn now.
I guess the idea is you can take on e5 and take on c5 and get your pawn back, because then if bishop takes c5, you've got d4 forking the knight and bishop.
It's something that basically what Nick is saying is that this actually is not necessarily playable, because of the still theory.
Your pieces are moving in funny directions.
Yeah, he's gone nicely, which of course is very, as you said, very Michael Adams style. So okay, yeah.
It's funny how all the players that play knight f3 and knight c3 these days, aren't they? Like you said yesterday, going back to the traditional way of playing.
Absolutely.
Do you think Shreyas will play d6 now or d5?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options. I mean, d6 is actually a fairly useful move. Bishop e7 is also playable. I mean, pretty much black has so many options here. Bishop d6 is also possible. Queen c7 is another move. Queen c7 is not terrible, actually. Maybe you got ideas, Nick, of going knight g4 and then the old knight d4 trick. But unfortunately, the queen isn't on e2, it's the bishop.
I think Mickey might see that one coming.
But what do you do here as well? I guess you go d4 there, right? Queen c7 feels like the most flexible move.
You could also play rook e1 and try and get some sort of knight d5 move in at some point, which would be quite aggressive.
I think we'll come back to this because obviously there's a lot of choices here. Let's have a quick look at the Hamid game as well. Hamid Ghazi is playing against Chorpor and started off transposed into a Queen's Indian setup. So,
It's the Catalan, isn't it?
Catalan, sorry. And this line is incredibly popular and, in my opinion, incredibly difficult to break down. A very difficult challenge for d4 players to deal with because black's position is so solid here. He's gone queen c2, defending pawn, and then knight d7. Now, I think the main move here is rook d1.
Yeah, but is it worth just quickly explaining why black played bishop b4 check? Because I think that's it looks like a bit of a waste of a move to play bishop b4 check to encourage white's bishop to d2, and then obviously dropping the bishop back to e7. So you're actually giving white the move bishop d2 for free, which seems a little bit counterintuitive. But the main point is that if we just play through the next few moves and then we can see the position. White would probably quite like to play b3 and bishop b2. But obviously now the bishop's on d2, it's much harder to do that.
And also knight bd2, Nick.
Exactly.
And then e4. That's the very typical plan. So if the bishop is still on c1, you'd go knight bd2. That'll be your next, which actually is a line as well.
Yeah.
And then you go e4. But you're right. So that limits some of White's options. Black's position is a bit like a bomb-proof shelter. And I don't think Ami is that familiar with playing d4 openings because generally he's played directly. And it's like, you know.
But he does play with the kingside fianchetto a lot, so he's not going to be completely against this kind of structure. And against Taran, he also had sort of Catalan type position, but Taran captured the pawn on c4, and I don't know how you pronounce his name. Masieggio. How do you pronounce his name?
Don't bother to pronounce it. If you don't know how to pronounce it, don't bother.
Okay.
Just call him the pole. The pole.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's not taking the pawn on c4. He's just trying to keep his strong pawn on d5, keep it solid. So yes, it's quite a different approach now.
Yeah, so I think one line is they can go rook d1, a5, Nick. I had this recently, bishop f4. Now, you can wuss out after knight h5. Something like bishop e3, or bishop c1, say. I can't remember exactly where you put a bishop. The knight comes back and then you start repeating. That is one way. I don't think that will happen. If Ami does that, 2 draws in a row, that's a terrible policy.
Yeah, it's quite common, this knight h5, knock the bishop away from f4 and then put the knight back on f6. But yeah, White could use that as a way of removing his bishop from d2 to c1, which might be useful.
Yeah, so I think there's also lines where White puts the pawn on h4. There's also lines where White will capture. Say, for example, after knight bd7, rook d1, b6 is also a line other than a5. And then you can play lines of taking, I think, as well. Or possibly I'm thinking, sorry, after bishop f4. No, I'm getting my lines confused now. So it's black to move. So let's say you went a or b, can't remember now. Bishop f4. So if you go b6 now, could take, right? Anyway, he's played a move. He's gone bishop f4, which is one of the main lines.
Presumably he's still in his opening theory. You said he did a lot of opening work before the tournament, and this has got to be one of Black's main setups against the Catalan.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Perhaps he's just trying to recall it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think they're both in preparation still at this stage.
I'm expecting a5 by Black. Or maybe b6 might not be so accurate, but a bishop on f4.
If Black plays a slow move like a5 with the bishop on f4,
yeah,
what would you do with your knight? Would you put your knight on d2 or would you try a different move?
I think you can go knight d2. Yeah, I mean, basically the engine's just giving this a 0, 0, 0, right? Or tiny edge of the white. Mind you, that's true at most openings these days, right?
Yeah.
You know, so...
Well, from the openings I play, it's bigger than white. If you play King's Indian, it does like King's Indian, Benoni, Dutch, any of those openings.
Yeah, I mean, if you went knight c3, I think Black would certainly think about taking a pawn, maybe.
I mean, that would lead to quite double-edged play. White could get the centre.
Yeah, yeah, maybe even just e4 or knight d2 is another option. The knight d2 can be met. Maybe not with b5 because of bishop takes c6. Or so knight takes b5 is an idea as well because this guy's hanging at the end. But instead, maybe knight b6 would be an option. Just hang on to the pawn that way. Possibly Black has other moves, but yeah, it's maybe not great to combine a5 and take on c4. So I'm trying to remember actually what is the idea behind a5. I think in some lines a4 is useful, but you just in general you also gain your space, right? There is a specific reason why a5 is a good move.
If it was, I don't know, someone like Summer Williams, he'd probably just play knight e4 here and then f5.
Yeah. No, that is also a very legitimate strategy here. You can also play knight e4. That's certainly a move. Yeah, Dutch Dutch defence. But of course, the bishop is guarding that diagonal, so the bishop's not quite so aggressively posted on d6 like it often is in the Stonewall Dutch.
G5's coming.
The
F5,
G5, yeah.
Brilliant.
Speaking of Simon, maybe we should look at some of the other games that are in progress. Gawain, of course, very aggressive player. I did criticise slightly Yi Chen for taking a draw. Will the goddess Kayasa punish him and Ami for having the quick draw yesterday? There was no Sophia rules here, are there?
No, so Sophia rules means you're not allowed to take big draws. But yeah, you can just basically take a draw whenever you want to.
I played a tournament recently in Almeria. It was run by not Thinkers, Killer Chess Training. It was Jacob Agard and his wife Kalia. And they had a rule where if you took a quick draw, they didn't have Sophia rules, but if you took a quick draw, that would affect your tiebreak. And clearly, like in European tournaments, tiebreaks often deciding the prizes. So actually, the only game I had a quick draw in it was in the final round in that line that we were just looking at in the Ami Gartzi game, where it started going bishop f4, knight e5, bishop back, knight back to f6. So that was a bit.
Did that affect your prize money?
It didn't really, because other people had already wussed out earlier in the tournament, so it didn't help. But I think my tie rate was quite good going around. But the thing is, I thought if I lost, I might not win anything. You know, there's no one in these situations where I think as it was, I won €500, so it wasn't too bad.
It was interesting in this opening actually from Gawain. So after c3, knight f6, move 4. Go back to move 4.
Yeah, sure.
So in the first game against Botana, it wasn't the same
That's right.
exactly the same position, but he was playing aggressively with d4 because he didn't really know the line. But now he's playing against Yi Chen Han, who's quite booked up.
Sure.
You have to play more slowly with d3. If you play d4, those lines generally completely fine for black. Okay, black has to study them a bit. So d3 is considered to be a better sort of long-term attempt to get the advantage. D4 is more of a hacking kind of move, but again, black can probably equalise against D4, whereas against D3, the game just goes on.
Yeah, so I quite like this move by Yi Chen A5. I like that move. You know, like in the other game, we're saying A5. It's often played now just to gain space, but of course, it was one of A4 just to block that ball.
Yeah, I mean, black sometimes plays A6 is quite a common move. Plays so like A6, H6, bishop A7 with slow moves.
There's so many bands in these kind of positions for both sides, isn't there? Like that's why I think they play these lines with bishop C4. Italian game, Guccio piano. Like we were saying before, like when we first taught chess, you had these books that said play the Guccio piano, or however you pronounce it. And then later on, you were talking about the Guccio piano is rubbish. You have to play the going to the mainline rider pairs. But nowadays, the reason why a lot of people play the Guccio piano, why it's very popular at top level, is unfortunately there's openings like the Berlin, which are incredibly hard to beat. Martial variations being analysed to death. So this is a way to avoid computer preparation because the game becomes more intricate, positional. You can't necessarily boil it down to memorization.
Yeah, I think sometimes black even can play lines where they don't actually castle too early and they go for h6, g5 and try and get a kingside attack. Have you seen those ideas before? The black doesn't.
Yeah.
I think that would be quite a fun way to play.
That's right.
Oh
no, hang on. I saw a game recently. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I saw a game recently like that. It was quite impressive. Maybe Neiman played something like that online. Or other people like Prague would play like that.
Even Kramnik, I think, played that way before. So that would be kind of more exciting way to play. Yi Chen Han seems to be a bit more of a solid player, doesn't he? So he's still classically just developing his pieces.
I mean, that was one of the things I picked up from that Carlson Nepon, the actually World Championship match as well, Nick, was that Carlson, studied these variations of death, would often go h6 before he castles. And, he would just keep it flexible. But okay, he's gone bishop b5, so let's think about the specifics of his position. I think the point is that if you go knight e7, I think this is still theory, by the way. D4 is possibly a move.
I mean, if you don't go knight e7, d4 is definitely a move.
Yeah, winning material.
Yeah,
Right?
although you might have some knight a7 to get out of trouble at the end.
Because obviously white didn't go there immediately, Nick, or because of the point that the bishop's hanging.
Yeah.
So, and this would not win material because obviously you've exchanged bishop, for example. So you decide to go bishop b5, which I believe is theory. Now, I think knight a7 is also a move here, Nick. Could be wrong. I mean, I'm not an expert on this at all. I really have no theory about this.
It's also, sorry, just having a little technical issue. It's also worth noting that this light squared bishop, the bishop on b5, is often white's most powerful minor piece in these positions, and white's often quite reluctant to exchange off that bishop, which might be part of the reason why Gawain played bishop b5, just to try and maintain that bishop. And he's actually got a time lead, so he's quite good at finding these little variations just to try and catch your opponent slightly off guard.
By the way, Gawain's got a great shirt on today, like a great kind of green shirt, and he's got a sort of commando outfit on. Yi Chen's got, is he a Liverpool supporter? He's got a kind of a Liverpool style shirt, right? We're playing in Liverpool, which is obviously a great city. One thing you notice about Liverpudlians, by the way, Nick, is they're very friendly people, aren't they? They're incredibly friendly.
Yeah, definitely very friendly. I think Malcolm Payne's a Liverpool supporter, isn't he?
I think he's from this area. I think he's from this area originally. Malcolm is very active in this tournament with the organisation. I think he's also potentially maybe playing the seniors as well. I'm not sure about that. Okay, I think we should move on to some other games. Let's maybe pick out which game would you like to go to next?
We can just go down the list if you like.
So you want to start with Freddie Gordon game?
Sure.
Yeah.
That could be quite an interesting game.
Absolutely. So Daniel Fernandez, Freddie Gordon, two very aggressive players, I'd say. Bogo Indian.
I mean, this is the kind of stage of the tournament where you really want to get yourself into position. You don't want to be losing on 3 points and end up on three out of 5 that you would need to win your last 4 games to have any chance of winning the tournament. So it's quite an important day to try and play for the win. I guess the bishop d2 is the more solid move in the Bogo Indian. You can play on move 4, you can play knight d2 for white, which is slightly more aggressive. Bishop d2 going for a more solid line. But, bishop takes d2.
I think you normally go bishop d2, don't you?
Normally play bishop d2. I have played knight d2 a few times as well. But bishop e7 is slightly unusual. It's the same idea that we saw in the Amit Ghazi game.
Yeah.
But black often doesn't play bishop e7 here. Black would normally play a move. You can actually play bishop takes d2, but the main moves are queen e7, c5. I think you played c5 against me before, didn't you?
I can't even remember what happened yesterday.
I think once you might play a5's a move as
Did
well.
I lose?
I think it was a draw.
It was a draw in the foreign cell game, right?
Was it foreign cell or was it British? It might be British Championships.
Oh, with the British.
Might be British
It's all blurred
Championships.
into one, mate. Yeah. I think I had a game actually where I was white. Oh no, hang on, no. It's just mixed up. Often you can do this in the sort of b6 lines as well. You can throw in a bishop b4, can't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I tend to go knight bd2, but having said that, maybe I'm becoming too predictable given how often I go. I think knight bd2 is the best move, I'll be honest. Magnus Carlsen played knight bd2 recently.
If you look at the picture of Daniel there, do you think it's his move or his opponent's move?
You would assume it's his opponent's move. So obviously, it's actually his move. It must be, right? Because
He's staring.
he's trying to remember the theory, I guess, or maybe just looking at the people passing by.
Do you think you can tell how someone is feeling by their body language?
Oh, completely, yeah. I mean, some people you can't. Some people are like poker faces, right? But often, yeah. Can you think of any examples like that where you had, probably when you were playing me, right? I started muttering and throwing a pen, swearing.
You can see when someone looks quite stressed, and especially when they start getting low on time, shoulders get a bit hunched over, they can be quite stressed, whereas somebody else walking around can look a bit more relaxed.
Well, I think there's a lot of kidology. Talking about preparation, one thing that annoys me is all this kidology getting chess now, which I don't think always used to be the case, where people will sit there, and when it's your turn to move, they look really bored, like everything's really obvious, and why are you taking so long? You know, you get that a lot, these con artists.
Okay.
Everybody does that now, right?
Yeah.
I hate it, and it always triggers me into playing a move quickly. So if you ever play me, just sit there looking really bored, like you're winning easily, and then you'll quickly rush me into a bad move if my position's not bad already.
I mean, I guess you just have to try and ignore your opponent as much as possible and just focus on your own game.
But this is a very uncompromising approach by White to take the centre. Often in these Queen's Indian kind of, well, Bogo Indian, but they have the pawn on G3. But surely it's in White's favour the fact he hasn't even had to bother with pawn to G3.
I mean, I think this looks quite risky for Daniel to just give the centre to Freddie so easily. I mean, do you think he prepared this or just made it up at the board? And this looks incredible.
No, I think it was preparation with E5. Maybe this actually is theory again. We could check. Do you want to check?
Yeah, just see if it's theory.
I think this. I'm pretty sure this must be theory because this does. Yeah, I think they're both playing fairly quickly, so I think they know what they're doing. No, it's not theory.
They're just bluffing it.
Or somebody's bluffing.
I mean, Freddie's moves have been quite logical. Daniel's playing, I guess, the slightly more unusual moves.
Yes.
It is, yeah. It's a little bit strange. I mean, he's got one more move with the White King in the centre. Can you do anything before White castles?
Well, one thing I would say, Nick, is I agree with you. It does look a bit strange, Black's play. Having said that, Black doesn't really have any weaknesses. You know, you got, but yeah, you behind the development. White has a centre, but Black's position is fairly safe at the time being. Yeah, White's plan is to go Queen C2 and castles. Freddie looks very confident.
Yeah, I mean, if you get time, you can castle Queen side, but I mean, obviously playing Queen C2, that's one more move with the King in the centre. I mean, if Black played a move like Rook E8, would you really have time for Queen C2?
No, so but you can just castle King side, of course.
Yeah.
Which is a nice thing about White's position.
I mean, yeah, if you had time to castle Queen side, that could be very dangerous. So I think Daniel's next move is quite important. Try and keep a bit of pressure on the King in the centre and make sure that he can't castle Queen side.
Or what would you be thinking here?
I mean, I might play Rook E8. Maybe Daniel wants him to castle Queen side.
Well, sometimes you do, like I said before about, you know, engines hate casting queenside, right?
Yeah, he could play Knight D7. That would encourage White to.
Is that a move?
I mean, possibly. I'd probably just be casting kingside, to be honest. Feel a bit safer.
Yeah, so you were saying Rook E8, Nick, by the way. And you think the White would probably just castle?
I think so. I'm not sure if Rook E8 is the most accurate move, but it's probably reasonable.
What happens if you took here and then you went something like this? Is that so bad? Because maybe ideas of, you know, putting some pressure on this diagonal. I'm not sure how though. But also, I feel like I can just go G6 and defend my kingside fairly easily.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's some clever way to attack you now, but
Trade skis and then bishop f6 is one of my many suggestions.
yeah, I want to play some sort of move to try and set up the queenside castling. It's maybe not so easy. Can I go Queen D3?
Yeah. So let's say you went here and I castled. How bad is this? Doesn't look amazing, to be honest.
It's probably a bit better for White, as long as. I mean, ideally, White would have preferred to have the Queen on C2 rather than D3, but
Cool.
still.
What other options does Black have? It doesn't have to trade on E4. You could also maybe consider a Knight D7 might run into a Knight F5 idea in some variations. It's kind of maybe not immediately. Knight D7, yeah, I'll try Knight D7. Might not be too bad.
It's also a little bit risky to go for moves like Knight F5 when you haven't castled because your king's still a bit vulnerable in the centre of the board. You don't want to have a situation like Stephen Gordon did against Nigel Davies where you just suddenly get attacked in the middle.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So you have to be a little bit careful.
But Nigel didn't really build on that, did he? Because he lost quite comfortably in the end yesterday. And Nigel's got an interesting pairing again, I think. maybe. Is he playing Simon Williams or something like that?
Why not your Queen C2 idea here?
Yeah, this feels... Because the problem is you'd love to go here and grab the bishop, our beloved bishop pair, but I think this is... Well, I mean, you could argue that G6 is a threat and Knight C4, but...
I'd take white here. I mean, you can always bring the bishop out if you really want to, and then just castle queen side.
What are you playing though specifically? Bishop E4, I guess. Yeah,
You could do if you want to.
Yeah, I think this is not good. Yeah, so this is actually a very important moment, I would argue, because if black plays the next few moves accurately, I think he can get quite a promising position. However, if he doesn't, he could get a very dangerous position. So that's why Daniel's in the tank. Actually, when did they leave Theory? I'm kind of intrigued as to when they actually left Theory, and because Daniel does tend. I know I've spoken to him before. He doesn't love preparation. That's why he would go for something like Bishop E7. He'd say, "Look, I'm playing someone who's young, inexperienced, who's a dangerous opponent, but I know more about chess. Therefore, I don't want to go into theoretical battle. I'm just going to take a risk." And yeah, it kind of E4, D5 was. This is.
Yeah, Freddie's just played quite logical moves, hasn't he?
Bishop D3. This is actually a C5. E5 is one of them. C5 has been played before. However, E5 is a theoretical novelty. What does the computer say about this bishop? Also, maybe we
It's
should
got to
check.
be at least a bit better for white.
It's probably. I reckon it's going to be a 0.6. But I could 0.6. What would you say? Should we do the old
High or lower?
higher or lower? Well, you're going to go higher. You're going to go higher. You're going to go like
Maybe only marginally higher.
So you're going to go margin. I'm going to say 0.6, right?
Okay. So well,
Oh, no, hang
couple
on.
of moves.
So we have to. Oh, knight a6. That was the top move,
Oh,
right?
there you go.
See?
So if he finds knight a6, it's lower.
Okay. So knight a6 is a move, right? Glad to know that. Okay, let's move on to some other games. Should we move on to Marcus Harvey against Rajat? So that's kind of sorry. Marcus, yeah, he's playing aggressively with a C4 move.
Is he heading towards a closed Sicilian?
Transposition, maybe.
Then black played D5. If black hadn't played D5, if white had played knight C3 instead of knight E2, he could have had closed Sicilian.
I think Marcus is the same approach as Daniel Fernandez. It's kind of like, I'm not really too bothered about your, going into your massive theoretical battle that you've clearly got prepared for me. I'm just going to try and get a position and see what happens. When I played Marcus recently in a foreign cell game, he played 1B3, I think. So he's not afraid to go his own way in the opening. Marcus, I think, also has got a full-time job. One of these people, last time I heard, he had like some kind of full-time job. So it's another one a little bit like Annie, has to juggle, can he play enough tournaments? With obviously working full-time, not a problem that us full-time chess professionals have to worry about.
I mean, it looks like he's definitely lining up D4, doesn't it, as his potential break.
Can I just go here though, Nick?
I think that's the most obvious move.
And just allow this, and there should be a good way to meet it, I suppose, is the argument. Maybe. Not sure how though. This is starting to become an annoying threat, right?
Yeah, because your knight on D5 will then be under attack.
Maybe, maybe this is quite more dangerous than we realise. Bishop E6 is another option, or Bishop F5, maybe. But the problem when you start going over here, you start to loosen some squares on the queen side.
I think white will just play D4 anyway.
Yeah.
Against everything.
Could you do something like this and then argue that Bishop H3 is? Probably not. Yeah.
It's another one of those cases where you haven't actually got your king castled yet, so it's a little bit early.
Yeah, so probably Bishop E7, but D4, yeah, I quite like this choice by Marcus. I don't know how much this is theory, but it feels like white has posed some interesting problems, right? I think we're going to move on again. We're going to keep going for as many games as quickly as possible.
Do you want to have a look at Richard's game
Oh,
against
absolutely,
Taran?
yeah, we're all cheering for Richard.
Because it's quite a sort of unusual pairing in the sense their ratings are quite similar. So usually you have like a top half and a bottom half, but I think it just goes to show a lot of players are very similarly rated in the tournament. But a lot of players around that 2400 level.
You know, I'm about to ask you another quiz question, by the way. I'm sorry.
Is it chess related?
It is chess related.
Okay, you can ask me then.
Yeah. Yeah, so Richard's played Trompowski. By the way, I think they played last year and Taran won the same fixture, but he had the white pieces, so it's a chance for Richard to get his revenge. Okay, so this is one of Richard's great loves. He actually wrote a book for quality chess on the Trompowski or Trompowski. Obviously, he was a favourite of Julian Hodgson, a three-time British champion, who no longer plays much over-the-board chess. Does a lot of teaching.
I think he's actually 4 times British champion. Because I actually saw him after the World Team Rapid and Blitz Championship, and
I'm going to Wikipedia that.
And he actually told me he'd won it 4 times.
It's probably his memory's defective.
You don't believe him, no?
I think it's only 3 times he's won it.
I think he's a 4 times British champion.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Sure, someone could tell us.
Okay, so my quiz question. I was asking this to somebody I was teaching earlier, and I asked her, "Where is Trompowski from?" So I'm going to ask you the same question. Trompowski, where was he from? So you're going for Poland. Andrew DeSantis in the audience is going for Poland.
Yeah, so I'll guess Austrian. I don't actually know, to be honest.
I think he was from South America, so I think he was either from Mexico or Brazil.
Okay. Surely you got to know the answer.
I got to know the exact. I said to her it was Mexico, but now I'm getting confused again. It might be Brazil, but
No,
I think
you got to Google whether you're right.
now I'm
yourself.
going to Google if I'm right myself. Yeah. Okay, Julian Hodgson won in 1990. You're absolutely right. He's a 4-time champion. He won Plymouth, and then of course he won Scarborough. You know, a funny story that I have got. Another boring anecdote. Last round of Scarborough British Championships that Julian won, I lost in the last round there to Nigel Davis. He came up to me during the round and he said, Danny, you're the second most talented chess player in this tournament.
Really?
That was a very...
I thought you were going to say you're the second most talented chess player in your game.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been kind of disconcerting. Okay, Trump.
Was that another one of those tournaments where you did some halving out and lost the last
Yeah, I think so. No, Trompowski was from Brazil, actually, not Mexico. Sorry, I do apologise.
But yeah, Richard wrote a book on this, didn't he? So he has got some experience. And Mark Hepton got a good position in Trompowski earlier in the tournament against Bazakutska. So maybe he just decided to give it a go. It's quite nice to have these little sidelines that you can play just to avoid the heavy theory.
I mean, I played Trompowski a lot online. It's not a very good opening, I'll be honest. Like E6 is a good response, and
That bishop pair's gone.
Bishop pair, your bishop pair, and I mean Knight C3. I think here is theory, Richard. Queen D2. Sorry, Queen D2 probably not, but C3 I think is the main line. Normally White plays like this. Eventually tries to play F4, but I don't think it really gives White any advantage as far as I can tell. So the old main line, of course, was Knight E4.
Yeah, it's sharper positions. D5 is a very solid move, and obviously you can take on F6. You can play, take, and then they've got a choice which way to recapture. You can also play E3. I think that E3 is probably the most popular move.
I tend to play that a lot, but it really just gives White nothing. Knight BD7, I think, or Knight E4.
Even C5 might be playable there.
C5 is probably the main line.
But Knight D2, I mean, knowing Richard is just keeping open options to, I don't know, do something different. Is he ever going to play E4? I don't think he can ever get E4 in, can he?
I mean, you could... No, F3 I think would be a mistake. Sometimes you would like to do this, but then E5 I think is already quite good for black. So
you'll be careful about moves like F3. I mean, they're quite double-edged. If you play Knight F3, then you're never going to be worse.
Oh wow, he's got the bishop there already.
He's got a little bit of a time advantage though, so he might have anticipated this. It's not probably much advantage, but it's just a position, and White's got a slight lead in development. See, Black's got that bishop pair, but I don't think White's worse here anyway. Would you play e6 and block in your light square bishop?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't think I want to develop it at the
You
moment.
can't play now. You'd have to play knight f6 first if you're going to move that out.
Yeah, I think it's not too bad.
So if white just continues with e3,
Maybe actually could even go there. But...
could play e4,
Okay, E3, yeah.
and then knight. Okay, and bishop d3.
Oh, hang on, I'm
You're under pressure.
under pressure already. Yeah. So maybe here you need something a bit more interesting for black.
The only thing is, if you play knight f6 and bishop f5, whether white can play some sort of c4, queen b3 idea, so like e3, e3 now, and then maybe c4 and try to attack that b7 pawn. I don't know if it really is anything though. You can probably just defend it somehow.
Bless you.
It's interesting though. It's slightly annoying for black, isn't it? It's slightly annoying to defend that pawn.
Yeah.
I don't mind this position for white actually.
No. I mean, you know, it's not inconceivable to get taken there because then that knight really is short squares.
Yeah.
But again, double-edged because you're doubling your pawns. So the idea is maybe e3 and then. But he's taken with a knight, which seems reasonable. And I've noticed with Richard that his style is he's quite happy to play with the knights and the initiative. That's why the Tromposky is an opening he loves so much because he loves playing with the initiative.
But he doesn't mind giving up, say bishop for knight, or giving up a pawn or a couple of pawns to try and get the initiative. He's quite sort of attacking player, really.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think black is doing okay, but needs to play the opening accurately. Right, let's move on again. What about William Claridge, Hansen versus Jonah Willow? Also an interesting pairing. Let's start from the beginning. Knight f3, d6. c4 was played by William. Of course, he had a great win again the other day against Daniel. So
I've got like an interesting story to tell you about this opening. So if you go back a couple of moves, so up before g3,
sure.
You can play d4 here.
d4, right?
Yeah. Then black often will play e4, and then after e4, knight g5, and
Targeting these Greek squares.
yeah, there was a game which Simon Williams actually played. I think that's why.
Oh yeah, Hastings. Yeah.
Hastings. I think it was against Jonathan
I think
Mutton.
at some point he went here, didn't he? And
Yeah.
just blundered this.
I think he just assumed. I think the main move was knight f6, but black played some other move.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was.
It is or something,
Yeah, and then he played e3.
Blitzed that e3, yeah.
Yeah,
He had a heavy night on the tiles the night before, possibly.
I think so.
Yeah. I vaguely remember. I think he even won that game, Simon, maybe.
Did he win? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he won.
I'll have to
Or
ask him
down.
later, but...
Yeah, it was quite unfortunate.
Okay, so anyway, yeah, this is quite well known, I think. Yeah, knight g1 looks very strange, Nick, but the plan is to go h4, knight h3, knight f4. And because black's gone e4, some of the... Sure, I love this for black. Some of the kind of elastics. You know, some of the kind of flexibility is probably the way to call it. It's gone out of black's position, I would say, certainly black's structure. So I'm not totally in love with this.
I don't mind it though for black. I mean, white has wasted time. You've got control of the centre. It's got to be quite close to equal.
Yeah, I think it's just a style thing, right? It's just some people love certain openings because of the style. You know, I quite like playing Tromposky as white because of the style that you're gaining the initiative. But yeah, Jonah tends to know his stuff. He's very well prepped. Very kind of calm, level-headed individual, I would say. Certainly a contender to win this tournament if he wins this game. You know, he's been knocking on the door. I think there's quite a few of these players like Daniel and Jonah and Hammy, Marcus, you know, put in that category as well, Matthew Wadsworth. They're kind of, you feel like one of them's going to have a breakout performance, right? And it could be, that's why I kind of went with a 2,500 player potentially in this tournament.
I mean, this is like a really big day for people like Jonah or Daniel Fernandez. Black against, you know, decent players like William Claridge, Hansen, Freddie Gordon. If you win, you really need to win these kind of games if you want to be in contention. And that's not easy to do, to beat those solid players with black. You're into your golf, aren't you, Danny? You like your golf?
Unfortunately, yeah.
And don't they call it moving day? Moving day is day 3 of the golf, I believe.
Absolutely.
But you've got to try and get yourself into position. It feels like we're almost approaching that the next 1 or 2 rounds. You've got to get yourself into position to try and win the tournament. You have to try and beat the players.
Yeah, moving days round 3. That would be the Saturday. I remember actually listening to Jack Nicklaus, who's a famous golfer who won 18 major titles, one of the greatest players ever. And he said he would treat it like the first couple of days. Actually, the first day, just trying to get a score, it doesn't matter if it's even par, right? That's not too bad. If you shoot around even par, that's not too bad. But then the second day, you're trying to play more aggressively. And then on the third day, which is the moving day, you're treating it like a Sunday. You're treating it like that's the final round. So, if these guys going with the attitude that, this is a very important round. It's a very good point. I made that point yesterday, isn't it? People just talk about the last round, but really any round is just as important as another,
It's
mathematically.
It builds in importance, doesn't it?
Yeah. He's gone D5. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, just trying to take over the centre. I think this is fine for black.
Sure,
you probably don't like it stylistically, but you have got the centre, and there's something to be said for that. And a big pawn on E4.
I think it's more that I just don't know the theory. We've seen that in a lot of openings, actually. My theory is probably still stuck in the 1990s. I think I learned a lot of my theory in the 1990s. It hasn't really progressed since then. What is the theory here, anyway? I'm sure this is still theory, so I'm going to check the theory. No, there's no games here.
Games.
Wow. I'm surprised at that.
I would have thought knight G5 maybe instead of knight G1 was a more typical move.
Also, bishop G5 maybe is not theory. Yeah.
Knight H3. Yeah, but you want to get the knight into the game quickly, don't you?
Yeah, so knight G5, you're absolutely right. That's more like the main line, with the idea that in some situations you also get D5, knight E6. And if black goes H6,
then you go back to H3.
then they weaken themselves.
And then they have to play G5 to keep you out, and you
can't allow this.
Yeah, you can recycle your knight by playing F3 and potentially come back to F2.
I have seen that kind of thing before. So knight G1 actually is a good point. That it's actually slightly rare. I think the computer. Sorry.
That's an awful lot of language. You shouldn't do one piece a lot of time. There's no golden rules in chess. Individual position. He's moving the knight an awful lot.
Yeah, somebody was just making the point in the audience that Andrew De Santos, not a random person, but the Andrew De Santos in the house, was saying that. I can't remember what he was saying actually.
And he's talking about moving the knight lots of times.
Oh, maybe yeah.
Your dementia's getting worse.
That's it.
Do you want to have a quick look at Max? Max has got quite an interesting game. He's playing against
absolutely.
Peter Wells. That's actually quite an interesting match.
Also, we need to check in on Jude Shearsby at some point, and Simon Williams. Someone mentioned Simon Williams, but yeah, let's look at Max. Also, very interesting pairing, Hebden, Super Mark Hebden.
Yeah, some quite. I mean, Max actually is playing a lot at the moment. He played, I think, the under-16 championship in the morning. Last night he played the Blitz.
Yeah.
And he's playing the main championship as well, so
Yeah, absolutely.
just getting a big chess fix.
Well, to be honest, I think that's a good thing because the more chess you play at that age, the more you're soaking it all in. It's all osmosis. You're just going to get very strong. He's already, one of the best juniors in England, and potentially in the future he's going to be one of the best players in the country. Full stop.
I mean, it's sort of interesting between the two of them because I'd say certainly when it comes to opening theory, Peter Wells, is obviously way ahead of Max in terms of opening theoretical knowledge. So Max is probably just trying to play something solid just to avoid Peter Wells' deep opening theory. And even in the middle game, I'd probably give Peter the advantage. But I do think that as they approach the time control, Max's best chance is, trying to run Peter short on time. I see at the moment they're still quite close on time, but Peter can sometimes go into the tank, and then as he approaches the time control, it's quite hard to deal with that time pressure. So certainly from Max's point of view, well, my advice to him would be just to try and just stay in the game for the next 15 moves, keep it complicated, and wait for your chances as you approach the time control.
I mean, you say that Peter's way ahead in opening knowledge. I'm not sure that's true because Max is just working really hard on chess, and also I think with Peter Wells, he's a bit older now, and I think as you get older, you forget a lot of stuff you learn. Obviously when he was younger, he wrote a lot of great opening books. The one that really stood out for me was the book that he wrote on Semi-Slav. But knight bd7 strikes me as a good move. And Nick, maybe just with toying with ideas of e5 at some point.
Yeah, I mean, white can sometimes play rook d1. Well, I don't know. You might want to play a4 later. That's the only thing. But certainly casting bishop h2 is a useful move as well. So lots of candidate moves for white.
I feel like this is quite a good setup by white, and you've got, like you say, you've got some options. I think he probably will castle kingside, but you could at least toy with the idea of casting queenside and going all in on the kingside. But
I don't think he'll go for that. It's too risky.
so let's say knight bd7 happens.
Yeah, I mean, one
Hang
point.
on, that's a mouse slip.
Yeah, one point about having the queen on e2 is if you don't have the queen on e2, sometimes you have to be careful of this move e5. But in this position, it's not on the cards, but sometimes e5 can come in if the queen's on d1, and your bishop on d3 can be quite loose. So if you see the idea, but I don't know, it's not really on here for black.
Boris Spassky used to say that the queen on e2 was that's best square for the queen because it controls not only the kingside potential for kingside and central play, but also controls. By the way, Daniel Fernandez played that top engine move, knight a6. But given the speed with which Freddie Gordon's playing, maybe we should go back to that game because it had quite a lot of development. I mean, this one's still kind of in the early stages, but that seems to be very sharp. We're going to be moving around a lot today. Very exciting games. It feels like you feel the excitement building. Who's your money on now, Nick? Like,
I mean, it's still quite early in all the games. Quite hard to.
No, but in terms of the overall winner.
I mean, I'm sticking with Pichigov for now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looked. I mean, I think Mickey's also looked quite good this tournament. Those two have probably played the best so far.
Sure. So, 96, we mentioned that this is possibly an option, and Daniel's gone for it. Castles, bishop b4. It's just slightly weird to me, it looks like.
We're just trying to trade off pieces.
I mean,
He quite likes his endgames, actually, Daniel Fernandez. He probably trying to angle towards an endgame.
it's not a move that I would really play. I like the idea of trading, go knight c5. Not really happy about bishop b4.
White would just drop the bishop back to c2 though, and then he might have some attack later on. If you can trade off the dark square bishop, obviously you massively reduce White's attacking potential.
That is true. I don't disagree. So we've had more moves. Queen c2, trade.
I just after bishop b4. Okay, this is I had an absolutely crazy idea which probably doesn't work. I was trying to look at knight c6. It was probably a total disaster.
Yeah.
Just put it on the board just to humour me.
I really don't know. I mean, that's a great idea. I really don't like bishop e4.
I mean, to be honest, it's just probably just complete bluff.
I'm sure he thought about it, but
Take. I'm going bishop h7 now.
right. So you want
I'm just going all in.
All in, right?
But although I mean, if you take, it's actually a repetition, isn't it?
Is it?
Queen h5, or maybe White's winning. I don't know.
The king g8. How you winning?
Oh no, I'm going blinds.
Yeah, because
Okay,
the problem is
there's no repetition. We're gonna have to just try and checkmate you. Rook d1. Yeah, this is probably just complete garbage. Quite interesting, but probably doesn't work.
well, this is happening quite quickly, isn't it? How do you, I mean, it's one thing to say it's garbage, but you still have to refute it. It's kind of looking a bit scary for black, right?
Maybe Black couldn't play Queen e7.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean,
But there were other options as
Black-
well.
Black could have
like
played
after
king
here,
g7. Yeah, Black
yeah, I
played
could
king
have
g7.
gone here immediately. So I'm not completely sure that worked.
it probably doesn't.
Nice
work.
idea though.
Probably doesn't work.
That's what we're here for.
Just come up with these crazy ideas.
It's always easy to sack it's much easier to sack on the commentary than it is over the board, right? When you have to be absolutely certain. But
Yeah, I don't think it quite works. It'll be interesting to look at those kind of ideas, though.
That's why I'd be reluctant to go bishop b4, Nick, because I just feel like you're moving away from a very important sector.
Yeah, there might be some tactic in there which you overlooks.
I think Daniel has finally solved his opening problems with Queen f6. Because I think it's okay for black now. It's not necessarily better for black, but I think he's okay.
I'd say he's quite happy. He's got up from the board now as well.
Yeah.
It's normally a sign that you're comfortable.
Yeah, and
Nothing bad happens, and he's got some pieces off the board. I'd say he's pretty happy now. He's going to try and
I'm pretty sure bishop
grind down
b4 is
Freddie.
not the top move. I reckon that's some sort of blunder, and I think they may have missed something around about here. Maybe it's not this, but it's your idea. But I just feel that this is very precarious.
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah,
No,
looks like he had it all covered.
had it all covered. The bishop b4 is actually top move, so maybe he's analysed something like this before. He just found it
Yeah,
over the
just
board.
getting the-
Aggressive.
Getting the pieces off the board. He's actually played all the best moves, hasn't he? He had to find some quite clever moves, knight a6 and bishop b4, just to neutralise White's initiative.
We're going to come back to some of the top boards. We're also going to have a little look around. I think Simon Williams got an interesting pair. We're going to have a look at Simon's game because he didn't play great yesterday, but he managed to win. And now he's got Nigel Davis, who destroyed. Last time Nigel had a black piece, destroyed Stephen Gordon, who's very rarely loses with white.
I mean, Nigel's quite a. I mean, obviously the game against Stephen was a little bit exceptional, but he's quite a solid player, isn't he, Nigel Davies? He likes to sort of play quite positionally and not give too much away. Simon is obviously the complete opposite.
So this is a very typical idea by Simon, Nick, that he loves playing these adventurous pawn sacrifices. He loves a gambit.
I think he's trying to.
He's going for this. Isn't
Yeah, he's trying to sort of encourage Nigel to play into some kind of gambit line, isn't he? Nigel's just not buying it. He's just not interested.
He's not buying what he's selling. He's not buying what he's selling.
Simon's desperate for him to take that pawn. Rook c1's a little bit of a strange move.
Yeah, I thought he might go here. That's probably a bad move. Surely that's a bad move.
But Simon's just making it up, isn't he?
I think Rook c1. Yeah.
I'm not really sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's okay. He's probably trying to stall a bit before moving his light square bishop because he might be considering that black will take on c4 once he moves the light square bishop.
Sure.
So he might be trying to, but you can't really delay it too long because black's just going to keep on developing his pieces.
So what's your feeling? Next move?
For black.
Oh, sorry, for black's next move. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess if bishop f5, he maybe wants to play queen b3. Is that his idea? But even if that was the case, then you might not necessarily want the rook on c1 because black plays b5. You might try to play for a4 later on. I mean, you can play normally in these setups. You either try to get the bishop out, like the light square bishop out to f5, or you try to play b5 and bishop b7 and play that way. I think you might move the camera, Danny.
Move the camera.
Yeah, you put it completely on you.
Yeah.
Center of attention.
Not for the first time.
Yeah.
Maybe I could make it my Tinder profile. Let's not go into that now.
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
Okay. Okay, so what are the counter moves for black here? It might be d7 an option, maybe.
Definitely, knight d7 is an option.
Very flexible move, and maybe you're planning rook e8 and e5. But bishop d3 possibly.
Sometimes when they play knight d7, you take on d5 as well.
Yeah, that's right. Because black loses a bit of flexibility in the structure, and
They can't bring the knight to c6 anymore.
yeah. Another option is to take, even though normally you're reluctant to do that but b5 it feels not that bad. Maybe. Because where do you put it? I guess bishop e2 though. This seems to be the move, right? Because I was thinking here Nick, I want to go here, and then when you again, this might not be very good either because it's like knight e4, but taking knight c6 is my idea, and
Yeah.
maybe. But the problem is you can also go bishop e2.
But somehow I just wouldn't take on c4, just a principle, because I feel like you've justified Simon's last move.
Yeah.
I'd like to wait for that bishop to move.
What do you think the top move is according to the engine? I reckon not bishop f5 maybe,
I
or
mean, that's the critical move.
or
You just
b5.
have to analyse a response to queen
b5.
b3.
Yeah, bishop f5 might be the top move. Let's check the engine. b5 is the top
b5
move.
or bishop f5.
b5
top
or
two.
bishop f5, yeah.
So we're right.
We're always right, mate. That's
Yeah.
what we're here. Okay, so we'll come back to that game. By the way, there's some interesting about Ami Gartz. He's starting to get quite a big edge, which is surprising given the solidity of Black's opening. However, Black has played some risky chess. He's decided to go all in himself.
He's actually playing this f5 g5 idea.
So we had bishop f4 by Ami, and then Black went for knight h5. Bishop dropped back. Do you think that Ami would have gone for a draw?
No, I don't think so. Well, the bishop actually has come from d2 to f4 and back to c1, so he hasn't completely repeated position.
Go knight bd2, right?
Yeah.
So f5, which I think is fine, but then g5. I'm not sure combining it with g5 is really.
It's a little bit risky.
Yeah, I think f5 is okay, but maybe I have seen these kind of ideas before, but
Oh yeah, I'm not sure, because maybe if you were going to play g5, we should have played our idea of putting the knight on e4 and playing f5 and g5. At least you got a strong knight then. Now you got the knight on h5 instead. It's a little bit risky.
somebody said, by the way, we really welcome YouTube comments. Any kind of YouTube comments, as long as they're, keep it clean, guys. Got kids watching. Nigel Saunders said, I saw a comment where Fallujah, I think he means Ali Reza Fallujah from France, originally from Iran, lost 6.5 of his 10 minutes in an online blitz game for being late. Magnus, extend the speeches, find something else to delay this to start. I think he means against Magnus, maybe. Andy B said, I just think it is bizarre that people could consider doing something so visually disturbing to the opponent. I'm not sure what he's talking about there. Majeka has taken off his glasses. So that's often a sign that there's a little bit of anxiety there. He needs a different, feels he needs a different perspective on the position. Not completely sure what to play. White's position set up for a counter-attack. I think Amit's a very good tactical player. So if you get a position where he's counter-attacking, it's going to be really, really strong.
White would like to try and open the centre if he can, but it's not that easy to do that. You'd have to play f3 and e4, which is a little bit double-edged. I'd probably just try and develop my pieces as White and just be ready for things to kick off. Get the knights into the game.
But what's Black's next move in this position? Because Black's a move,
sure.
right?
He's got to decide what to do about his light square bishop. Does he, he can't really fianchetto it now because b6 might run into c takes d5 and queen c6 ideas.
Yeah, so just to show that.
Well, certainly something to watch out
Can't
for.
take here because you've got to take with c4. It's a very typical idea that when Black goes b6 to these positions, you take on d5. As Nick was saying, queen c6 is kind of unpleasant because, well, more than unpleasant because you're hitting this and this. So, I mean, maybe there is an argument that you could get away with this, but I just don't think it's going to work here. I think it's bishop g5, for example, with the idea that somehow the queen's trapped. So it feels like Black has played all these aggressive moves, but now he's thinking that when you played all these aggressive moves, it should be a follow-up. Like, why is he bothered to go f5, g5? Maybe he just felt they were principal moves, but now he doesn't seem. And actually, I noticed that in a recent game that I played, that often you meet this kind of f5 idea with bringing your knight to e1 to d3, where you're controlling the e5 square.
I mean, but one of the moves Black would probably like to play is knight f6, but he can't play it straight away because of bishop takes g5.
The other thing I should mention, even if you, let's say, I don't know, just to show that this is one of the advantages of moving your knight to e1, is that if the knight ever goes to e4, is it White's move? Or
White's move.
Yeah, let's just say we've got some position like this, because with the knight on f3, you can't kick the knight, but now you can simply go f3 and kick the knight. So that knight is not moored to e4. This is one of the downsides of the stonewall structure. However, if White ever plays a knight to e5, Black cannot kick it away with a pawn. White can kick away the knight on e4 with a pawn, but Black cannot kick it away important. I think that's one of the reasons why the engine gives White an advantage here. Strategically, White has a better position because of the weakness on e5, the hold on e5. Square on e4 is not a hole because I can always play f3. So it looks better for Amit. We're going to come back to that game. What game should we go to now? Or should we go to some games lower down? Maybe have a little look at maybe Jude Shearsby, who won a great game yesterday. Apparently it was against his coach. He's now beaten Brandon a couple of games in a row, which is surprising, really. Do you think that Jude is one of England's better prospects?
I don't really know him too well. I saw Brandon won the Blitz last night, didn't he?
Did he get 9 in the end?
I think he got 8.5, I think.
Pretty impressive score, isn't it?
It's a good score. So sometimes it's quite a good thing to do if you've lost a bad game. Play some Blitz to just get it out of your system.
Yeah, I must admit, I don't agree with playing Blitz tournament in the middle. Botvinnik's old advice was not to play Blitz because it makes you superficial during the tournament. But obviously, that we're living in a different era now. People just play Blitz all the time. But it's very tiring to play a Blitz tournament after you've played a classical game. So I try to avoid that if I'm playing in the tournament. But these guys have a lot of energy. They feel they can get away with it. Anyway, let's have a look at this Jude Shearsby game. Right, Jude is White. So we get this Averbach variation named after Yuri Averbach, who, by the way, was the world's oldest living ever GM Grandmaster from Russia. Yuri Averbach. I believe he died in his 100s. He was over 100 when he died.
Yeah, he's quite a sort of famous name in the chess world.
I
think he wrote like an endgame book, didn't he?
That's
quite a well-known endgame book.
Friend of Smyslov's as well, Vasily Smyslov.
This h6 is an interesting move, sacrificing the h pawn presumably to try and win the e4 pawn. Quite double-edged though, because it does weaken your king, and also your dark square bishop gets traded off.
Yeah, so the point is you're not winning a piece here as black with the idea of taking and taking here because this is check. So, okay, so black played, he did take.
You're going for the
And I was
endgame.
thinking probably queen f6. And to be honest, I quite like black's position here. I think he's done quite a good job out the opening.
If I was white, I'd probably try and keep the queens on. Yeah, I just sort of feel, I mean, I'm not sure if it's objectively the best thing to do. I just feel with the extra kingside pawn, you might get an attack later. Though it is annoying that you've got. It's quite hard to shift that queen off f6. Then that's the problem. So maybe you just can't get an attack. I don't know. Maybe you have to swap the queens off.
Maybe if you swap, then Schwapsies. It seems very comfortable for black. Nick, you know, I mean, just show maybe a sample variation. Let's say I went h3, challenge the bishop, you trade, go knight d7. Material's level, but I think black is better long term here because it's not obvious to me how white continues. But they can maybe some variation move the bishop, play f4, g4. But clearly black is quite well placed to advance on the queen side. Would you agree with that, or you not?
I mean, this position, yeah, the bishop's slightly blocked in by the pawn on d5.
Yeah.
So it does seem quite comfortable for black.
Quite comfortable for black, maybe a slight edge, right? Maybe a clear edge.
I feel like the position shouldn't be worse for white, but you have to be a bit careful.
Yeah, what's the engine about? Let's have a little look. Another guessing game.
Yeah, I'll guess it's got to be close to equal anyway.
I'd say minus 0.2 for black.
Okay.
What are you going? You going higher or lower? Higher or lower? Higher or lower? Higher or lower? Higher or lower?
Okay,
The audience should be participating.
I think
Go higher, go
so
higher, go lower. Go
Higher
lower.
means you're closer to equal, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll go for higher. I think there's got to be
You're
ways
gonna
to
go
equalize.
higher. I'm going to go for minus 0.2 for
That's probably quite a good call.
yeah,
that's a very good call.
minus 0.25.
Yeah.
The engine checker. That's what
Yeah.
I mean, my new nickname, right? Okay,
I felt like 0.2 was about right.
so I think Jude's going to have another comeback win. I think it's going to be tough to do, but let's see how he gets on. What about, let's go back to the ball one game. I think very important game, crucial game here, interesting develop. Wow, we've had queenside casting, very sharp positions. This is really
Yeah.
exciting stuff. So I think when we left it, we should just go through those moves quickly. White took.
I mean, maybe he just thinks Matthew's quite a solid player, and so that's why he wants to castle queenside and just mix things up a bit.
Yeah, he decided to avoid the queen exchange. Of course, he could have gone for the queen exchange, but quite a comfortable endgame for black, I would have said. So
I once saw an article, I think it was an analysis of a game
sure.
where black actually played. If you go back to the position after queen b3,
Yeah.
it was a similar position to this where black played at some point queen c7, waited for white to play rook c1, and after rook c1 he then played queen b6, and
All right.
they were actually suggesting that the advantage of this is that obviously now if you trade queens, either player trades queens, the rook would have been better on the a file than the c file.
And also, you've avoided white casting queenside.
Exactly. So it looks like quite a counterintuitive idea. It's a bit too subtle for me, but
Yeah,
I've seen someone comment that idea before.
completely. C5. The downside of that, Nick, is you're loosening up your structure a little bit. Obviously, whenever you play C5, I mean, you're a bit of an expert in Slav in general, but
But at this point, you've just got to get some attacking going, because I guess normally in Slav you're castled on the same side, aren't you? Whereas here,
But I like the approach by Matthew. He's saying that Shreyas, what you don't want is a position where you're just defending a slightly worse position with no chances to win when you're playing against good players, when you're playing against high-ranked players. What you want is to keep all results possible. So that kind of gets them out of their comfort zone. You've got them thinking, hang on, I could lose this game. But obviously, if you just play passively and you just defend, you're not going to have that scenario.
yeah, I mean, this is really quite an important match, isn't it? Because Matthew is a tough player to beat.
Tough play to beat, and it's not obvious what White's next move is. What do you think White should play here, Nick?
You want to just try and get on with the attack, don't you? I don't know if you need to do anything about this d pawn.
By the way, can I just leave you here? I'm just gonna, have a little break. Shall I
Yeah,
say?
yeah, if you want to.
I'll just let you
Yeah.
carry on. Yeah?
Okay,
I'll be back in about 5 minutes, hopefully.
is the camera in the right position?
Yeah, we'll discuss it.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So I'm joined here by Jonathan Blackburn, FIDE master. When he walked in the room, Danny did a runner, so I'm not sure if there's something going on there. But Jonathan, you've done a bit of commentary before on some of these events, haven't you?
Yeah.
So are there any players in particular that you follow closely, or just interested in the event in general?
To be honest, I'm just interested in the event in general. I think from what I've seen beforehand, we haven't always had the top players enter, and it was really interesting when we had, I think it was Matthew Wadsworth versus Harry Grieve, was it a couple of years ago?
2022.
Yeah, and they were fighting it out in the last round. I remember commentating on that, and what was a fantastic game. So I've seen Matthew actually come up and I played against him a couple of times. He beat me once and I managed to get a draw against him. So I'm interested to see how he goes on. Obviously interested to see how Nikita goes on as well. And he's tournament, because he's got to play this tournament, hasn't he? He's got to play it and try and win it.
Yeah, that was quite a painful game for me, actually, the one you're discussing
Oh, really?
between Matthew and Harry, because I actually won my game. So if it'd been either a draw or a win for Matthew, I would have had a playoff for the title. So the win for Harry denied me a chance to defend my British Championship title. Not that I'm bitter about it, but
Sorry, a bit of a frosty commentary team already here, to be honest. You know, best behave myself. I actually missed because I've only literally just come in. I was just wondering about this position on here because I think the only thing I heard there was who's playing for a win. Is Matthew actually trying to unsettle Nikita with a C5 move? And
because I think, well, my thinking is that Nikita's castle queen side, which is quite risky in these type of Slav positions because you can play safely in castle king side. So he's taking some risks, and maybe he's trying to do that because he considers Matthew to be quite a positional player, and he's maybe just trying to get a double-edged position. But it is slightly risky. I mean, okay, he's played knight a4, so the queen is going to have to move somewhere. Let's just say, for example, queen c6. Where's white going to play now? White probably.
I think the point is that the C file is coming open, right? That's basically it. The C file is coming open. There's a queen and king lined up for white on this C file, and it's going to be really problematic about just generally what to do.
Yeah, I mean, black might have ideas of playing c4 if you don't take the pawn. So I wonder if his idea is just actually, despite having castle queen side, to now try and simplify the position again and just get some kind of slight positional advantage with the bishop pair. He might be just going for this. I guess if black takes with the queen, it's quite solid. You could argue white's a tiny bit better there.
Yeah, because white, I'm pretty sure white wants to swap queens here, right? Because there's an attack coming on this white king.
Yeah, he's probably just starting to get a little bit worried about the attack.
So surely bishop takes would be the move to play, and if white doesn't have a good move here,
He might try and get his king out of the way.
I mean, how does white's attack on the king side actually happen? Because I don't think we're going h5.
Well, we might be going g4 and h5.
So g4, h5, but black's.
Yeah, I think Nikita's a bit more of a positional player. They would just play like bishop c3 or anything.
Okay.
Yeah, then he might take the knight later, or he might play h5 as a pawn sack. I'm not sure if it's actually going to get that far. I have a feeling they're going to end up swapping queens off and going for endings, which they both quite like.
Oh, really?
But we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
We don't want to see that though. We want to see aggression and attacking chess, don't we? And something a bit exciting going on. They could go for a technical endgame, yeah, I prefer this. I mean, how quick is black's attack if he doesn't go for bishop c3? Like here, for example, if he goes, maybe you can't go g4 now because maybe we can take that.
I just played king b1 for white just to get the king off the open c file.
Which makes perfect sense. Also on a light square because there's no light square bishop on.
He could play rook c8
Rook
maybe.
c8 or a5, I'm guessing.
You want to just go for it with a5?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if a5 is the best move, but I mean, it feels like that this is looking pretty scary. I mean, how quick is white's attack here?
But also, black's attack's not that fast. I mean, if you get a4, a3, it's a little bit annoying. White would have to play b3.
Would it make any sense then to maybe move the black queen from c6 and put the rook on c8 just to make that white queen on c2 a bit uncomfortable?
Yeah, certainly. That's definitely an option. Obviously, if you move the rook away, then...
So we take away a5 here. So take away a5. Can we go back from that and then go rook c8?
Play position. I've got a feeling they're going to end up swapping queens. Okay, rook c8. But white can obviously just try and play rook c1 and just try and keep it positional.
And then we can maybe move our queen away and then...
He might do something like that. They'll end up swapping queens. I've got a feeling, but...
I mean, this is the GM and you talking, isn't it?
Just from their style, the style they play. But let's just see. Okay, I'm going to refresh the board, just see if we get the latest position.
So
he has taken on... So in fact, they've played the moves that we thought they were going to play.
He had to take on c5 though because of what you said of c4 coming and that light square bishop's not got really any squares to go to.
Yeah.
So he had to do this move. It felt like it was almost forced, right?
I guess, I mean, I probably would just take with the knight here and keep the bishop.
It doesn't make any sense to take with the bishop, does it?
I expect white has to take then.
And you reckon queen takes here?
I don't know. He might play bishop takes and then exchange queens later.
Because I guess that if he does do queen takes, then we could argue that white will swap queens. And they've got a little mini target on d5 to aim for, right?
Yeah, it does feel slightly better for white. I mean, black might consider that move, just to try and keep things a bit annoying, but maybe knight e4. Yeah, it feels very slightly better for white. Black probably doesn't want to give white a sort of risk-free advantage. So
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes probably the most likely. Then I expect white will play king b1 just to get off that open c file. There's quite a good chance we reach this position. And then, yeah, so black could play rook c8. So we play rook c1. The thing is, if you move the queen away, you actually could put yourself in a pin as well. So
Maybe queen d7?
Could play queen d7. Yeah, white can always move the queen anyway.
Yes, so that's the problem, isn't it, really, that he's going to face here? Because what I wanted to do is I wanted to maybe, instead of queen d7, I wanted to play something like queen b6. So just to move to the side so that when we move that dark square bishop, the rook would be attacking the queen, and the queen's not got many good squares to go to, but the problem is, with the double up on the c file, you just take the rook on c8 and give the queen for 2 rooks. And the 2 rooks would be
Got this square if you need
yeah, it's just that. So it's just escaping. If it was the way that we could do, maybe next we could play rook c6. I'm trying to make my idea work. I'm fighting for it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, black can try and do something on the queen side. It doesn't look too dangerous for white here. I mean, white could even play queen b3 if he's desperate. But yeah, it's true from white's point of view. How does white get the attack going? h5 isn't really quite working at the moment. If you don't want to play bishop c3, then yeah, g4 is just a whole pawn sacrifice, and it could be a bit risky to just give that pawn up. Imagine black would just take the pawn if you played g4.
Yeah.
I actually would be a bit uncomfortable leaving my queen in line with the rook. I feel like some tactic might always be on the cards. I'd probably try and move the queen. Maybe let's just try queen a4. And that might also give the option of playing g4 as well.
Yeah, I really like that. These are the type of moves in the games that many people miss because queen a4 gets out of a tactic, but also has an aggressive intention of playing g4 as well. That's the kind of good chess that I like to see. Because sometimes people just get the queen out of a tactic and it doesn't do anything else. That a4 square is really good. I'm just wondering, like, how can black even try and put some pressure on here? Because is knight e4? Now if bishop takes knight, rook takes, we come in with tempo.
Yeah, I don't think white can really take that knight. Probably doesn't want to give away the bishop pair. But yeah, this knight is actually quite annoying for white here.
I mean, I want to suggest a move here, but you're probably going to laugh at me, and it can't be nice. But who here wants to play bishop e1 in this position? It's oh dear.
It's a solid way. Or you could play bishop a5 and then maybe rook c2.
Yeah, that's probably more nice.
That way.
I mean, these moves like bishop e1, sometimes just to keep that bishop pair. Sometimes that we go to those lengths just to keep that advantage, and eventually kick away the knight, and then eventually you'll see the advantage of the bishop pair. But it feels like white's overstretching here far too much by doing such things, and you have to use it tactically with bishop a5 first inserted. So.
Yeah, it actually feels okay for black, this position. I'm not sure. Matthew's having a bit of a thinking after d takes c5.
So he must be considering bishop takes.
Yeah, maybe
he must be.
Bishop takes.
So does he prefer the knight on c5? Or?
Also, white doesn't... If you take with the bishop, white doesn't even have to take that bishop straight away.
It's true.
Could just play a king b1. Yeah, because I guess the idea is after knight takes, he wants to take with the knight, which actually threatens to win the bishop.
Again, that knight e4 square as well is also in.
Yeah.
That's technically a free bishop as well if you don't do something about it. So
king b1 or bishop c3, something like this. Yeah, it's a pretty solid position, to be honest.
Has he just played a move? I think it's Nikita's move.
I think he just played the move.
What's he played?
I think he played knight takes c5.
Okay.
So
I'm surprised he had so much of a think there. Actually, Matthew's usually quite a quick player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's quite practical, but he doesn't tend to get in huge time trouble. We saw him in one game against Harriet Hunt where he had a huge lead on time. Yeah, so knight takes c5 as expected.
And this is the decision now, isn't it? We're going to put some money on it. What do people think in the chat? Is it going to be queen takes, swap queens, or bishop takes?
The thing is that, Matthew's a very good endgame player, so I think objectively he knows bishop takes is the better move, but, he might just want to...
So do you think that he's going to play a worse move in swapping queens because he backs himself in the endgame against a 26-76 top seed? Is he top seed or second seed?
Top seed.
Top seed in the tournament.
I think he's going to play bishop takes. It looks like he's lining up. Yeah, bishop takes. But those queens will be off within 5 moves, don't worry. And then they can play their endgame.
Don't worry. Right. Are there any other games that caught your eye so far?
Let's have a look down. So,
any other players caught your eye, by the way? Shreyas, I say.
Yeah, Shreyas has been playing well. He's getting a little bit low on time. Well, probably the best players so far have been Nikita and Mickey. Shreyas has been playing quite well. And
Of course, Mickey coming from that English Championships win as well, wasn't he?
yeah, and he actually beat Shreyas in that event. We've actually ended up with typical isolated queen's pawn position here from a very unusual opening. So just to quickly recap, on move 3, Mickey played the move bishop e2. So I think both of them are just dodging each other's preparation here. And yeah, it just develops d5. We suggest this idea of after d5 taking and playing d4 if black ever played d5. So
It feels like a French almost, but it's
yeah, maybe a
Sicilian.
little bit of sort of exchange French, or like a yeah.
It's like a Tarash, but you
Yeah,
take on
like a Tarash
d5 with
type
the
of
pawn,
position.
maybe.
I feel like White's got a slight edge here. Yeah, you've got the choice what to do with your knight. I mean, the most obvious is to capture the bishop at some point, but he probably feels like he doesn't have to do it straight away. He could just build up pressure. Rook e1, bishop f3, those kind of moves. Just whether he needs to worry about bishop b4 or not. And bishop b4 is double-edged because obviously it pins the knight, but you put your own knight in a pin, so...
I'm a bit surprised here. Why is Shreyas down to 37 minutes in this position, though?
Yeah, I actually slightly prefer White's position here. I think you just have to be a bit careful. Sometimes when you play against strong players, you can end up taking too long because you just get a bit paranoid that any time you play a move, it could be a mistake.
I must
and
admit,
just punish you.
I've done that myself. So I mean, I'm not really, I find myself in time trouble after just 15 moves sometimes. And here, this Shreyas is going really low. But this feels like it's the type of position that Mickey would really quite enjoy. Like he can play around here and not actually do too much. You obviously move his queen forward, get his rooks involved, not actually have to do much. And he's got this long-term advantage that even he can
This
take the
idea
bishop
as
pair.
well, yeah. That's another idea he could play.
Oh, hang on a minute, isn't that just huge?
Try and keep Black's king in the middle. Maybe Shreyas was a bit nervous about this.
Well, he should be. He should be nervous about this.
Bishop,
Oh, here, after knight
look,
takes.
is it the Gorm computer? You want to take on f6?
Yeah, and then bishop h5. And it's just giving a huge head right.
Yeah.
It's easy when you've got anything on.
But actually, it's annoying. I mean, yeah, Shreyas has played quite badly in this game. Then if he's not managed to get his king castled, I think d5 was maybe slightly premature in the opening. He doesn't have to play d5 just yet. Because Mickey's like really well set up to meet that move with takes and d4, and then you've got a slight problem. That's the problem when you play these top players. You make one slightly slack move, and your position's already
Yeah,
quite
because
precarious.
the problem is that like Shreyas has spent all this time thinking about how to avoid getting into trouble, and yet he's still in trouble.
Yeah,
Which is really annoying.
yeah. So this knight takes to e6 idea looks quite dangerous.
Because it's surely a main move for Mickey to think about, because he's okay, you lose the advantage of having that isolated queen's pawn in the centre because the pawn on e6 defends it, but you win the bishop pair in exchange. And simply that you can just check the king on h5,
Yeah.
taking the knight or not is just going to be, surely this is something that Mickey's thinking about right now.
Yeah, it's just a risk-free advantage for White, isn't it? Black's going to have long-term problems with the king stuck in the middle.
I just find it fascinating how I was doing junior coaching earlier this morning, and we were talking to like under 8s and under 10s, and the things that we talked to them about: get your pieces out, control the centre, get your king castles, and yet here we are with two of the top grandmasters in technically the world, right? Playing against each other, and we got one of them potentially with their king captured in the centre. It happens all up and down every single rating range, and I fell for it in the last game of the Olympiads as well. So I use that as an example of where I've done wrong, leaving my king in the centre. Have you left your king in the centre?
I'm sure that's happened
I'm sure that's
a few times.
We try to forget those ones, though, don't we?
Yeah, I just pretend it was intentional.
Right.
Yeah, so that could be a quick win for White. And this was an unusual position because Black played this early g5 move, and
nice.
we weren't 100% sure about whether it was a good idea or not. It's quite a committal move. Obviously, you now can't put a knight on f6. This is Amit Ghazi playing as White. So it's a kind of a Stonewall Dutch type structure now that's come from a Catalan. Okay.
I like this g5 idea. This is the kind of thing that's kind of saying, I want to win this game. I want to win. I'm going to maybe push g4 or maybe push f4 at some point, and I'm going to try and checkmate you down the king side. I'm not too sure.
So this was quite important. That's why I took the knight on g7 to avoid these kind of tricks. So knight d3, b6, and then White decided to play a4 instead. And one idea of a4 is to continue with bishop a3 and try and trade off this bishop, which is a typical idea in Stonewall Dutch.
And that's because obviously all the pawns there are all on light squares, so the dark square bishop for black is really, really good.
You can sometimes play bishop b2 as well. Maybe just keeping his options open. He might be waiting for that bishop to move, and then he'll play it if the bishop moves. Obviously, this knight could potentially come into e5. It's quite a strong move. The knight on g7 actually just looks a little bit misplaced. I don't know if black can play g4 to stop knight f3. He's definitely at risk of being overextended here. I mean, I think white's doing quite well here.
Yeah, I think the g5 idea is nice for an attack, but you've got to follow it up with the attacking moves. So I'll be expecting things like trying to get the rook out, rook f6, rook h6 kind of ideas. But he clearly hasn't got time for that, which is why the knight's back on g7, basically doing a defensive job, right? Defending that e6 pawn, like you said.
Maybe he's just going to go
queen e8, yeah. I think kitchen sink is kind of how he's thinking, right? Throw the kitchen sink at white because it's really difficult to defend if you don't know what to do against this. You know, the attack works because you can't put the knight on f3 to defend the h2 pawn because g4. You know, why not throw the kitchen sink here? Because imagine, for example, playing black here with Simon Williams. That's what he'd be doing, right?
Yeah, I think he did that to me once before. Actually. Rook lift, and I got in trouble. But yeah, so certainly black could consider that. But I do think that the way he's played it doesn't quite seem right, and I think white's got quite a nice advantage here.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll check what the computer thinks. Yeah, 0.7 for white. So yeah, nice advantage to white.
Who else have we got?
We've got Gawain Jones.
Okay.
This was quite a solid opening from Han Yushen. He was just developing his pieces, typical e4, e5.
Is it Han Yushen or Yushen Han?
Oh, I don't know actually. Maybe it's Yushen.
I've always said it was Yushen Han. So
yeah, it's probably Yushen Han. But yeah, he's got quite a solid position, so it's going to be a bit of a grind for Gawain.
he should be quite. Didn't he have a quick draw yesterday? So he was quite well rested today.
Yeah.
Not that they should be tired for one game a day, of course, but.
But the thing is that you say it's one game a day, but you know, often find that people spend quite a long time preparing. So you might be spending 3 or 4 hours preparing in the morning. So even when they have a quick draw, you say they've had a day off, but they haven't necessarily actually had the day off because they've still spent time preparing before the game.
Yeah.
So it's never like a complete day off.
And then you analyze it afterwards as well, which maybe takes another hour or so. You regret about what moves you missed, and then it's preparation for the next game the next day, isn't it?
Exactly.
So we've got to be really kind to these players, of course, that are playing one game a day. Does that sound right? There's some people here playing 2 games a day, though, isn't there?
Well, there are. I was just saying how Max, my nephew, actually played in the Blitz last night.
Yep.
Under 16 this morning, and then the championship today. So yeah, some people are just
machines,
yeah, just machines.
aren't they?
Keep playing all the time. Yeah, Daniel Fernandez seems to have solved all his opening problems and probably quite happy with the position, quite a solid position, and still slightly double-edged. Obviously, the white rooks are in the middle of the board, so black's threatening to catch up with development. Depends if white can do anything for the next move or two to pressure this bishop. But if he can't, and I don't think he can, then it feels as though black should be completely okay here.
Yeah, because the bishop and knight at the moment look like they're in awkward positions. Obviously, the bishop's unguarded, the knight on a6. But it's very quick for those pieces to start to come. The best square for that bishop is probably back to c8 once the a8 rook gets developed, right? Is that?
Yeah.
So rook a d8 and then bishop c8. The knight's coming into c5, obviously attacking the bishop on e4. Because that bishop on e4 would probably stay on that diagonal towards the h7 pawn, I should imagine.
So look at knight b5, just to
B5.
try and mix things up a bit. Not sure I completely believe this move. Could take the queen. I mean, Daniel will just take the queen, won't he?
Queen takes and then.
I mean,
are you trying to do pawn takes here and be a little, really spice it up a little
yeah,
bit?
pawn takes looks a little bit risky.
This is the kind of like stuff that I try and do, and it's oh, hang on, he's gone knight b5. Oh wow, go on, Freddie Gordon.
He's listening. But
He's listening to us. He must have.
I think that is if pawn takes, then you'll probably take the queen off yourself, and then rook takes bishop. Okay, black can play knight c5, but white, I don't know. White might claim to be a little bit better here.
Yeah,
So
it's weird.
I don't think black will be.
What do you think about those double pawns on the f file for the black's king side? Because sometimes in rook end games, that pawn structure is not actually that bad, is it?
Yeah, here the white's rooks are just much more active, so this is quite bad for black.
So it's the activity that's really bad for black.
Yeah, so I just can't imagine Daniel going for that. I think he's going to take the queen And then, yeah, the question is, what does white play? I mean, obviously, if you take back with the knights, safe move. Black can now put the bishop on e6, and that's just completely equal. White can play b3. There's nothing happening here at all.
So we've got to do pawn takes, surely. I think the crowd want pawn takes as well.
It looks a bit risky, though, because you've now given yourself those weak pawns. And black could even consider knight c5 now. And yeah, I think this is it's taking quite a big risk here for white. Probably just long term, just worse.
So it's,
Next move, bishop e6.
do you think he could be in danger of trying too hard to win? By going this way?
He might have played. I think he's played knight takes c3.
Okay. Oh.
I didn't anticipate that he was.
So we don't get the too much excitement, but
yeah, he's played it solid, and yeah, black will expect to play bishop e6. He could play rook d8 as well, and yeah, bishop e6 played. He'll be quite comfortable.
yeah, he's very comfortable here.
Danny, did you want to come back in, or you take it on?
Right.
We got Danny Gormally. You can come back in for me. You can have a chat with Jonathan for a few minutes.
Oh, right.
All right. That's a great start.
Yeah, sorry. This is the standard of commentary. Okay, so it's nice to have you here, Jonathan. By the way, we did a podcast recently, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
Welsh chess. That was nice. What is your capacity here during the British Championships?
So yeah, I'm here for a few days. I'm doing some junior coaching in the morning, and then I'm working at festival events. And here I'm general dogs buddy, basically coming in to give these two guys a bit of a break at commentary as well. So I happily just dive in and talk chess just constantly, and meet up with quite a lot of friends actually as well. So I used to come to Liverpool University 20 years ago, so I've got a few friends that I'm meeting tonight, meet other friends in the chess world as well. So I went to the Talia versus Richie rematch last night. That was a lot of fun. So really nice to revisit Liverpool again. As well, and
Absolutely,
watching a lot of good chess, to be honest. And the problem is when you're training these juniors, in a few years' time, they're probably like playing against me. That's how quick they actually.
That's the downside.
The elite of British.
That's the downside of coaching.
Yeah, why help them? Just to beat me. It's quite funny. But we had a great event actually. We're just in the Central Library, just as kind of like a drop-in session for coaching and some lectures as well. So that was a good fun. As well. But here we've got Rishi Vijay-Kumar from Scotland, another young junior, against my teammate Stephen Jones.
Is there such a thing as a non-young junior?
A non-young junior, yes. I guess if they're like 17, 18 maybe. But yes, good point. Good
Young
point.
compared to me anyway.
Okay, what happened in this game at the start? Because you probably haven't...
Yeah. Let's go back to the start, mate. Oh, wow.
It's Stevens Grunfeld.
Yeah, Grunfeld, right.
We talk about Stevens Grunfeld being a little suspect, so we'll see how it.
G7's an interesting move, but he went for the main line, which is knight e4, and so that's the clever tactical point. Is the knight is trapped, you regain the knight. So that's actually what he played when knight e4. That's interesting, but not the only move, but definitely reasonable. So c5, the typical counter-attacking move in the Grunfeld, right?
But then we've got to talk about this H pawn though, right? This H pawn reached H6. This is kind of like, do you reckon this has been influenced by like AlphaZero and all that, or is it Simon's influence, or just the general influence of how to play the positions? I mean, he's played H5 here and he's gone on to H6. There's two pieces there to be developed. Knight on G1, the bishop on F1. He's not castled, and let's charge with the H pawn. Let's cause our opponent as much problems as we can do immediately.
Well, Well, there's a very clear threat of just taking here,
Yeah.
causing all sorts of problems. So you have to, but yeah, it's very typical in chess these days, Jonathan, is to play with this H ball. You know, as you say, like Alpha Zero has really changed the landscape of chess.
Because it's interesting there, though, that he had to defend the rook because we didn't want to take back with the f pawn because that would bring it away from the centre.
Sure.
And obviously the white rook's then got a free open file to attack that black pawn. So it's really, that h6 pawn could cause some checkmating possibilities towards the end. The back rank, you know, normally when you're Fianchetto, you've got no back rank issues, but here you do because there's a pawn on h6.
By the way, we've got some comments on YouTube. Nice bouncy commentary from Jonathan. Danny better claim his seat back. So
Oh,
yeah,
well, you have done,
Maybe
right?
you're looking for our job. You know?
Your job.
we haven't been paid yet. Maybe that's the whole
Ah,
plan.
right,
Yeah.
okay, right. I'm going to take a sniff of that,
Yeah. You're underbidding us.
It's because I'm not as good at chess as you, Danny, so I have to be more active and engaging. Otherwise,
think so, Dan.
they don't have
You're
me.
a very strong
They
player.
don't have me come around. So.
I remember when we did that book. Do you remember?
Oh yeah.
I did the Impossible quiz, which is basically a series of very difficult quiz questions. I remember being quite impressed by your analysis and your ability to really try to calculate the position rather than just settle for any old move.
He's so nice, and then printed in his book how I scored the lowest score out of everybody that took it.
Well, to be fair, I think
Which is fine. I was
think
fine with
pretty
it.
much most of the players got 0 out of 6 because the puzzle was so tough.
It was hard.
I just enjoy torturing people with impossible. I've been doing that with Nick all week with impossible general knowledge questions and getting more and more fed up with.
I'm not
As long as I
surprised.
stick to the chess.
How many days have you got to spend with him now? Okay.
Don't worry.
It's only round 5, isn't it?
Pretty much at the halfway point now, so it's looking good. You know, you can possibly. Okay, so anyway, let's Queen B6 by. Yeah, I would say this is relatively equal. What do you think, Jonathan?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Stephen wants to swap queens here because it feels like there could be some long-term attack. You know, that pawn on h6 could play a pivotal role in the fact that actually it's really far advanced. It's giving white a lot of attacking checkmating possibilities. But if the game goes on and on and on, and suppose black's king becomes a bit active, that pawn could be the first one to go. So white's got to be careful not to just swap off all the pieces here, and then that pawn on h6 would be a target long term. So I think that's why Stephen's happy here to have his pawns on the b file doubled. That be, although I'm not liking the queen on b6 and the bishop on f6 being able to be forked by that knight on d5. That doesn't feel right to me.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm not a massive fan of white's position. I feel like, you know, you waste all this time going h4. You don't have an attack. I don't know whether that was theory, but you don't really have an attack now, and there's concrete problems. The problem is, well, one problem is that white's threatening this. If you would, maybe knight d5 actually, because there is maybe this idea, but I don't really think that just looks super ugly. You know, because of the weakness of the pawns. No, I don't like that. Okay. And the problem is, if you go for this trade, Jonathan, and go here, then bishop takes b2 is causing an issue. Another issue is if I trade and say, look, I want to defend that with a king, then... So I feel like this is really a very nice greenfield for Stephen. Don't like the way Richie's played this much, I'll be honest. I think we do the evaluation game here. What's your... Now I've said all that. I've bigged up black. Should we do the evaluation game?
Yeah.
Maybe people in the audience can join in as well. What's your feeling for the evaluation? What would you say? Black better, white better?
Do you know what? I think I agree with you. I think black's doing okay here, and I'd probably say minus 0.7 actually. I'm going to go that high.
Yeah.
I don't think it's winning, but I think it's definitely an advantage to black.
I would have said that. I was going to go for that. You've started on my thunder, but I'll go with that as well. So let's have a little look. No, not quite that high, but 0.51. Yeah, this is better for black.
Yeah.
Better for black. So basically, this whole plan with h5 was not that great.
I mean, obviously, h4 here is the line, right? So, you know, it is the variation. So he's not gone wrong at that point.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
94 is actually, the main line.
The black scores really heavily here, though, don't they?
Yeah.
So maybe it's just this variation. It's just if black knows what they're doing. Because here h5 just feels natural.
At this point, it says this is more or less equal. But yeah, no, I think you're right. It helps. Stephen knows his stuff. He's very good.
I mean,
theory,
d5 here is the move. With even
Yeah,
I mean, it's difficult to find, right? And what to allow this to happen and then go what 92?
Yeah.
Who's playing this? Who's actually giving away a pawn? And unless you don't know it's the line, I don't think many people would want to play this.
but it has some sense because
yeah.
you get a big centre, and you've always got attacking conversation with the pawn there.
It's just difficult to, unless you know that's the variation, it's difficult to give away a pawn like that in an over the board game. You have to be like sure, because otherwise you're just a pawn down, and it's like, where do I come back?
I think I'll tell you what. Let's look at one more game. And
Yep.
I'll let you go, mate, because I know you're a busy guy, and I just want you away because
Yeah.
I'm afraid you're going to steal my job.
No, I don't think so.
I'm only kidding.
No,
Right,
God,
okay,
anybody
I
else?
think we should look at Bodhana because that's an interesting all-female clash. Two of England's top women players,
wow.
in Bodhana versus Camilla. So currently a position around about equal.
Oh, interesting opening then.
Wow. she's got
Interesting opening.
B6.
D6 and Camilla. Don't know if she follows your friends at Chess Publishing. I'm pretty sure I saw a variation similar to that before.
There was that famous game, of course. I test your chess knowledge now.
Tony
Jonathan.
Miles against Karpov.
What year was that played?
Oh, I don't know the year. Who knows the year?
I know it.
Of course you do know it.
It was 1983, I think.
Well, I wasn't even born then, so
It was in the European Team Championships in Bath. And Tony Miles got a rare win. He normally would lose to Karpov. I think it was something like 83, 82. But he went A6 and B5, the St. George opening, which Mike Basman is also a fan of.
it's a good thing you're not doing the junior coaching.
What is that?
Because if you do recommend A6 and B5, then we can't be telling them that.
Well, it's a good way to just basically avoid preparation, but Bodhana seems... I quite like E5 here, actually.
Yeah, I think if you transpose here to an advanced French, then the B6 bishop B7 doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I'm surprised
bishop
that
A6 is a
I'm
waste.
surprised she's jumped in with D5 too soon. Why not Knight F6 there instead? Because there's actually a funny line here, isn't it? Knight F6 here, and then okay, if Knight C3, you've got Bishop B4,
Sure.
and then Queen E2, D5 then, and then you can jump into E4. But here, this way around, that E5 would make so much sense, right? To transpose to an advanced French.
Also, I'm also tempted to take. I
Yep.
think Queen E2 is... it's not terrible by Bodhana, not terrible, because the problem is if you trade everything off, then you have a problem with that rook.
Yep.
So that's also not ideal.
But maybe missed an opportunity there, perhaps.
Yeah, because if you're going to get an advantage against this, you still have to play quite accurately. That move looks
Yeah.
a bit wet to me. I'm not really convinced about
It's the right description.
Insipid.
Yeah,
I
it's
would
like
say,
we want to take
yeah.
advantage of black structure here because white's got a pawn on d4, which is in the center of the board, and we want to support it by playing c4. Black hasn't got a pawn in the center.
Play aggressively.
And we also see that bishop on b7 as being a really good, it's probably black's best piece. The knight on d5 can get kicked away. So actually, we want to play like c4 with the idea of potentially playing d5 to block it out in maybe some sort of sacrifice later on.
What I would say, Jonathan,
Hmm?
is that black's position long term is quite good. Like
Yeah.
if you get knight d7 in and you start getting c5,
Yeah.
it's like a c3 Sicilian almost, this position, right?
I see it as almost like a Rubinstein French.
Yeah, or,
Yeah.
there's very similarities to a lot of openings, but I think a6 is not really necessary. I would have gone knight d7, but okay, a6 I don't quite
So
understand.
what's she worried about there? Castle's queen e4?
I don't understand a6 at all.
Yeah, because she doesn't want a castle because of queen e4, that's why.
Right,
Because you can't go knight f6 because the bishop on b7 hangs.
right.
So that's
So
just,
why does that help? Why does a6 help?
I can't justify a6 anymore, I'm afraid. I mean, maybe
because you just don't. But surely, if you don't want a castle, knight d7 is a more natural way to go about it, right?
yeah, knight d7 seems...
Okay, so he's
much
gone
more obvious.
a6, and again, bishop e3 I don't like either because you're giving black the opportunity to trade.
She'd probably lead with the knight there, shouldn't she, instead? Is that the right? Wait, it's like knight d2 instead, and then put the knight
But
on.
knight e2, knight f4
Oh, of course.
is a big problem.
So-
You're already worse.
Yeah, we can't allow this.
You lost the bishop pair. Well, I think you are actually worse here.
Yeah, well, the light square bishop is even more
really
important,
nice.
right?
This is beautiful for black.
So hang on, so what instead then? We've got bishop somewhere
Yeah,
else.
not so easy. I don't understand what she wants to develop knight, but I think maybe that's somewhat not the best move. I don't know, maybe g3, but of course g3.
We don't want to do g3, do we?
So maybe bishop e3 actually is. Sorry, I'm being a bit hard. Knight
Knight
e5,
E5,
I
there we
might
go.
consider, but
And would the idea after that be
Maybe
b4,
F4,
and then
yeah.
Okay, potentially f5 attacking, or
Also, rookie one knight f7
Yeah.
ideas.
very nice.
Yeah, more aggressive. I feel bishop e3 is a bit, again, insipid. You
Yeah,
know,
it's
a lot of people don't know what insipid means, by the way. I think it means, sorry, timid, yeah, and not very aggressive. And but we know with Bodhanas, he loves an endgame. But
everybody loves endgames nowadays.
yeah, but that's her style. Her
Yeah.
style is, she's kind of like Capablanca reborn, right? You know,
I think we can quote that, right? We can
yeah,
quote that later
Capablanca
on. You know,
reborn.
in 10 years, 20 years time, when she maybe becomes, you know, that fulfills some potential, we could go. Danny Gormally said, Capablanca reborn.
Can I go there, or is that ridiculous? Oh no, it's black, it's white to move. So
Yeah.
so maybe this is some threat of. So one idea is c4, but then you can play this,
I don't like this.
and but then the queen is sitting the knight. But I think we'll let you go, Jonathan. I think
Yeah.
we'll get you Nick back on, and
Get some
probably. Wow, I'm just worried it'll get frozen out forever.
No, not at all.
You know, but
No.
but you've been really good, Jonathan. It's been brilliant. Hopefully we can have you back on later in the week.
Well, if there's time, then yeah, maybe on
there's
Friday
time,
perhaps,
if
because
there's time,
tomorrow
yeah.
I've got 2 festival events back to back.
You've got two what?
Festival events back to back.
Oh,
for,
right.
Like
Okay.
drop-in sessions for
Yeah,
coaching
yeah,
and things. But
definitely,
thanks very much for having me
Yeah,
on.
thank you,
Nick
Jonathan.
and Danny as well. Thanks very much.
Yeah, but that was great having Jonathan Blackburn on. You know, really nice guy, and you know, pretty good player as well. To be fair, he's a pretty good player, Nick. Right? He's got good understanding.
Yeah, definitely. He's a FIDE master, isn't he? So obviously a strong player. I think he does quite a lot of junior teaching as well, does he?
Well, you do. I think we all do it. Everybody does now. Yeah. we're
Just-
all like-
As I say, if you can do and if you can't teach,
yeah. Yeah. Very good to
yeah,
say.
we teach.
So, like here in this position.
Yeah. Because I had said a few moves ago, I thought they would have the queens off before you know it, and I think within 5 moves, and actually my prediction was correct. So I think we left it after move 17, knight takes c5, bishop takes c5. Do you want if I just?
Yeah. Yeah.
This was the position where we last saw.
No, take the mouse.
And after bishop takes c5, king b1 as expected, and then Matthew played d4, leading to possible queen trade. Now, I was a little bit surprised that Nikita didn't just take the queen straight away. Would you have taken the queen here? I mean,
But he's worried about some counterplay on the queen side, I guess. But maybe you think there isn't enough on the queen side?
I don't think that, because if black plays rook b8 at some point, you can always play b3. So
Let's just look at that line.
it takes, and let's suppose he plays
this is-
f3 like he did in the game.
Okay, let's say go. Oh, but knight d5, Nick. What do you do?
You trying to play rook b8? I mean,
I want to go rook b8.
we could play rook c1. I'm almost tempted to play rook e1 as well.
But
Just
the
try.
problem with rook c1 is bishop e3, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what he's concerned about.
I might play rook he1 just to try and get that rook
If
into
I
the
go
game.
here.
You're gonna try and
Oh,
So
hang
we
on.
got-
Oh, hang on. Even rook b8, right?
yeah, rook b8 we can trade the rooks. We're just trying to like eliminate all your pressure just to get the slight advantage of the 2 bishops.
Yeah.
Bishop e4 maybe,
Yeah. So maybe this is another way.
or allowed. Possibly now you've got rook b8. Have to be a bit careful of rook b8 here. Is rook b8 a threat?
It is an idea, positional threat. So really, what?
You have to play b3.
Yeah,
No,
maybe this is okay.
Yeah,
It's
this
actually very similar to the ending they had yesterday, right?
this is better for white though.
This is better for white.
Yeah, so I think just in terms of pawn structure, because if we see what happened in the game, you could have had the 2 isolated pawns on c6 and a6, but instead in the game he moved the queen
Yeah.
to b3. So he played f3 first. After queen b6, he then played queen b3. And so instead of giving Black a slightly weakened pawn structure, he's actually taken double pawns himself. It's not a huge difference, but
Okay, well, this is a position we got on the board, which I guess is roughly equal.
yeah, it looks pretty close to equal, doesn't it?
Could well end in a draw. Like you were predicting that Matthew is a very solid player, and you said actually at the start of the broadcast. I'm starting to listen to what you're saying now occasionally.
Yeah.
Normally I ignore you, but no, I'm kidding. But you were saying that he's a very good defender in the endgame.
Yeah, I think he would be comfortable in this position. This is right up his street, playing an ending where he's more or less equal. Even if he ends up being slightly worse, he's a very tough player to beat. So I think there's a high chance. Yeah, that's what Nikita's banking on, the fact that he's got the bishop pair. He also could consider bishop c3 at some point, trying to undouble his pawn.
So what would you say? Do you think it's more likely to be a draw than Bitty Ugov winning? Or do you think there's any chance of Matthew Wadsworth? Because he did win last year against Luke Chamber Black, which was a big upset. So it's not inconceivable he could win.
I mean, there's a chance. I would say, if I was putting a percentage on it, I'd say probably about 75% draw.
I wouldn't go that high.
Did you not?
I would say.
Maybe 70%. You think Nikita?
No, I think less than 50.
Really? I think Nikita would have, let's say, 20%, 25%. Matthew winning
I
is.
think he's much higher than 20%.
Matthew winning is much lower, I think.
I think he's much higher to win 20%.
Okay.
I think he's a massive class difference, and he's got white, he's got the bishop there. Oh, he's huge favourite to win this. Huge favourite.
okay.
But then again,
Well,
I said
that's
that yesterday. I'm like in love with the ratings, aren't I?
Yeah.
Let's go board two. He has found the best moves because I think the mistake was, according to what the engine was saying, was to trade and go bishop. I think trading was okay, but then you needed to come up with something else. And this often happens in the semi-Tarash, that you get this structure. However, the difference is that, say for example, the bishop will be on g2, and you don't have this option to go bishop h5 check. So Mickey Adams' predator instincts have kicked in. He's a real killer over the chessboard, even though he's a very nice guy, a very sort of modest individual, but he's a real killer over the chessboard. And he's found, but hang on a minute, why didn't he? I suppose it's more or less the same, right?
Yeah, I think it would just sort of transpose.
Transposing. Okay, so we got this position.
I mean, this just looks really uncomfortable for Black. I think Black's almost lost already.
I agree with you. Rookie one looks like a
Yeah,
potential
simple move.
Simple move. No need to over elaborate here.
They say Mickey is the master of playing simple moves that look very strong. And then when you play back over them, they seem straightforward, but we can't find them. But he's just very good at playing these simple moves.
Yeah. I think, do you think there's maybe some scar tissue for Shreyas from that English Championship defeat, given it only happened very recently, and you think maybe it's like a little bit of intimidation factor kicking in, playing Adams?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's had a total disaster of an opening. And, Mickey is starting to really use up his time advantage. I think I would have preferred it if Mickey had actually just played a little bit faster now, because he found these moves. If he could have kept, 20-minute time advantage on the clock as well, it'd be really hard for Shreyas. The biggest risk for Mickey is if he starts getting a bit low on
Getting
time.
ready to make a move, judging by his body language.
Yeah.
Getting ready, he's just about to play this rookie one. Oh, no, it's hesitating. Maybe he's...
Is he looking at Bishop G4?
He doesn't. The thing
don't
is,
know.
he doesn't seem to be looking at the board when he's playing. When he just by accident played, King H1, and so he looked down and say, "Hang on, I meant to play Rook E1. What have I done? Have you ever done that? Have you ever sort of mouse slipped over the board? I think I mouse slipped over the board last year.
How do you say he's not looking at the board? He just constantly stares at the board. His eyes
But
don't
he's
leave the
sort of
board.
looking. It feels like he's looking away almost, but not. He's actually looking at the rook. He's looking kind of at a different part of the board. That's what I'm trying to say.
He scans the board, but his eyes just don't really leave the board for the whole chess game.
It's quite scary when you play him, right? And then he doesn't really, as you say, doesn't leave the board that much.
He stays completely laser focused on the board until you resign.
Yeah, he has got rookie one, yeah. And also the way he plays the move and he bashes the clock very quickly. It's very professional. It's almost like you're not losing any time because you play the move so quickly and then you press the clock so quickly, you don't lose any time at all. That's quite interesting as well. Because when I watched the candidates, was it last year? The one the Gukesh won? was it a couple of years ago? Anyway, Caruana, I noticed he had very similar kind of habits to Adams. So maybe Caruana is a fan of Michael Adams. Or maybe the other way around, I don't know, maybe. Or maybe
Yeah,
just
possibly.
a coincidence that they...
It's just that's how good players are.
Yeah.
Actually, talking of mouse slips, I did actually once mouse slip in an over the board game against Stephen Gordon, actually, and it was the British Championships.
Right.
I had been analysing this line quite deeply, and then I just played a different move at the start of the line, the wrong move order, not the line which I'd analysed. And luckily for me, it wasn't too disastrous, and I still managed to draw the game. But it was I had a bit of a heart attack when I played it.
What, say that again. So I was.
So basically, I analysed a long variation against Stephen, and I've been spending ages analysing it, and then I just played the move. It wasn't like the move which I'd actually been analysing. I played it over the board. It was just the next move, and it was. I just couldn't believe I played it because I hadn't even been analysing it at all.
It's probably your first senior moment.
It was.
You know, you'll get plenty of them in the future. Don't worry. Okay, so 95 maybe for black after rookie. It's obviously rookie was played. Let's refresh the board. Rookie one great move. I wonder if 95 was an option. It doesn't look like a great option, but maybe then 92 would be played or some possible idea of bringing a knight around. It's not the only. Maybe King H1 is also an option. The idea of F4 or maybe even F4 directly.
Yeah, I mean F4 you have to look at. See, black's got some options on the dark squares there. Whether he plays Queen B6 check, for
So
example.
we could get this variation. Now you'd love to bring the knight into G4, but that's covered twice. But knight C4.
But the queen at least protects E6 for now, which is quite good.
But maybe is knight D5 a move, or is that just garbage? Certainly a variation I think you'd look at.
Yeah, it's quite a
Calculate it,
dangerous line.
You know, because let's say, for example, here, just show after knight D6, rook E6. This is now
Quite scary, very scary.
In fact, what do you do about it, I think? It's rook D8, rook D6.
You just play it anyway.
Checkmate on F7. I mean, ideally, like you say, before playing F4, you'd like to have King H1, but if the line wins, it wins, right? I'm not sure if, of course, black could also play other options like knight D7.
Maybe you just sacrifice the knight anyway. You just go knight D5 anyway against knight D7.
It's anything. Maybe you can go here immediately, but then rook E6 is a big problem. I would imagine there is knight takes B2.
Yeah, but the only thing I said about Mickey, he probably likes to keep it safe, doesn't he? So he might just consider this to be like an unnecessary risk.
What is so obviously that's not the only move for black, but there doesn't seem to be a very comfortable way to defend the pawn. A knight D4 is another option. But that knight can always be kicked away later by a C3 or maybe immediately by knight E2.
Yeah, I think knight E2 looks quite strong.
Very strong.
You basically have to take it, don't you? And then you're just in big trouble.
Essentially, white has attack for free here, right? Because normally you have, when your opponent's king is center, you've had to invest some kind of material. But here you haven't not even material down. So white's opening choice has turned out to be a real success with this idea of avoiding any preparation with playing solid moves. Push B2. So, okay, what's the top move here? So the top line, well, it's just losing.
Everything's losing.
Everything's losing. So we're thinking, so my prediction was board 1 and board 2 would be a win, but I said Amit might only draw maybe, so.
But board 2 is definitely looking like a win. Board 1,
I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
It could be Mickey outright leader, right? If Amit doesn't win, or Mickey versus Amit. Of course, Mickey's still got a win.
If Amit wins, then he'll join Mickey.
One thing I would say about Treyas, if he does hold today, that'd be a massive, massive boost from that horrible position.
I think it's very unlikely.
Very unlikely, probably. Yeah, it's not looking good for him.
In fact, when you play against these strong players, the best tactic is to never get a bad position.
Yeah.
As soon as you get a bad position, it's really hard. You have to play like Glenn Fleer did, and just try and always stay up on the clock, always stay in control.
Yeah.
Don't give them too much they can do.
That's right, yeah.
A bit like how Matthew's playing so far in his game, if he can keep it together.
Yeah, I agree with you that objectively Matthew has got a great chance, but I just feel that game is far from dead. There's still a lot of play left. Obviously, he could win that game as well, right? It's not inconceivable.
That'd
This
be-
is looking very good for Ami, by the way.
a win
I mean,
for Matthew
visually.
would be quite unlikely, I think, even from here.
By the way, Ami has a really bad score against Michael Adams. Now, if he did play Michael, let's say they both win and then the only two to win this round, he would get a double white, I think. Because Michael Adams is higher rated, so he keeps his colour sequence.
But they've all had like quite funny colour sequences previously, so I don't even know.
It's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
I think. It could be that Ami's already had a double white or something. I'm not sure. But C5, yeah, it's looking very grim for black. I mean, this is really a bit of an opening disaster, I would say. Normally in this whole line, it's very solid for black. Ami's played very well in this tournament. This is a great game. This looks already busted for black. What do you think?
I think busted is a bit too strong a word. I mean, obviously white's better, but
He's played a move, by the way.
yeah, 96 makes sense. I wouldn't say it's hopeless for black here. White can lose control if he's not careful. Will he just defend that C5 pawn, do you think, and keep the clamp?
That's a good move, 96. Yeah, I jumped the gun there. Not for the first time.
Maybe just play bishop A3 and just try and keep, don't let black play C5 himself. Try and keep that light square bishop.
So you
box
don't
in.
think this is... I reckon this is busted. I'm saying that the engine's giving the decisive advantage of about 1.6. What would you say?
It's definitely better for white.
What are you going for? Higher or lower? Let's do it. We've done this too often, I think. Higher or lower?
I don't know.
See, I've run out of
Lower-
ideas for
yeah,
commentary. I'm
I'll
just
say lower, but
plus 1.6 for white. No, nowhere
much
near.
lower.
Absolute garbage. Terrible evaluation. I've been here too long. Yeah,
and he's
that's
0.4.
terrible. Actually, black is doing well then. Black is doing well because...
I mean, but this position for black is much better than Shreyas' position against
Oh,
Mickey.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this C5 even. Maybe you could even do this, Nick.
Yeah, and try and get some activity.
Okay, so this game is rather in the balance. Very interesting. Gawain Jones, I think we need to check on. That was also an interesting game. What's happening in that game? Queen takes A5.
Yeah, last time we checked, it looks pretty equal. I guess white's got obviously he's got the two central pawns. It's a bit more space. That knight on F4 is slightly annoying, isn't it? You can't really get rid of that knight very easily.
Doing the product placement here as well. The Coke, yeah, I think this is about equal, would you say? Maybe slight edge for white.
Yeah, it's close to equal anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, black's got no weaknesses. Knight on F4 is annoying, and you have to always watch out for kingside attacking ideas from black. Bishop H3 ideas you always have to watch out for. You don't want to let that queen get into the attack.
Yeah, I think Yi Chen would definitely be very happy here with how the game has developed so far. He seems to be quite confident. I've seen him wandering around the background. Gawain again, is very focused in. But I must admit, it's looking like it could be a possible another Mickey Adams victory this tournament. You're getting that feel about it, isn't it? Getting another Mickey feel, another Mickey win.
He did win the English Championship, didn't he?
He won the English. Imagine if he won this as well. And, to win a double at the age of, like 53 or something, this would be an amazing achievement. And potentially then he'd only be one away from Penrose's record. Historic achievement. Okay, we'll come back to that game. This is still very much in the balance to see if there's any exciting developments further down. We haven't looked at Marcus Harvey for a while. Not much going on there. But we kind of left it around about C3. Actually, it was a good move by Rajat just to slow down this D4 break. And Queen D3 was excellent.
Quite a funny line, this.
Very strange, yeah. I mean, apparently this is okay for black.
But even apparently it's okay for black. I mean, is it okay for white?
Is it
Wait,
okay for white? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's very murky. Marcus just played Queen B3, which I think is a good move. So his idea is that if you win the knight, there's this idea of taking there. Is that right? I'm not sure about this actually.
You kind of have to, otherwise knight E2 checks the threat.
Yeah, and then you take here, and then do you go bishop F4? Is that his idea?
Probably. It looks quite dangerous, this.
Or even bishop check actually. Yeah, bishop check would be dangerous, Nick, because after king d6 is bishop f4.
I don't think black's going to go into this. In fact, queenside casting was quite risky in general, wasn't it? It was quite a brave way to
Yeah,
play.
he could have just castled maybe,
Or he could have just,
or just
basically-
traded immediately.
Yeah, he could have traded everything off and then queenside castle. That would have probably been close to equal.
Actually, is it his? Why didn't he take? Sorry.
I'm trying to-
Because there's some idea of going here or what? I don't quite understand. Oh, there's Queen D6, Rook E1. Right. So the basic idea is that this will be met with this. It's often why we need engines just to educate us, because working it out ourselves can be quite tricky, right?
We've got the Gorm engine.
The Gorm engine, yeah, yeah. And the Pert engine. Okay.
Quite weak engines.
Yeah, weekend. Queen B3 after castles. She starting to look quite good for Marcus. Maybe Raja underestimated this. Remember, Marcus Harvey is my tip to win the British this year. Don't forget that, guys. If he wins, I will be unbearably smug.
But Marcus has sort of taken some chances in this game to try and get initiative, hasn't he?
That's why I went for him to win, because you know he's going to go for it. A lot of people will start halving out towards the end. They'll just think, well, I want to, like I probably would have done in the past, when I was playing.
Han Yishen against Ami yesterday.
Yeah, just cash in the prize or cash in the GM norm, potential GM norm. But Marcus will go for more. He will genuinely try and win the tournament. So that's why I think it's a reasonable tip. But yeah, I don't like Black's position now. I think it looks a bit scary. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if he's not winning anything, because I guess he's been banking on winning material, but if he can't win any material, then his king is definitely weaker than White's king.
Yeah, we say this line just doesn't seem to work for Black unless we're missing.
I mean, just take on B7 first.
Yeah. So you can't take on D4. So maybe what I don't know. Yeah, he's just gone wrong, hasn't he?
He's blundered somewhere.
he's gone
Castle
wrong.
Queen side would be a blunder. Yeah.
That was a blunder. But even before that, actually, he was doing well here. He had an advantage. Rook D8, for example.
Yeah, taking on D4 is just a bad move, isn't it? Unless you're actually going to win something, why would you take on
Absolutely,
D4?
yeah. So that's looking good for Marcus. Yeah, taking on D4. So what he could have done, just Rook D8. And
I think Mickey would have played Rook D8 in about
yeah,
2 minutes.
0.2 seconds, 2 milliseconds. Yeah, so this bishop's creating annoying pressure for White, but by taking on D4, I think he thought that this, like you said, he's banking on winning material, forgetting about this Queen B3 move, forgetting about Dre.
It's not the only move as well, but it's the best move.
Yeah, Bishop F4. So quite poor play really by Raja. Surprisingly poor given how strong he is. But okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah, so Marcus Harvey could
Let's-
be moving up the order.
This is interesting. Richard Pert is looking good, slightly better. And he's actually going for, we left it around about 95, and you kind of predicted how the game would develop, Nick. E3, and then Bishop came out to F5.
Yeah, one thing about both players, but Taron in particular, he's taken a huge amount of time, hasn't he?
Yeah, only 21 minutes in his. I mean, they barely gotten out of the opening. This is one of the advantages of playing a tromp, is that you're getting very, unbalanced positions and unusual positions. However, Bishop D6 looks like quite a good move. Just develop a piece. Maybe potentially trying to dilute some of the pressure. Often when you're under pressure like this, clearly Richard had this intention to go G5 ideas in the air. It's a good idea to exchange.
Is Taron sort of known to be a good blitz player? Do you know or not?
He's okay. I mean, I don't think I've played him a blitz, but I'd imagine he's pretty good. He tied for first in a rapid play in Ireland recently with Keith Arkle and actually another guy who sadly, quite a young guy, I think, passed away only a few weeks after that. He was maybe a Czech Grandmaster or something like that.
Is that Newman or?
Newman, that's it. Petr
yeah.
Newman. Where was he from? Possibly someone like Czech Republic. So, by the way, I think let's go back maybe to the Vita Yugov game. So we feel like we've had some developments there. Bishop E4 has been played by White. So one idea maybe, Nick, is knight takes E4, bishop D8. I think Matthew might be calculating. Knight takes E4, bishop takes D8, knight F2.
Yeah, that's a forcing line.
Rook takes D4, knight H1, but the knight suddenly ends up in a bit of a bad spot.
You probably won't feel that comfortable with that line.
So I think White's idea is obviously he's attacking that pawn. So black needs a decent, maybe rook d7 is a move, or rook e7, but
Yeah, which is b6.
b6, good spot. Let's see that idea. But they're both honed in. They're both really sort of crunching through the variations.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that Vitigov just outplays Matthew from this position.
Yeah, I think there's quite. That's what I say. I think 70% on a draw was too high, in my opinion, because he came close to winning that game yesterday. He didn't quite have enough material, but there's loads of material left on the board in this game.
I mean, it's also, there's time factor as a play as well. Matthew down to 25 minutes.
Yeah, in quite a critical situation. So we currently got bishop e4 on the board.
I still think draw is a favourite result here, but
Quite possibly. Yeah, I agree with you.
it
Based
could
on
be
your
win for
computer
white.
evaluation as well, which is only probably giving a tiny edge for white, if anything. Maybe no edge at all, actually. Maybe a slight disadvantage, hard to believe white's worse here. But he's thinking it. He's about to play a move. You can tell by his body language.
I mean, white could get a draw at any point by simply offering a draw.
Oh, you think he looks that terrified, Matthew?
Matthew would take a draw here, definitely.
He's gone for rook d7, which does possibly allow this, but the problem is that there's so there's a tactic here with this. Take
Is
there.
this a rook
Also
e2?
allow rook e2 idea, so I don't think that's a very good suggestion. But just to show that anyway, I don't think that really favours white in that variation, but rook e2 is also even stronger probably. So don't think bishop e7 is tactical. Going to interest for Hugo. So
Yeah, now you are going to take on e4 because the knight's not pinned anymore.
yeah. So maybe it's really rook d7 just solves all his problems.
I told you, Matthew, in the endgame, he can hold these bad endgames.
Yeah, this isn't even really a bad game, is it? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
You could drop the bishop back to c2, but that's something of a concession.
It just came from c2, did it? Or did it come from d3?
Maybe I think it came from d3. We can have a look at that. Go back. Yeah, it came from d3. Could you go there, or is that because my idea is if you trade, I'm maybe gonna do something with a pin later. It's hard to believe that, right? I think he's looking reasonably confident, Matthew. He's got his hand over his face, and Hugo looking a little bit pensive.
His shoulders are a bit hunched forward, aren't they?
Yeah, he's looking a bit pensive, like this is going to annoy me if I draw with this patzer.
He's probably thinking Mickey's winning.
Yeah, Mickey's winning.
Got to keep up with Mickey.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to. You know what I think with Mickey Adams is he wins so many tournaments because it's like a Mickey surge. So at some point he starts slowly. I've noticed that a lot of his tournaments he starts slowly. Like this tournament in a way, he started quite kind of slowly because he was only on 1.5 out of 2. But then there's a surge, it's like a barrage of wins. We saw that in the English Championships. And then, by the time the final round comes around, it's basically got the tournament wrapped up. So is that going to be the case here?
I mean, do you want to have a look at this rookie one then, to see if is there a simple solution for black?
I guess you could just trade.
Yeah, let's look at takes then, rook takes.
So my idea was obviously
Yeah.
you're hitting the bishop, so you probably got to trade. But now the threat is bishop e3.
Yeah, this pin's annoying, a little bit annoying.
I think rook d6 nick is
Is this really okay?
oh, but then bishop f4, right?
And then rook f6.
Yeah.
It's a little bit
So
risky way to
maybe
play.
g3 is something. Because where do you put the bishop? And I can start coming in with a rook.
Yeah, maybe black can't play this way.
But Hugo is supposed to be such a great technical player. You'd think he's got something in the bag here. He's got some kind of idea.
I mean, yeah, if rook e1, if you can't take on e4, then what do you play?
He's thinking seriously. I think he's thinking maybe about repeating with bishop d3.
No, he's not going to take a draw now. He's going to keep playing on.
But bishop f6, I mean, first you should mention that really this must be nothing. Oh, hang on a minute. No, you can't do it here.
It's the same, like,
Rook e2,
yeah.
right? But you could do this, maybe, with the idea of rook d1.
That's true.
But the problem is that
Can you win a pawn that way?
probably win a pawn. f5.
No, but can they just actually? Let's say black just
Yeah.
Oh yeah, F5 might be a move actually.
Yeah, because now if I take again,
Yeah.
you're going to take, right? And if I go here, then really, well, that's not,
It's nothing.
it's less than nothing.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play Rookie 1, isn't he? Rookie 1 looks like the best try.
All right, we're currently on the position on the board. Yeah, it looks like he's getting ready. He has played Rookie 1.
Yeah.
Maybe offered a draw.
No, he wouldn't have offered a draw. That would have been accepted by now.
Yeah. Quickest handout ever, right?
Yeah.
Rookie 1. So this is the current position on the board.
Yeah, Black still has to be a little bit careful here. I mean, is White actually threatening anything here?
Not really. But it's just pressure, isn't it? Can you go? What did you go there? Oh, he's played a move, I think, already, right?
Did he play a move?
Yeah. What did he play? Oh, maybe he hasn't.
I don't think he did.
No. Oh, he hasn't played a bit. Oh, okay. It's like a great mystery, isn't it? Let's refresh it. What's the engine about? Let's just have a quick. Should we have a look? Or
Maybe
no,
point one, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, you go higher or lower than point one.
I'll go about the same, mate. I think you're right. It was actually worse.
Oh, he's got knight.
Oh, that whole line was not good for White. So this actually, Rookie 1 is not a good move. He should have gone back.
Okay, let's have a look at that.
So this is so you have to calculate this. This is a very forcing line.
This is the line we considered.
And Rook D6, but Bishop F4. But actually, I think the engine does change. Maybe
It's
it was
just
on
going to
a
be
weak.
equal.
No, now it's changed.
You have to have Rook D8.
Oh, you have to go Rook D8, right? Okay. And then move the bishop. Yeah, there was really no danger there for black, I wouldn't say. So it's just a pure cat position. It's interesting to test his calculation. Is his calculation good enough to see this whole line, 94? Because there's a little bit of bluff involved, I feel, sometimes with chess. You know, you play a move, you look really confident, and then you're testing your opponent. Is he going to have enough belief in himself, enough belief in his position?
Yeah, because you have to. I mean, the key point is you have to obviously see Rook D6 only move.
Yeah.
Without Rook D6, yeah, Bishop E3 is coming, and you lost. You have to be able to calculate: is that move definitely okay?
Yeah. I mean, but if you find that line, there's no way you will lose the game, I don't think, almost, really.
Yeah, I think a draw is very likely here.
But having said that, he does have the option of playing maybe a safe move like King F8. But if he finds this whole line with 94, that will be a sign that his calculations, A, is really good, and also that he's got a lot of self-belief. He's not getting intimidated by these
I think
high-rated players.
he's looking at it like he's staring intense. I think he's going to play it.
Really? But maybe
So-
not that quickly, yeah?
He's
I
like
think within the next 5 minutes, but maybe not within the next. Oh no, I think within the next 5 minutes, but not within the next 2 minutes. Which
he's like the English Magnus Carlsen, slightly weaker. Probably knight takes E4
that's
will
the
be
big
played.
call, the English Magnus Carlsen. That's it. But only slightly weaker, yeah?
Yeah.
Not a lot weaker. Okay, so knight takes E4 would be a great move. Oh look, yeah, he's really, yeah, you're right. He's really going through it.
He's on it.
His breathing is starting to.
It's just one of those ones you got to just double check it and triple check it and just exactly just make sure you're not blundering a bishop. Should we look at one of the other games then?
Absolutely, yeah. Let's look at Michael Adams again, or who else? Actually, we haven't gone to quite a lot of the other games yet for a while.
Okay.
Let's go down and look at Simon Williams. Had a big game against Nigel Davis. This is looking a bit dull, actually.
Yeah.
Surprisingly dull, which is not really Simon's.
Yeah, it's looking a bit drawish, isn't it?
He actually went for E6. We said the top moves were bishop F5 or B5, but I'm sure E6 is perfectly playable.
Oh,
B5.
this is very solid from. I mean, Nigel's game plan is just to keep it solid in this game. It's just like putting all his pieces back on the starting squares.
Yeah, it's a bit passive, but it's holding. The only problem that Black has, maybe, Nick, is if you do something like this, then you can just, that knight will get hampered by the move B3, so that's kind of what he's gone for. Maybe, I think, yeah, there's really nothing for White. And I think one of the things is when you're playing Simon, when you get to an endgame, not that he's a bad endgame player, but you reduce a lot of the danger when you play Simon. We know that he's a ferocious attacking player. Was that fair to say that you don't feel so intimidated when you play Simon?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you see a kingside attack come in, it's very dangerous. I mean, he's beaten some really strong players, 2650 players with fast attacks. I don't know, has he ever ground down any really strong Grandmasters? Can't think of it happening.
He beat Keith in the endgame once.
Did he?
But
Yeah, he isn't ground down any of the elite players, so he normally just hacks them up. I remember that game he played against Worcestershire. Do you remember that game in a Dutch where he sacrificed his rook on A8?
yeah, there was some
checkmated him very
story. Apparently,
quickly.
there was a bit of aggro before that game. I heard there was a bit of aggro, so that's what I heard. But I won't go into that.
Okay.
He also beat Sokolov once. Yeah, he's beaten some very Gelfand. I think he's beaten Boris
Yeah.
Gelfand. Beaten quite a lot of top players. But this position looks quite dry, and I think Nigel will be more than happy with this position.
Yeah, this is up
Right up
No,
Nigel's street.
I think so, yeah.
Not that he's necessarily better, but he's certainly not worse. I think the game's quite likely to end in a draw.
Yeah, very likely.
Okay, we obviously will keep an eye on that. As we keep an eye on, as I said, Marcus Harbour's doing, but we haven't looked at Harriet Hunt. She's a contender for the women's prize. So let's have a look, see how her game's progressing, as well as a contender for the top prize in this tournament. So we had quickly go through the opening. Oh, okay. Stuart played the knight c6 line, which is, rare bird. I think d4 is the most testing reply, but then Black can play d5 or e5. This is a favourite of Tony Miles, another former British champion.
He just transposed back into the normal e4, e5, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, C has, right? Yeah, so he's gone in for like a Ryder Pez, but that's not the most testing way to meet this, but it's whatever you feel most comfortable with. This looks like quite good for Stuart at this point in the game, I must admit. I think it'd be very comfortable. I mean, Queen d7 also looks like a potential move there, but maybe there was a problem with Queen a4, so Bishop d7.
Yeah, I think it's fine for white as well. There's no real problems.
Yeah,
A4's, I guess, trying to stop rook b5. Is that right?
right. And not worried about rook b2. A lot of people defend their pawn there. So Harriet, quite an aggressive player. I'm a little bit concerned you're losing your structure, though, after this. Yes, you've got the A pawn, but, if that A pawn ever drops, Black would probably be clearly better. Oh, yeah, Matthew Wadsworth found the top line.
The English Magnus Carlsen, I told you.
Yeah, it looks probably like he's going to hold the draw now, definitely. Now, that's what I say. It was a big test of his calculation. He passed it with flying colours, so that's a good sign for him going forward. However, the game is far from over. But remember, after Bishop f4, you still have to find Rook d8. Maybe he'll go for that Rook f6 line where White was slightly better.
Even if he plays rook f6, though, it's hard to believe white's going to win that position.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll play that. He'll play rook d8, though.
yeah, I think Rook d8 is going to probably be a draw, but we'll see. Yeah, I think Black is doing well here. Would you say, Nick?
Yeah, but I don't know. It's probably close to equal.
Yeah.
White's
sure,
got no
sure,
weaknesses.
Sure.
Yeah, you got the bishop pair. That's probably quite close to equal this position.
Yeah. Maybe Queen a8's a move. Even trading queens is not inconceivable for Black. I'm not sure if knight f4, like you say, White's got central files for the rooks, so
But one thing I noticed is Harriet's actually ahead on time, so that might be a consequence of that game she played against Matthew Wadsworth, where she got into time trouble and ended up
Yeah.
losing a better position.
Okay, so Stewart's lining up a bishop takes h3 grab, which is very aggressive. Also defending a6.
Exactly, he's just trying to keep that a6 pawn on the board, which I think is quite understandable. I mean, a4 is a bit double-edged. Controls b5, but you got a
I don't
backward
like
b
A4.
pawn.
I don't like a4. Like b3, Nick. I think bishop takes h3. Just crudely
You
take.
go for it. Wow.
By the way, Wadsworth continues to find a top edge moves. Incredible. Incredible defence.
Yeah, but he's very good. I mean, I've played him so many times from better endgames and he just defends them. So
That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't
Not
realise
surprising.
he was that good at endgames, but wasn't aware before today. Something to. E5 feels like a move in that Hugo game, but yeah, this feels dangerous for White. No, oh, I suppose you have Queen F1, Queen F1, Rook F3. I don't know. I feel this has gone wrong for White.
double-edged.
Oh, yeah.
Will Stuart go for bishop takes h3, do you think?
Yeah, I think that's his idea, surely. Like, if you, how else do you play Bowl? White? If you don't go B3 or knight C4,
You've got to save the b
you
pawn.
could go knight F1, maybe. But again, just crudely take. What's our old friend? Well, we're not sure. Yeah, B3. How bad is this?
Bad.
No, it's rubbish. I just like attacking, Nick. I just, oh, there's a knight h2. Yeah, if you don't have knight h2, it's good. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
But knight h2 is yeah, that's typical defensive idea. Actually, I should have spotted that at spot 4. But apparently, if you keep all those ideas in reserve, and you might get a better version later, h6 or some other move, Stuart's going to get. Okay,
Yeah.
Let's go back to Adam's game because that's really close to being decisive, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Shreya's just really suffering with the king in the middle.
On Queen G4.
Yeah, because he doesn't really like taking the risks. The f4 was probably a bit too risky for him. Just going to keep it safe. Just don't give your opponent any counterplay.
Yeah, typical Mickey Adams. That's what makes him so dangerous is that he attacks from positions. Good positional moves and not giving the opponent an easy way out. King E7, Bishop G4, lovely idea of just attacking there, to dismantling. If you allow this, you can resign, so you have to defend that move. I don't think Queen F6 is great either. Maybe that was a potential idea, but he's got knight D4.
Yeah, it feels like there should be some kind of tactic coming up.
By the way, we lost the YouTube comments. You've got to have the YouTube comments, right? All those random comments. If you've got any comments in the audience, please let us know. Any interesting observation on what's going on, that'd be great. There's a stunned silence there. Yeah, just put your hand up or whatever, or just shout out if you want to say anything. But yeah, Rook D1, so he's threatening Rook takes D4, right?
The black played Rook D8,
But,
just ignoring that threat.
maybe it wasn't a threat.
It feels like something could be happening soon. Some sort of tactic.
Again, like I say, I mean, although it looks very bad for Shreyas, if Michael Adams, he was winning against Shreyas last year in the same tournament, and he did mess that game up. So it's not inconceivable. They're both kind of getting a little bit short of time. There's a lot of moves to the time control that if it's sort of a position where if you don't do something quickly, Black is going to, gradually get back into the game, right? Maybe.
It still take quite a few moves for black to get the king safe. So
What happens after this, Nick?
he's got to take. We're going to take
Don't
an e6.
see a great follow-up though, like Rook takes, say. I'm not sure if Bishop take maybe is stronger, right? Say you took here, but if I just moved King, what's happening?
Where do you want to put the king?
Clear where I put the King, is it?
F8 maybe. You can't really go to D6, can you? Because of knight B5.
Yeah.
It's quite annoying.
Well, this looks, just show that.
Your king's on D4. Let's get mated in one move.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah.
Not good, not good. So, yeah, I think
Can black take on c3 or
yeah.
try and get rid of
The
another
idea
piece?
is no great discovered check. Yeah, it's a bit murky. I don't think this is.
I'm not sure if I say it's murky. It's still just winning for white, but it's actually bishop takes c3 hits the rook, which is quite important. So you have to respond to it, don't you?
You have to. Well, you could take here actually, because here.
Oh, that's
I've
true.
got this check.
Gorm tactics.
But the problem is, Nick, I'm just a little bit concerned that actually maybe you do get away now. You know, if I don't win by force,
Yeah.
then maybe I don't win at all.
But I think he'll try and look for a continuation where there's zero risk.
Yeah, but the danger by doing that, do you end up, you know, losing all your advantage by playing too slowly? I mean, actually, you know, Adams, what I've noticed whenever I've done post-mortems with him, he talks a lot about whether a move is fast or slow. I think with elite players, they think more about time. That made me realise they think a lot about time and, you know, whether a move is fast or slow. So, what about that capture? Is that a move?
Yeah, I was actually wondering about that on the previous move before the rooks came into the centre. I thought that was a stronger option then.
But I'm seeing an idea, Nick, that once you do this, there's an unpleasant trick at the end with this move.
Yeah, but let's say go back to before we played rook d1. What if you go for that move straight away? Take on take on e6
Sorry, yeah.
and then knight d5.
Yeah, also possible.
But if you're going to do it, you might as well do it straight away before the black rook comes to d8.
King of 7. So it's interesting to see the body language. Shreyas looks a bit annoyed, disinterested, but he doesn't look despondent.
F4, is that just not working?
It's certainly possible. It might be very strong, right?
I'm not sure. You have to play. You have to play knight takes, don't you?
Yeah, so basically, a very clever idea by Nick. The idea is that if you take with the bishop, queen e6 is crushing because you regain the piece, you've still got a very strong attack. So you take with the knight. And maybe queen e6 on the last move, that would have been funny, wouldn't it? Queen e6 and f4, but I think that's too much, right?
Yeah, you haven't got enough there.
So knight takes. Yeah, queen d7 ideas, maybe queen d7 or knight f4.
Queen d7, king 8, king g8.
I don't see follow up.
And you could play knight f4 and queen e6. As knight f4 would probably just take back with the bishop. Takes with the queen, obviously you could pin the queen to the king.
So that would be a disaster. Look at it. But let's just deal with the position on the board, Nick, because I think we can go down these tangents a bit too much. I think let's just deal with what's on the board. So what are we thinking about here? You might well be right that was a... Let's just check. Yeah, absolutely. Let's check. So you think that this maybe was a winning continuation?
I hadn't really analysed it.
Yeah, you're right. You still got it. You got to play next year, mate. Comes in as a massive favourite.
He missed the winning
That's
line.
what I'm saying. I think it's not inconceivable he could mess this up. He's gone rook d8, and now the real test is on because...
Maybe he just didn't want to take any risks at all, and that, like you say, might have hurt him. Because bishop e6 was just
Yeah, because when your king's in the centre like that, you don't want people attacking. You don't want people sacking material. Even if maybe you're doing okay, it psychologically feels uncomfortable. If they start making improving moves, quiet moves, you kind of breathe a sigh of relief, right?
But apparently rook d4 here is just completely crushing.
Oh, wow. I think you might well find out. He's calculating this. You can tell he's really, really going in deep here.
Okay, let's have a look at that. Rook d4.
Okay.
Bishop d4, and
So
then
take with a rook, and then bishop h5, and queen f3. And the idea is you're threatening, you've got all these nasty threats on the light squares. So one line, for example.
oh yeah, if they go rook f8, you can just take it.
Yeah,
That's the
very
key point.
important line. Very important line. That you can't play this great defensive move that you would normally like to play to chase away the white queen and also counter attack against f2. So if you go, let's turn off the analysis because it just gives us too too easy, I suppose.
It's one of us the experts, yeah. I mean, that look on the right hand side. If it stays there all year, the other fellows are playing with 4 pieces against 3.
Yeah, that's been the problem.
And he's done quite well to even get out.
Yeah.
It's like, that's why you can be sticking into the middle, trying to get the book out. I'm out to it.
Yeah, that's been the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you
So basically, I mean, he's in lost position. Yeah.
yeah, definitely. When you get your king caught in the middle, often you trap one of the rooks out of the game, and the big problem is he's had to actually bring his king even further into the center to try and get that rook into the game, like you said, and that's why Mickey needs to be quite quick with his moves to try and obviously prevent that rook coming into the game. If white is too slow, then the rook could come into the game and the king might be able to escape out towards the king side, but obviously that's quite a long way away from happening. But if black was able to, bring his rook over and get his king, try and get his king back out, then he'd be much happier. But I just think white needs to try and stop him from doing that.
One thing I noticed about Adams watching his play is that he's not as confident, I don't think, in sharp positions as he was, say 10, 15 years ago. I feel like he's a little bit less confident in terms of sacrifice, which is understandable as you get older, that you lose a little bit out of that ability to play dynamic positions, I think. And I think the old Mickey, maybe circa 1998 or 2002, would have probably taken on D4 by now.
I mean, this is quite a key moment. If he finds it, then obviously he's going to win. But if he doesn't find it, then his time will be ticking down, and Shreyas will start to get a bit more confident. He might be able to get out of it.
He could escape it. You get that feeling, don't you? They're both looking. Shreyas looking a little bit more confident than he was earlier.
Yeah, it's all about this move. Will he find it?
But there are other ways to be better. Like G3 apparently is giving white an edge. He might go for G3, and of course black might play some bad moves after that, and then he might win without having to sacrifice. So that's not inconceivable. That could be the way the game continues.
I mean, it depends if he's going to go for the sort of safety first approach, or if he's just going to back himself.
Yeah, you sort of sense that this is a position where this is a great instinct. I mean, I can tell that he senses that this is a position where basically he feels that this is, this is the moment, right? But has he got the ability to find all these wins? I mean, we couldn't see a win, could we, after Rook D4 initially? We only found it with the engine.
Yeah, we did find Bishop E6 on the previous move.
Yeah. Yeah, you found Bishop E6, that's right. But
yeah, we should look at King F8 as well then. So we looked previously.
I think we did look at
looked at
that,
King
didn't
F7, Bishop H5.
oh, okay, King
You
F8.
could try King F8.
This is one possible defence that gentleman in the audience has pointed out, King F8, that both players will now be calculating.
It's true because you're giving him Bishop H5 for free by playing King F7.
Absolutely.
You
So
might not want to do, but is it the same?
also ideas of Queen C1, right, with a back rank counter attack. But 92 might be one attacking move here that White has available.
Then Bishop F6.
Bishop F6. You see your queen getting a bit squeezed for space. Maybe that doesn't matter. Also, I can switch across to queen sometimes, so whether that's relevant.
It's not like 100% clear, is it?
No, it's a bit murky. I mean, computer just, that's the thing about computers. Computers just say win +4, right?
Yeah.
But humans, we don't think like computers. So it's not really that relevant. Even if you find that move, Rook D4, you might mess it up afterwards, however strong you are. So, yeah, far from guaranteed this, I would say. Far from guaranteed. A really critical moment. I think we should stay with this for next 2 or 3 minutes to see. He's going to play a move fairly quickly. What do you think?
I think G3 is most likely. What do you think?
I think he's actually going to take.
He's going to go for it.
I think if he was going to play G3, he would have just done that already. He's desperately trying to calculate the win. But yeah, I think G3 is also quite likely. I mean, it's hard to say, really. Let's be honest. I don't know. I can't predict the future. I wish I could predict the future.
I think Mickey from 10 years ago would definitely take.
That's what I was saying earlier,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah, I think you do lose a bit of sharpness and ability to calculate well when you get older. I mean, even Magnus Carlsen, who's only, I think, 35, has talked about this, how he wasn't he's not as sharp as he was, when he was 23, sort of thing. Like, he's not, that good at calculation. And somehow your ability to visualize goes down a little bit.
Also, now the time is getting a bit low.
Yeah, he's actually overtaken Shreyas on the clock.
It's true. If he's going to play G3, he should have just done it.
The ending between Max Pert's 20 Peter goals is also quite nice.
Okay, Wadsworth.
No, Max Pert against.
Oh, Max.
Oh, let's go to Peter Wells. Yeah. So,
I thought Max was getting into a bit of trouble, actually.
Unfortunately, yeah.
okay, this is interesting. No, he's actually lost.
He's lost,
That's
yeah.
unfortunate for Max. So we left it. Let's just go to back. We left it around about here, and it looked around about equal. I normally in these sort of positions take back the pawn, but actually that kind of with the queen on e2, that feels you run into an e5. So yeah, understandably to back them.
Castle's
No,
a bit of
come
a
on.
surprising
That's a terrible
decision.
move. That's
Yeah.
a terrible move. You got to play this surely. But actually, you wouldn't have pawn a3 because the problem is if you go here, knight b4.
Maybe you just don't have time to play Queen E2. Maybe you should just
Yeah.
have brought the bishop back in the first place if you were.
Just castle here. Just castle. Just play chess. Like e5 doesn't work because you trade bishop f. No, hang on. No, you can take with a knight, I think. Right?
Take with a knight, yeah.
I think you can do this, right? Don't think that white has any problems. So yeah, I think that was simpler.
But Queen E2 probably just
Felt
trying to
like
cover E5.
over elaboration, right? Yeah, because this is already very comfortable for black with a bishop pair, already better for black.
I wonder if Peter Wells knew about this idea in advance.
Probably.
F5 is really punting it, isn't it? That's just.
No, this is bad. This is bad chess, Max.
He's going for it.
Poor
He's
quality.
still playing Blitz from last night.
Yeah. Queen's coming out. Okay, king h8, knight e4. Yeah, this feels very ropey on the king side. F5, great move by Peter Wells. Playing this very well. Talking about dynamic play, Peter Wells in dynamic positions is a very strong player, always has been. In fact, that's why people like Michael Adams has employed him as a second, employed Peter Wells as a second in the past. People like Luke McShane, because of that dynamic ability and also his great opening knowledge, as Nick pointed out. Wow, it's a great move. He's actually resigned straight away on the spot.
Yeah, I think if Max could have stayed in the game for another 10 moves or so, he might have actually won this game. This was like the key. The opening.
Sorry, he actually resigned after this, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah, it's forced mate almost, isn't it?
But what would have happened if he'd taken Nick would have been
Yeah.
that. I obviously haven't got automatic queens. I'll put that in case you play any blitz. But yeah, so you pretty much a very simple checkmate here. But yeah, as you said, I think you even said that last night when he was playing Wells. You actually quite fancied Max to get a result because you thought, like you say, if Peter Wells gets time trouble, he loses a lot of control.
Yeah, but I was nervous for Max in the opening and early middle game, even with White, because Peter was a better opening knowledge, of course, and also, he's a bit of a sort of perfectionist when it comes to the middle game.
Yeah, well, he's a better player than Max at the moment, I'll be honest. But obviously, in the next few years, that might change. But yeah, having that, let's check on Richard. Hopefully, it won't be a double loss for Team Pert.
I think if Max could have stayed in the game, for another 10 moves, and he would have had chances, but. Different players are strong at different parts of the game. I've always found Peter Wells to be quite an accurate player. He'll play very accurate moves, and you've got to sort of survive that move, sort of 20 to 30 period. You have to survive against him, and then when he gets low on time, that's where you get your chances.
So what's the feeling on this position? This looks, black can still castle, right? It's still legal, because I'm thinking after queen e4, you could just castle. It seems to be okay for black. Not necessarily better for black, but probably about equal.
It's close to equal. I might say White's a tiny bit better here.
Yeah, sure.
but not much at all. Can play rook e1, I guess.
Oh yeah, there's pressure on e6, right? Yeah, it's not terribly exciting. Like we might come back to this a little bit later, but
Yeah.
there's some exciting. Has Mickey Adams played this? Still thinking, but no, he's gone for g3. He's
Yeah.
absolutely spot on. So his advantage could dwindle if he doesn't play the next few moves accurately.
And I noticed Shreyas actually responded very quickly because he had 17 minutes before, and that's quite a good strategy because you see your opponents getting a bit nervous.
Nervous and not finding these tactical wins, which is understandable because I think Rook d4, even though the computer makes it look easy, was far from an obvious forced win. We couldn't really find one without the engine, so it's understandable he played the practical move, which is g3. Bishop e2 there, or your move bishop e6 that you like. Well, you
Well, I
liked it
didn't
in
like
another
it. I
position.
didn't like it so much with the rook on d8 though.
One thing I would say though, Nick, is that now you don't have to worry about this sack. So you could do this
Is
and this.
was f4 completely? I haven't really calculated it properly.
F4 here.
I haven't really calculated it.
Can't I take with a queen?
Yeah, then just take a rook e5. Oh no, you can't because of
And knight
pork.
for each.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I
Oh,
could
what?
have.
Oh, sorry.
There's the English Magnus Carlsen.
That's a great result for Matthew Wadsworth. Really impressive result.
Yeah, it's true. G3 h5 is the critical move. You don't really want to move your bishop away, do you?
Not really. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, so that game is on one. So the winner of this, and potentially Ami could be, if this game ends in a draw, Ami or his opponent, and I think there's also William Claridge Hansen, they could be looking as the clear leaders of the British Championships on 4.5. It looks very open though, this tournament, doesn't it, Nick? I mean, at this point, it looks like odds on a playoff, right?
I mean, this was kind of a key game, I think, for Mickey. If he could have just finished it off nicely, then
Yeah.
you'd think he'd be in a good position.
But now it's starting to look a little bit murky. I mean, Bishop e6.
Yeah, this is a key line. And then what you want to play?
Can I do this? It's very forcing, but I feel King f7 is a move. I think this is actually
You've taken away that bishop h2 move, haven't you,
that
by
was the
playing
idea.
g3?
I think that's one of his ideas. However, King f7. How do I bust that move? I could go f4 again.
You probably have to try f4.
Could go f4. He's thinking about this. A very critical move. He could go bishop e2, which is not a ridiculous move. He's about to play a move. He has taken as he's. Wow. This is huge moment in the tournament. He's gone bishop e6.
It's not maybe quite as clear as some of the other lines, though.
So Shreyas is thinking about this. There's actually also knight f3, knight takes e1, Nick.
Yeah,
Now he's about to play a move.
he's played it really straight away.
Oh, wow. It's just-
Well, I mean,
very
he's trying to hustle. He's trying to hustle Mickey now, isn't he? He sees him a bit low on time, and he's trying to pressure him on the clock.
Yeah, but
That can work both ways.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, surprisingly confident move. Or maybe he just feels he's lost and he might as well just.
Yeah, I don't think he's confident. I think he thinks he's lost, and he just wants to play quickly to not give Mickey the time to calculate the variations.
Right. So what does White play now? $1 million question.
I mean,
Sorry? Oh, we've got a question from the audience. Oh, yeah. What do we ask them? What would you play, audience? Let's ask the audience. Press your button now. Knight take, King H1, King G2,
or King F1.
or King F1. Press your button now. We're asking the audience. You ever been tempted to go on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Nick?
Did you apply for Who Wants to Be in there?
I did actually, but I didn't get through. I think Jim Plaskett is an English Grandmaster who actually former British chess champion. He won £250,000 on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when Chris Tarrant was the presenter.
I think he went on with Stuart Conquest as his friend, didn't he?
I heard the story about that. Apparently, Stuart wasn't too happy about the remuneration that Plaskett. Actually, I probably shouldn't talk about that, but that's an old story. Anyway, yeah, going back to this position, can I go King H1? I like King H1. I think he's going to go King H1. Or is that
Okay.
really instead of H4, or is that totally ridiculous? H4, I think is too slow because of Knight D5.
Yeah, he feels like Well, it's got quite a big attack in the
So
centre.
I grab C's, but then knight d5 anyway, maybe? I just leave the knight and I just take. I think this is lost, isn't it? This feels lost.
I'm not sure if knight f3 was the best move.
Surprised you went knight f3 so quickly. What's it saying now? Yeah, king h1 is winning.
King h1 is good, but king g.
Yeah, knight e6 was the best. But
Yeah.
apparently. By the way, bishop e6 got a double exclamation mark from the engine. So that was the best move.
But it's interestingly after knight f3, king g2 would have been a blunder. Or he still could blunder with king g2.
You could still blunder, yeah. I think it feels a bit unnatural. I think he's thinking about, surely he's not going to go there. Because you don't want to allow a knight check here.
But why is it? Why? Oh, because you can't play knight d5 basically. That's why it's
No,
a
he's
blunder.
gone king f1. He's gone king f1, which is not the best move, by the way.
Yeah, but you want after knight takes e1, you don't want to have to recapture. That's the main point. You want to be able to play knight d5.
Right,
So that's why king g2 is a blunder.
yeah. But apparently this is close to winning. But now he's got this weird move d4. Randomizing it. Interesting if Shreyas finds d4. Like, that's completely pressing a random button.
Yeah, Mickey only 10 minutes left for 20 moves.
Very sharp position.
If he
He's
can
gonna-
stay in the game, Shreyas has got a chance.
So yeah, I totally agree. We could even win. You know, I mean, there's huge stakes here. We could be looking at a new British champion potentially, or we could be looking at Mickey Adams. He's won it 8 times, closing in on Penrose's record, and he would go above it. You'd be ahead of Gawain, regardless of how Gawain gets on. I think we need to switch as well to Amit's game because Amit's game is getting critical.
Okay,
No, it isn't actually.
it's quite blocked up, isn't it?
Yeah. But I think this is definitely a chance for Amit. Queen b1, what do we think about his position?
So he's sacrificed a pawn, has he?
Yeah, we left it around about here, and black went knight a6, which was a great move. D4, decided maybe d4 wasn't the best, I'm not sure. And then queen c7, king f7.
I still think this is a free result game.
Oh, really?
Well, you think there's no way black can win?
No, I wouldn't go that far, but I'd say Amit's favourite.
Yeah.
Not much in it, I must admit. Yeah.
Rook d5 offering the exchange sack.
Wow, that's a nice move. So the idea is if you trade,
Just take with the c pawn, yeah.
yeah, suddenly you're rolling here, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're very happy. So rook d5 is. It's also one thing about Ami. He does get very nervy when he gets short time, but somehow he's able to still play at a very high level, even when he gets nervy. I think we should stay with the time control and get through to the time control, and then maybe have a break and then do a roundup. What do you think?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll.
Do you want to have a look at maybe 1 or 2 more of the games, then we
Yeah.
can go back to Mickey's game?
Of course. Gawain, I think we need to look at. Have we looked
Yeah,
at
let's
Gawain?
have a look at Gawain.
It's looking quite a bit of a different type of game, but actually looks very fine for
Yeah, it's solid, isn't it?
Chen. Doesn't look like.
It looks like it could well end up as a draw.
I would think so. He's playing well, Yi Chen, as Strawman. Potential GM norm. I'm not sure. I don't think he's got a norm, he said, but.
He's a young player, so he's just improving.
Because I was saying that, you know, he probably shouldn't have made a quick draw, but like I said, I think it's more important the fact that he doesn't have that scar tissue, so he's not really going to worry about the fact that maybe he should have played on in that game or whatever. He's just going to keep rolling. Very talented player as well, Yi Chen. He was very good at a young age. I remember playing him when he was about 9 or 10, and he was very strong even then, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's got loads of potential, hasn't he? Still.
Loads of potential.
How old is he now?
I'm not sure.
Really, like 18 or 19, is he?
He's probably about 17, 18, yeah. No, 16.
He's only 16. Oh, that's very young.
Yeah. Okay, so we're not sure.
Did he play knight c5?
Yeah, knight c5 was played by Gawain.
I mean, is knight d4 completely suicidal?
No,
presumably rook takes rook, presumably. Rook takes, knight takes, and then knight d4, and then rook c5, I guess. But then there might be... Is there something tricky here? There might be some trick here.
Gawain's always got some tricks, hasn't he? Tricks
Yeah.
up his sleeve. I don't see anything that obvious.
You got this idea of knight e6.
Yeah,
I don't know if it does much.
but I think I could just take that, can't I?
Yeah, it's probably just going to be probably a draw, isn't it?
Be a draw, yeah. So we've currently got that position. It seems like Yi Chen. Maybe his idea, Nick, is to just take on b7, or is that no?
No, I was taking the other knight. I wasn't taking d4.
Sorry.
I was thinking after knight d4 of taking on.
Ah, right. Taking on c5, yeah.
Yeah.
But what happens if he takes and then maybe? Because
this
there's
is-
no way of creating some kind of attacking chance on the king side. No?
This was the position we were thinking
What
about.
about rook e7?
Knight d6. I want to try.
If rook d7?
Yeah, maybe rook d7. We've got a couple of options there.
Oh, sorry, mouse slipped again.
Rook d5. Yeah, that's the safest. Rook d5.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Gawain's normally got. What about queen e3? Is that a move?
Where are we going to put the knight? Knight f.
I can't go knight f5 though, can I? Just come on.
Knight f6 maybe.
Knight f6, yeah. So was that all forced? Hang on. So knight d4, right? Rook e8. You don't have to go rook e8, by the way. Take immediately. But,
I mean,
well, maybe his idea is to take and then go rook e7 immediately. But
queen b7. Is that completely? Does feels wrong, doesn't it?
or
Yeah,
you
go
want
on,
to
try
trade
queen.
first?
Try
Or do you
queen
want to
b7.
trade
No,
first,
I
or
want to
you
play it
just
without
do it
trading.
Right, sure.
Just want to take it.
Yeah.
Knight takes knight, and
Knight
then
takes,
pawn
knight check.
takes.
Pawn takes. Yeah.
Can't take the queen or the rook
Feel
or
that.
the knight. You can't take any of the pieces for black.
Could go rook g5 check maybe, move the queen.
Yeah, but you might be able to do something else.
I just find this idea hard to believe in. It's like even rook g5, rook ba. I don't know, I feel like his idea is to sort of make.
Just take on e8 and take on d4.
Yeah, I think that must be the idea. That has to be the idea, surely. And then, but
No, but rook c5. We're taking on
sorry,
c5.
rook c5.
Yeah.
I keep getting it wrong. But there must be an idea here, otherwise, because Gwen seems very confident. He's actually taken on c5. That's interesting. It might well be that your idea was better. We'll just have to see how the game develops. He's taken on c5. Gawain is confidently taken. And isn't that a transposition? Not quite transposition,
it's
because the
not
knight will be on
but
d4.
you can't take because after pawn takes knight, you can't take it because of queen e3.
Right. So he must have another idea in mind. Or maybe he's just blundered and thought that rook c5 was playable. Because, yeah, this is weird if he's done this. And then,
But this is a safer line. He can just bring his knight out. Should we just check if the other line was possible?
knight f6 you want to play here, yeah. Or something.
Just
Yeah,
go-
I'm sure it was.
Just to
I'm
check
sure
if
it
there
was.
was. I
I'm
mean, this
sure
is
it
obviously not too bad for black. But
was. Yeah.
no,
Knight
they're
d4
both
was
they're
a
both
safe play.
equalising.
So this actually
They're both equalising.
is apparently knight f6 is fine. Apparently knight c7 is fine. However, obviously, the game continues, right? And the better player often wins, even in these positions where it's supposedly equal according to the engine. So it's still some play left. It's not over. I think we should check in on Freddie Gordon and Daniel Fernandez because we haven't seen that game for a while.
Yeah, it was quite a solid before, wasn't it?
It looks like Daniel Fernandez might be making some serious progress here. What do you think?
I mean, I would take black for sure.
Take black, but also quite high likelihood of a draw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Freddie played this quite the right way, but he still looks very confident, Freddie.
What would you play now for black?
Well, King F5 with the idea of King F4 looks tempting, but then there's G3, keeping the king out. Rook B3 is another move, but maybe I can even take them. Yeah, you've got to be careful that if you do this and then you think you're winning after this, you may actually be in trouble.
I was trying to win the pawn by, I was trying to win the pawn by playing bishop b3 or rook a2 and bishop b3, that kind of idea. But it's probably not going to quite work. You can bring the king if you need to.
But how?
Bring king c3 and then king b4. Save the pawn that way.
Really? Looks a bit passive though, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what's black doing?
You even go G5 there. And then just, if I get King F4, it's looking very
Well,
dangerous.
taken g3, I guess.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. H4, there's even F4 maybe as a one.
Yeah,
And F5 doesn't feel like no.
something's gone wrong here for black.
Something's going on, you're not saying that. Yeah, I mean, in theory, I would say White's bishop generally is better in these positions, right? Because there's more pawns on the dark squares, and all of Black's pawns are on the same color square as its bishop. However, this is very concrete endgame, so you know there's not much material left. Generalizations aren't. Well, he's about to play a move. Oh, he's gone bishop d3, right, to stop bishop king f5. No, hang on.
No, I think you have to refresh the page.
He's about to play a move. King f5 is one option. He's gone rook b1. He sort of plays that a move like he's flicking it. You know, the way Daniel puts a hand out, like rook b1. So his idea is to go rook h1, I think, and then
Or maybe rook g1 as well.
rook g1.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Yeah, you're definitely a little bit uncomfortable for white still.
Very uncomfortable. Yeah, it could be a win for Daniel. Yeah, this is
So can white defend by playing with g3?
g3. Yeah, just to go f4 and just set up a blockade.
Yeah.
Base that rook will defend everything, but very committal though in a way, you know, because obviously after this, your idea is to go f4.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit uncomfortable for white. You're just going to keep the rook on e3 at all times.
I think let's go back to Shreyas game because that's very critical. So we've had more developments. Apparently, this is what the position we've got on the board: Queen g2.
So, what's white's main threat here? You're going queen f3, black's going to block with bishop f6.
But then Queen a3, switcherooly. So if you just to
Okay.
show that, I think something like this might be a huge threat. Queen a3. Then you have to go in the firing
Or
line.
bishop e7, but
It's
yeah.
bishop e7. True, forgotten about bishop e7. But just in general, it feels completely winning for white because this bishop is stronger than a rook. This rook is not in the game. Somebody who's mentioned this earlier. This rook, effectively, one of our audience members was mentioning this point earlier that this rook is effectively out of the game. So he's gone h4.
Trying to get us a counter play.
Gone h4, yeah.
Okay, so it's going to have to play your idea, I think, queen f. Well, because he can throw in after queen f3, bishop f6.
So just
At some point, I want to try and throw in f4. Let's see. So queen. How are we going to do this? So
must be completely winning for Adams. It must be completely winning, right?
yeah,
But
it should be objectively. He must be winning.
Must be winning, yeah. But he's still got to finish the game off.
I mean, h4 actually stops white playing h4, which is quite nice because otherwise queen f3, bishop f6, h4 from white was just complete killer. With queen a3 coming, so at least he stopped white from playing. And plus
Adams is going to move to. He's going to move to 4.5. Right?
queen e4 is that? With the idea of queen b4.
He's going queen f3. He's going queen f3, Nick. I'm sure. I'm certain about it.
To queen f3, bishop f6.
He's about to go queen f. No.
What was?
He's
It's got queen.
This is what I'm here for, to make you look good.
Thanks.
Yeah, bishop f6 now.
You do a good job.
What's the difference?
The difference is you can play f4,
Oh, f4, right? And if I go queen h6 anyway,
and then queen b4.
then queen b4, just knocking the queen off. Yeah, yeah. It's looking really scary for Strauss, because another threat actually is just to go queen b4,
But that, yeah, that's the main threat.
pick up the bish, as well as having a main attack anyway.
What about a5? Desperation.
It's obviously lost. I think queen f3 was probably winning as well, to be honest with you. But yeah, okay. But your queen e4 is much better and played in the game.
This just looks, yeah, it looks horrible for black.
Looks like yeah, very nice game by Adams. Very nice. This is vintage Adams. This is you know, he's had some great wins over the years on the light squares. I'm sure one of his chess heroes was Bobby Fischer. And Bobby Fischer was known for loving the light square bishop, as was Jose Capablanca. This bishop on e6, it reminds me a little bit of this Kasparov-Anand game in 1990, played in 1995 in the World Trade Center, New York World Championship game, where Kasparov sacrificed a whole rook just to get a bishop to e6.
Would you play queen c4 now, just to try and, after a5?
Is he gone a5?
No, I'm just trying to find a move. Trying to find a move for black. We got to stop queen b4. Queen b4 is game over.
Yeah, he has gone a5. Yeah, well spotted. Yeah, you're finding all the top moves. Yeah, all the moves played anyway.
Maybe queen c4.
If he finds queen c4, I think you're wide up, mate. Yeah, I just feel like there's so many wins now. I mean, you know, you could even move the bishop with the idea of knight f4, but you don't want to move the bishop really, because you know the king starts running.
Yeah.
So it feels counterintuitive to move the bishop.
I mean, if black gets a move to take on g3, he might get some counterplay or rook h6 or something. But
Your queen c4 idea is to go queen c5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what he's going to do then.
I don't know if there's another move.
Probably are other moves. Even a move like c3 would be kind of c3 creates a threat of queen f3.
Yeah, it's quite a nice move as well.
It's just totally over. Totally over. Great game by Adams, I have to say. Great game. So there's nothing negative about Shreyas here in this game. He's just run into somebody at the top of his form. Just that one move in the opening really put him under pressure, I would say.
Yeah, the opening was a bit of a disaster for Shreyas because he just didn't get his king castled.
It shows at this level, when you made that one mistake, I think you can get, you know, often we think that when you're playing against top players, you have to play perfectly. That's not true at all. But when you get a really bad position, like you said, you don't want to be like a long way behind against these guys, because they are, you know, they're very good at keeping the advantage.
Yeah, that's what I find when you play the strong players, they don't tend to give away the advantage. So you have to just never be worse against them. We saw that with Glenn Fleer, his draw against Mickey, and also with Matthew today against Nikita.
This is potentially game of the tournament, right? I mean, this could be the better. Do you think this is better than the Eggy game?
I think the Eggy game was better because I feel like this game, a lot of it was just down to the opening.
Okay.
And then after that, it wasn't 100% clinical for Mickey. There were times he could have been more accurate, although he has played well.
I don't know.
But Eggy had to find quite a lot of difficult moves under pressure.
It's hard to say, isn't it? Is there a best game prize?
There normally is one.
He's actually moved a knight. He's played this knight f4. Knight f4 threatens knight g6.
And if rook h6,
Oh, you're going to have some spectacular mating attack, probably. Rook
Go.
h6, queen b7. This is another idea, because you double attack. This is what he's planning. Attack
Oh,
the
yeah.
bishop and so show that this is a threat. You go here. Okay, there's probably many ways to win, but queen b7 is very clinical, threatening checkmate. Knight f7. And after rook f6, queen b2, for example, or even knight g6 actually. No, knight g, sorry, queen's defending. Queen b2 is just, you know, that's the whole.
yeah.
He's played a move. He has gone rook h6, so this is where potentially queen b7.
No, he might find your move.
Yes, he's just taken, yeah.
Straight away.
Wow, what a game. What a game. What a player.
Look at Shreyas, he knows he's lost now.
It's gone. It's gone. But he'll bounce back. He's young. He's got a lot of energy. So, but he might have to wait another year to get his first British, championship title in classical.
Do you think Mickey's starting to get a bit of psychological advantage over Shreyas now, beating him twice in a row?
I think when you're that age, it's not such a problem. Like when you're getting older and you're getting beat, or if you're getting beat by, this is why with Magnus Carlsen, right? He was beating a lot of his peer group like Nakamura and Caruana from an early age, probably because he's a stronger player, and they can never fully recover.
Will he move the bishop now, or what do you think he's going to play? He doesn't want to allow Queen A6 check. So if he moves the bishop, he'd have to put it on C4 probably. With Knight E6 to come. I mean, there might be other moves.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. How do you deal with this threat?
He's just played Queen F6.
Oh, he's gone Queen F6. Oh,
which has
okay.
Dealt with your threat.
Oh, right. Sorry,
Both of your threats.
I was just looking at the video. I wasn't looking at.
Yeah.
Queen F6 is a nice move, but Bishop, like Bishop B3 looks winning, right?
But Bishop E3 might allow Queen A6, although still pretty bad.
Bishop C4 then.
Maybe Bishop C4 and just don't allow the Queen trade.
Winning on the light squares.
Is there any way to fight on here?
Not the only way to win, I would imagine, but good enough. Also, Knight D5, Nick, is maybe another option. Just coming back, actually. Like, because you're
Yeah, that is
overloading the
true.
queen, and if the queen moves to defend the bishop, then Queen E7 is immediate. Or
Queen F7, yeah. Maybe Knight D5 is stronger.
Because Knight D5, if you trade, then I take.
Yeah, that's.
I know,
good.
but then you have this again anyway, so you don't want to allow that,
No, but
right?
you can take back with the Queen, can't you?
Take out the queen, yeah. That's right.
Probably winning.
So Knight D5, he's got lots of very nice options.
He's actually played your move, Knight D5.
Wow, wow.
Maybe you'll buy it up.
No, but it's kind of simple play. Like I say, once you get that winning position, it's not that difficult. But I think to get to this position, a great play early in the early middle game, and was very impressive.
Yeah, I think Black has to take it, doesn't he? Because otherwise, there's checkmate on E7 and checkmate on F7 to defend against. You look
He might well
Queen
resign.
takes Bishop. Was that?
Oh, Queen takes Bishop. Now maybe Adams has blundered. He's blundered this move. No, I think the problem is the Queen B7, right? Is that right? You take, and then maybe Knight F4 is good enough. Oh, sorry. The Knight F4 Rook. I think Knight F4 is probably good enough, but it's Queen B2. It's Rook D5, right?
Yeah, I think
He has.
that's
That's
okay.
is what he's done.
He's
Yeah.
gone for the Queen sack. Yeah, probably Knight F4 now.
Yeah.
So Black's obviously played Rook takes Rook.
I mean, it's a little bit. I mean, I'm sure when Adams was younger, he probably was put through the mill by people like Tony Miles and Nigel Schultz to an extent. So it's almost like history repeating itself. The young pretender is, given a tough time by the old wily veteran sort of thing. I'm coming out of all the cliches today, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so how do you win? I feel,
Knight
like,
F4 looks the strongest, doesn't
I
it?
feel like there's simpler ways to win, I'll be honest, but
He's played Knight
it's
F4.
good enough. And of course you have to. Oh no, Knight F4 you don't have the check, right?
There's nothing Black can do.
No, this is game. Maybe H3, but then it's 96s with check.
What's he drinking there? Is it Red Bull?
I don't know. Doesn't really matter at this point.
Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really see a defense now.
Yeah, it's sort of sad for Shreyas.
The
This
Rook
is not
and
looking good.
Rook and Bishop are both under attack.
Not looking good. Yeah. I mean, you're basically going to lose that bishop, right? There's no way to defend it. It's always a horrible feeling when you have to resign, but that's life, unfortunately.
Do you think Mickey saw that the whole way through?
What, he saw up till Knight F4?
Do you think so?
What, you mean when he took an E6?
Yeah, from an earlier stage.
Possibly, but he didn't need to. I don't think so. But yeah, it was a good game by Michael Adams. Very nice game. I mean, we've seen that he's back to his best. He won English championships very impressively, and of course, still got to play Viti Yugov and Gawain potentially. But Gawain looks like maybe he's only going to draw, so he's going to fall a point behind.
Yeah, he's got a bit of catching up to do, hasn't
But
he?
Yugov not such a bad position. He's only a hard. My tip, Marcus is going to be up there as well, right? Should we have a quick look in at Marcus?
Yeah, go on, let's have a look at Marcus. How's he getting
Potentially,
on?
if he wins that game. Oh, has he messed it up? Oh
He's
no!
making it a bit hard work of it anyway.
Oh no!
It's probably still winning, isn't it?
Is it winning? Oh, Bishop C6.
If Bishop C6 and what Black has to take out with the knight? Is he?
Vegas. Black has to take that. Getting this. Rook takes B7. And the king moves. The king has to move here. So
Yeah.
basically, the point is that Nick mentioned was
If you take with the
if
pawn,
you take with a pawn, and Rook B7 just wins material because the knight's hanging. Rook takes B4. If you take with a knight, then this is looking pretty good. But it's very annoying that I'm pinned here. I don't like the fact I'm pinned, but still might not matter that much. How do you exploit the pin? Maybe just
just
rook
take on H7
Just take on H7.
because you got all these back rank tricks anyway, so you can just move the rook at some point, it's like C1 or E1 or something.
Loads of pawns up here.
Yeah,
It should be good for Marcus. So potentially Marcus is going to move to, if he wins this game, he's going to move to half a point behind. But of course, he still have to play people like Michael Adams. Shreyas has got some kind of advantage in the way he's already played Adams. I think he will bounce back.
he's played Viti Yugov as well.
I think he will bounce back, and I think he's still got some chance. But obviously, today was a big loss. So what about Ami? Let's have a look at Ami because this is becoming a critical game now. This is a board 3. Bishop D2 was the last move. So Black has sacked the exchange. So we saw it after about Rook D5, right? And
This is becoming a mess now.
this is also both very short time. And a lot of moves still time control.
So the winner of this game presumably will play Mickey next round.
That's it. I mentioned before, Ami doesn't have a great record against Michael Adams, but he will get white in that game if he does win this game. He will get a double white, I think. Was he black the last round? Ami?
I think
lost
Mickey's also had a double white at some point, so yeah, probably will get white against Mickey.
Yeah. Bishop C3. Yeah, what happens if they both had a double white? And they both got the same amount of points? Because you're not supposed to have 3 whites in a row, right? Would you then be in a situation where...
I don't know if Mickey did. I don't know.
Anyway, I'm babbling again. So, okay, sack the exchange. Very interesting sacrifice. Knight D5. Good move by Ami. Bishop D2. Knight coming back to F6. And now it's white to move.
I mean, that knight on D5 looked quite good, didn't it?
Surprised he moved it so quickly.
Exactly, I would have just left it there. But then you have to find another way to improve your position.
So I think his idea is, Nick, that maybe at some point he wants to put the knight on E4, and maybe not immediately, but...
I'm not sure. I probably would have just left it on D5. Could have played H5 and H4 and tried to checkmate.
Go E4.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, was he hoping to play F4, do you think, after E4? Maybe he wants to play F4.
F4, yeah, because actually trading is that's a double-edged sword because Rook G8, I feel very uncomfortable if I allow Rook G8 in this position. But I can put the King on H1 maybe. Maybe start with Bishop F3 actually. Rook G8, King goes to H1. But then maybe Knight G4, Nick. Okay, he's about to play a move. Okay, let's refresh.
Bishop C3.
Bishop C3, logical move, attacking squares over here.
Yeah, I'll just,
Oh, we could get a rep. Oh no, no rep, no rep.
I don't think Amit would want to repeat because I'm not even sure if knight f6 was that good a move. So I probably wouldn't give him another chance
I
to
think
play it.
Sawspaw is definitely going for a draw, right? I
Yeah.
think- Also, do you think that maybe they don't want to win because they don't want to play Mickey?
No, because they'll end up getting Vitugov or something.
Yeah.
You got to try
Yeah.
and win. You got to try and play for the
But
win.
I
here.
mean, maybe that's playing on Amit's mind because he's got such a bad record against Michael Adams. But I don't think he's really thinking about
no,
this.
I
at
don't
this
think
point.
so.
Actually, Matthew Wadsworth could play Michael Adams.
Yeah.
The Magnus
Well,
Carlsen of English chess, apparently. Matthew Wadsworth. That wasn't my quote.
We've
by the way.
upgraded your status.
Yeah.
I did say to Danny, I thought you would
He's
hold
repeated.
the end game. He had some doubts on you.
Yeah. I just love these top players. I worship
Yeah.
them. I worship them. I'm always like favourite bias, like rating. Okay, so but well done for drawing today, by the way. Okay, knight f6. So oh no, he's repeating. Oh, it's going to be a draw. Oh,
Is he actually repeating?
I can't believe they're repeating. That's just.
That's the second game in a row Amit's bad out for the draw if he does repeat.
This week. Got to go for it, guys. Come on. You're not going to be British champion if you don't go for it.
Because they've still got, Amit's still got all the top players to play, hasn't he?
But
They
what I-
both have.
Well, sorry to interrupt me. I think it's better to actually. I think here you've got to play Bishop D2 more or less, possibly. I think it's better to play a different move with the Bishop on D2. Is my feeling. So I don't think he's going to play anything other than-
E4, gamble.
Yeah, he kind of feels that with his body language he wants to gamble. Whether he will, I'm not sure. E4, knight E3 maybe? Oh, then you can take an F5. E4, knight C3 I think would be a slight concern.
Yeah, with that bishop, can it come into the... Can he get the bishop to D4 or not?
He's getting very short time, so
He's probably going to repeat, isn't he?
possibly going to repeat. I'm not
I
sure.
think he's going to repeat.
He might play moving off for a draw. Pretty good result, Sawpaw, if he draws, even though he's not a huge rating underdog.
He's got the body language of going for a draw.
You think so? Yeah, you might. I think you might well be right. No,
gone for
no,
it.
he's
My
gone for it.
goodness.
Wow, wow, huge moment, huge moment. We wrote him off too early.
After knight C3, rook C3, can black play bishop F6 there?
He doesn't look impressed, Sawspaw. He doesn't look impressed. Like, what are you doing, man?
Can black play bishop F6?
Yeah,
Then if rook
yeah.
C5, you just try and pin him with the queen or
Yeah,
something.
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a good spot. Yeah. Well, what's Amit's idea?
I'm not sure if...
Taking a huge risk here. But at least he showed some balls, right? At least he's. Oh, hang on, I've got to be careful. But
Go, let's,
the audience might not be happy about that comment. At least he showed some metal in playing on. What's the idea? Maybe he wants to take on F5, Nick. No, that can't be it. Take on F5.
his rook's hanging.
Yeah, but then take on E6. He's gone bishop F6. Has he gone bishop F6?
No,
he's
he
gone
didn't
queen
play that.
E5.
I just wanted to get that bishop to D4 because it's such a powerful square for the bishop.
Is that a bad move? That might be a solid move. I mean, bishop F6.
And check which was better. Bishop F6 is about equal.
Queen E5 is not.
Bishop
bad.
F6 is the best move.
Yeah, but Queen E5 is not terrible. Oh, sorry.
Queen B7 is.
Mouse slipped again. He's playing a move. He's gone rook to F3. Crucial moment in the tournament. Keeps slumping. My posture's
So
terrible.
after bishop E2 is white sacking something, yeah.
That's a good point. Take on F5.
Oh, he's
that's the
played
idea.
bishop E2.
Oh, maybe Amit's blundered.
Did I miss it?
Amit's blundered.
Can we refresh the bit?
Wow, huge moment. You can take on you take here and you take on E6, do you? Is that the idea, Matthew? What do you think?
Yeah, still messy. He might have to go king G7 here. He might have got lucky though. He might have miscalculated and still be in
No,
the
but
game.
Amit's very quick with calculation. He beat Kramnik in a blitz game.
But you wouldn't be stalling at bishop E2 if you'd seen it. But I think he's got to gamble taking an F5. But now does black play king G7 or and then you take on f3.
Yeah, but that might actually be quite drawish anyway, no?
Yeah.
Take on e6 probably, I guess.
or-
Not the only
or-
move. There's also
or-
queen e3.
Yeah, some queen e3, rook f8 kind of idea.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, this feels okay for black. Although you do have rook e1 there. It's kind of annoying.
just have a quick look after take on f5. Did black have anything else?
No, I'm
Probably
sure.
probably not.
It could go king g7 immediately, right?
You could take on d1. Can you take on d1 here?
He has taken f5.
What happens if you take on d1?
Yeah, so possible. If I take, you want
Okay.
to? You want to trade
I want to
queens?
trade queens. We can't even go king e6 because it's some bishop h3 at the end.
He's
So you-
played a move.
Yeah, this looks horrible. I think you got to you'd have to play king g8 now.
What's he done?
I think taking the
he's-
f3
he's
rook is
played a
better.
move, he's played a
I think
move.
he played the right move. Taking f3 because that rook was too
No, he's
powerful.
taken f3.
And then take on e6, king g7, I imagine.
I think it's probably likely to be a draw, but it's not certain. Maybe it's weird how it avoids rat. It could get a draw anyway.
But that was move 40, was it?
Yeah.
That was move 40. So
Yeah. Was there any big misses in that bit? So when e4, the engine said that
it's
this
equal now.
after e4. Actually, e4 was a no. Oh no, hang on, no, that's much earlier. Sorry. It's actually black was a lot better here. If black just went queen e5, it was a huge advantage. But okay, that's chess for you.
Yeah, it probably makes sense to leave the rook on d5.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
actually, e4. That's what I was saying. E4 here was much better than
Yeah, that's what we
with the
thought.
bishop on c3, right?
Yeah,
Now,
because we said knight f6 was a blunder.
yeah,
But they kept repeating.
yeah. But actually, rook f3 was some sort of blunder. It could have gone rook c2 and then be better. But okay, it's human move, rook f3, I would say.
I think he missed bishop e2.
Yeah,
still got away
you're
with it.
His body language kind of suggested that. But yeah, I think this might just burn out to a draw, feels like, because it doesn't. I mean, you're only really attacking with a bishop, rook, and a queen. If black manages to trade a pair of rooks, then he's fairly safe. And
But why are you attacking anyway? If you take on e6, king g7,
yeah,
bishop f3.
how do you?
I mean, who's actually attacking here?
Yeah, that's good for you.
That's probably just going to peter out, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So we got past time control. Why don't we have a break for a little bit because we've still got another hour, an hour and a half to go. What do you reckon?
Okay, sure.
Let's have a little break for like 10, 15 minutes and then.
Okay, back off the break. Do you agree with me, Nick, that breaks are for wimps?
I thought you suggested it.
Yeah, but we generally don't have a lot of breaks here. I notice with other commentary teams, they just break all the time, yeah. But this game
There's been quite a lot of action today, to be fair, hasn't there?
I think yesterday was a bit of a. You're going to have like those rounds that are a bit quiet, but this round has really been. Obviously, the highlight for Mickey Adams was that great win that he had against Shreyas. But this game is also crucial for the standings because if one player wins here, they're going to catch up Adams. I think this is the only game, am I right in saying that, where you could have somebody catch up Mike Adams?
Maybe can Hanyushin, he could do it if he beats Gawain.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that in a minute. But yeah, I would actually prefer to be white here, Nick. But just because of the weak light squares, you're often told that opposite colour bishop positions are drawish. However, when you have pieces on the board, the opposite colour bishops favours the attacking player. It looks to me like the black king is a little bit weak on the light space. However, it does look rather drawish. I think if black defends accurately, he will draw this game comfortably. Don't really see black winning, but I think, I know you've got a slightly different opinion. You think black could potentially get an attack?
I think he just needs to sort out his rook. His rook is very passive, so whether he's got to decide where he's going to put it, whether he's going to put it on F8, D8 or B8, get all options.
Why can't you just grab the pawn there, by the way?
He could maybe grab the pawn as well.
I think that's what I would do. It seems to be
But then one might get a little bit of activity.
it's a danger that you lose the initiative.
Rookie one, maybe.
You lose the initiative, don't you?
I'll probably just try and get the rook into the game first.
He's actually taken the pawn, yeah. Ami doesn't look impressed. He's surprised at that move. He didn't care that move a little bit.
Yeah, he probably thought that black would try and get the rook into the game.
Yeah, so you were thinking about something like rook b8. I think that was considered.
Or rook. I'm not sure where I put
Rook
the rook
b8,
somewhere.
rook
Yeah.
f8, or some kind
Something.
of. Rook f8 looked quite natural, but I quite like what he's done. Sorry, he's taken the pawn. So now rook e1 looks by far the most natural move. Possibly other moves as well. King g2 is maybe another idea.
Maybe try rook e1 just see if you can
What can you?
cause any problems before the black rook gets active.
I'm sure you can. Queen f7 maybe once. Queen f7 or queen d7. Which?
Yeah, I might sack my bishop. Queen f7, bishop h5. And just try to annoy you that way.
If queen d7, maybe bishop g4 might be an idea. Oh, it's queen.
You got queen d4 check.
I think that's what he wants. He wants queen d. So you could get another wrap. Rook
What
b1,
about,
queen
oh,
e7.
because I thought queen e4, but after queen e4 you got bishop f6,
Yeah,
bishop g4, and then queen d4 check.
we could get a
Just
wrap.
about survives.
We could get a wrap here, unless Ami finds a really clever idea here. Yeah, black is essentially going to consolidate if you wait too long. Bishop f6. So, yeah, I mean, maybe can you go bishop e4 actually, Nick, with the idea bishop takes h7? Open you up on the dark light squares. Or is that not that dangerous? I don't
I
know.
mean, it seems like a reasonable idea. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm completely convinced by the queen takes e6 move.
I'm not, but I think it was one of the engine's top moves.
Oh, you
just
checked
check.
already? Okay.
Maybe. Yeah, I think it's holding. Unless there's something stronger. Yeah, rook e1 is. I think it's practically quite a good option. Like you say, like rook b8 maybe was better, or rook d8, but I think this is still okay.
So rook e1.
It's true. It's a tiny bit better for white. Queen f6.
Yeah, that's maybe the best square, but the only thing about the move queen f6 is that's the square you want to put your bishop on.
By the way, Keith Arkle, I'm on cloud 9 because Keith Arkle only drew today in the seniors with a 2,000 player. So I'm moving further ahead of Keith and the live ratings. No, I'm only kidding, Keith. I've always said I'm only kidding, but I'm really not.
Yeah.
Really.
You're hoping he was going to lose.
Yeah. But he's still the favourite. By the way, John Merriman's playing in that. He's a local player and he's the second seed. So he'll be getting a lot of support from the Liverpool area. I think John Merriman might be Liverpool. Sure if he's a Liverpool Everton sport. Very nice guy, John Merriman. Also saw his friend, good friend of his, Gary Quillen, earlier in the week. Gary's also a local from the Liverpool area.
Who do you support, Nick? Like in the football? Is it in Ipswich?
Yeah, we grew up with Ipswich Town, so we tended to support them. They've been relegated, unfortunately, back down to the Championship.
Looks like Yi Chen's definitely a Liverpool supporter, so that's a good sign.
What about yourself, Danny? Do you support anyone?
I'm a Millwall fan, mate.
Oh, really? Troublemaker.
Yeah, that's where. Yeah. Okay, Daniel Fernandez. Also interesting game. I think let's go to Daniel
Well,
Fernandez.
Daniel winning. Looks like Daniel's winning.
Is he winning? Wow. By the way, Marcus Harvey won. Huge result for Marcus. That's a great win for Marcus. So he's bang up there. Siva Mahadan won against Lorenzo Fava. Huge game there. Jude Shearsby sadly could not follow up his when he lost to Slavislav Baskuska. Sorry, not sure about the pronunciation, but very good young player who I would say is definitely a contender to win the championships. Stephen Gordon, a good win. Harriet Hunt is in trouble against Stuart Conquest. Where was the...
There's a lot of decisive games, actually.
Fernandez is
winning.
He's winning, yeah.
A lot of decisive games around, that sort of 3-point mark. Like we said, moving day. People are really trying to get themselves into position now to challenge for the title.
I think we did think that this was a little bit, maybe trading bishops was quite a bad mistake because this ending looks a little bit problematic for maybe still holding at this point.
But once the bishops come off, then it's much harder to keep the Black King out.
I don't think the viewers can see the analysis, can they? They can't see the computer analysis.
They can see the evaluation only.
Oh, they can see the... Okay, there's only one move that saves White here, which I presume he didn't find. He played F4, which just left that pawn too weak. Daniel Fernandez played a great game, by the way, but apparently rook e4 was the only way to save the game. Very tough defence. The idea that after rook g3, I guess the idea is rook f4, Nick.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Rook f4, and then you're defending both pawns, and you have enough time with the king to create counterplay. Didn't find that, and now he's in big trouble. He went f4. It's not obvious at all.
No.
Daniel's very good practical players, put him under a lot of pressure. Great game by Daniel so far, so he's moving into contention despite that loss. That's the thing about Daniel Fernandez. He wins a lot of games. So he may have the odd setback, but he wins a lot of games. He's one of my main hopes for along with Marcus Harvey, for my 2400. Obviously, I've got Ami in the stable. Need to check on another 2500 player, Yi Chen Han, as potentially, doesn't look like he's going to win, but doesn't look like he's going to lose either. Oh, so they drew, yeah. I think Ami kind of predicted that. Now we're going to have to think about...
So Mickey's outright leader then.
It's outright incredible.
So who's he going to? Is he
The
going to play
goat.
Vityugov?
The GOAT of English chess.
Will he
Such
play?
a great player.
Will he play Vityugov? Is the wrong colour for Vityugov? It.
Don't think he's playing bit, but they normally upfloat the top rated, don't they?
But on the colour, so
They upfloat on colour or rating,
I think it's the highest rated with the right colour.
right? So I think
So
he's not going to play.
who's it going to
Vityugov.
be then?
So what colour was Mickey? Was white. Oh, maybe it might be Wadsworth then. Might be Wadsworth.
has
No,
Wadsworth-
Fernandez.
Wadsworth's
It's going to be
already-
Fernandez.
Well, Wadsworth's already had an upfloat, hasn't he?
It can't be Wadsworth. Did you upfloat today?
No, but he upfloated the last round.
Yeah. It's going to be Fernandez. Assuming Fernandez wins.
It might be Fernandez.
And Fernandez also has a very bad record against Mickey. But generally, Fernandez has played black against Mickey. He hasn't played many whites against Mickey, I don't think. I may be wrong about that. So if he gets white, he's going to have a puncher's chance. You know, Fernandez is a dangerous player, so that would be a really exciting game, I think. It could potentially decide the British Championships.
Well, it's a bit early to say that.
I say that every round, Nick. Surely you're used to it by now, right? Okay, William Claridge Hansen against Jonah Willows are looking like it's good for Jonah. No, hang on, I thought he was a piece up. He isn't. It's looking kind of drawish, actually. Material is looking very level. If anyone's better here, I'd say white. What do you say?
I mean, white's threatening knight takes bishop followed by knight f4 check to
Wow.
win the f pawn. So black has to do something about that.
Could you move the bishop? Move the bishop. Move the bish. I think Jonah's got enough here to save this.
Should be drawish, isn't it?
He's
Knight
got
c3 maybe.
But knight c3 is annoying me, yeah. But knight c3 I can go. Can I go back? Maybe I can go back. I mean, another idea, Nick, is maybe to go knight e4, but that looks a bit.
We'll probably take it.
You take skis.
You have to take with a D pawn probably.
Probably have to take with d pawn, yeah. Because what you're saying is basically this is.
Or just knight c3 maybe.
Oh, sorry, knight c3. Yeah, I'm blundering. Really
No,
too.
after f takes, we play knight c3. Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, I just showed that to the viewer because I didn't see it myself. Well spotted, Nick. You've been on form today, man. Yeah.
I don't think that Jonah will want to play knight e4 particularly. I guess you could play it and take back with the D.
agree with you, I agree
You
with
could
you,
play it,
yeah.
take back with the D pawn, couldn't you?
I agree with you. I think it's, you only play that move if you're certain that it's a draw. So you've also bishop d7 does hit that pawn as well. What has he played? It seemed clear to me what he's played. Oh, he's moved a knight into the game. Has he blundered? I think he's blundered. No, but Jonah doesn't do blunders.
Did you just blunder the f pawn?
Jonah doesn't do blunders.
My goodness,
No, he does do blunders apparently.
that's quite a basic blunder to be
That's a
honest.
shocking blunder. But he's actually losing.
Yeah, it's very surprising.
I think
He just completely overlooked it.
yeah, well, I overlooked it. You spotted it. So did William. So that's 2 out of 4 people spotted it.
That's because we're all from like the same area, like myself and Matthew, William. You know,
You like all these
We
positional
love all these
ideas, love all
endgames.
these little pawns, squares, Yeah, that's
you're from
awful, Jonah.
the hacker style with Jonah.
Well, I often feel that people often lose attention in endgames. Is that true, Nick? Like, I remember a game at the 4NCL like a few years ago. I was playing against a Romanian player, and it was a difficult position, but I kind of underestimated it. And I was manoeuvring around. I remember being a bit hyper on coffee. I wanted to get back to the hotel room to check the scores in the golf, and I was playing too quickly. I couldn't slow down, and yeah. I think a lack of attention in the end game is really, it's quite a common occurrence. So this looks like it's gone from being a difficult end game to hold to, almost impossible, I would say. What do you think?
Well, I think that before he lost that pawn, he probably only needed 2 or 3 accurate moves, and he would have held the draw.
Let's see what you evaluate. I think it was around about equal, around about this
I think he
point.
would have been fine.
So basically, my feeling that this whole structure I dislike this structure actually, although obviously the computer like black, you like black, came to some kind of fruition in a way, because eventually he did lose that pawn for a moment of inattention. Actually, 94 wasn't the best move.
94 was, bishop d7 is also fine.
Bishop d7. This is, well, actually,
He's probably lucky it's not worse than it was. I'm sure he just missed it though.
yeah, of course
He can still hold with knight e7.
Yeah, but this is psychologically, you're not certain. He looks really uncomfortable on the stream.
Knight e7 is the only move now.
Psychologically, you're really uncomfortable here because you had that really easy draw like a couple of moves ago, and you were actually pressing, and now you're really suffering big time.
If he finds knight e7,
Yeah, nice idea. That.
it says bishop e6, but most people would play bishop d3, wouldn't they?
I think.
And then knight e4 check.
I think
That's
he probably will find knight.
that's quite lucky, to be honest. It's quite
Yeah.
a lucky save if he finds it.
Agree with you. And apparently it's just a draw.
I mean, William will be a bit upset. It's such an easy draw for black.
Yeah, because I agree with you. I think the problem that White has is, you can't really get your king in very easily, right? So in the end game, you want to use your king, and if you could get your king into, but the pawn here is tying you down a little bit, and that pawn is a weakness. So, what has he played? I'm not sure. Yeah, he's thinking about it. This is a very, very important moment because the engine says, well, knight e7's a fairly easy draw, but
You have to sort of regain yourself, don't you? After blundering, you have to
yeah.
just reset and just try and find the best move.
Yeah, I'm sure he did blunder. I mean, Jonah, like I keep saying, he's one of these like really talented players that is, on the verge of getting a big result. But having said that, William has looked good here as well in this tournament. He's beaten Fernandez, who's potentially fine for the British Championship. Yes.
What was the easy draw to chicken through?
I'm not sure.
You're supposed to be a 94 check.
Well, the point is you get 94, and what the computer says is knight f5 will just tie white down to where it's just very, very difficult to make any meaningful progress. Like, where do you put the knight to attack the pawn? You can't put the knight on e3. If you could put the knight on e3, get rid of the pawn. Put your pawn back on e2.
Yeah, I would play on if I was white here, but
Of course you play on, but well, knight e2, Nick, with the idea knight c3, because it may be a blunder, it may be a miss.
he's a blunder again.
yeah. But knight d5 is the problem, I think. And then you can't go knight c3. Just concrete. It's just a concrete. The Yu Cheng games. Let's go back to Yu Cheng game. I mean, there's some interesting developments in that game. What are we getting? Yeah, it's on.
Is it the latest position?
It feels like odds-on to end up being a draw, right? Well, black's better here. I would say black is the one who's pressing because white just doesn't have a lot of. Yeah, it's not a great game, by the way, by standards, I would say.
Do you really think that Yishen would turn down a draw here?
No. Well, it feels risk. I don't think Gawain's going to offer it, firstly. What do you think Gawain would think? Do you think Gawain would think that I'm suffering here? If I offer a draw, he's going to take it?
Yeah, but Gawain probably sees Mickey's won. He'll be a whole point behind if he draws this game.
People like Gawain and Daniel Fernandez, I know Daniel Fernandez is not as strong as Gawain, but they tend to be willing to gamble, right? Marcus Harvey would put in that category. These guys tend to take risks. But yeah, I don't really see a good way to continue for White in terms of what was the last few moves. Is there potential repetition territory coming in?
It's just that move.
So Gawain is trying to think of any way to create some kind of problems.
It's definitely heading towards a draw, isn't it?
Draw is odds on. Okay, let's move on to some other games. We've still got many important games. And
what about Richard? How's Richard?
Richard, we need to look at that game because it's actually a very important game. And Richard was in a lot of trouble. We were looking at it earlier, Nick, and he was in a lot of trouble around about this point. Even though it looks like he's attacking, Taran defended really well, and he has some good squares for his knight square on c4. Rook g4, queen f8. So there was a key moment around about here where white played rook g3. Now, queen g3, sorry. So black rejected this. This is why you should always take your variations out a little bit further. A lot of people cut variations off too early. I think Taran made the same mistake here. I think he thought, I can't play that move because of rook takes d5. Rook takes d5, rook ga, pin and win. Black loses the queen. However, Nick, after rook d5, you can throw in queen f1. And not with the idea of queen c4 actually, because you're covering that square, but you just simply take back.
Maybe he saw this far, but
He's worried about c4,
it might be worried about
c4,
c4, but it doesn't work. It was rook d3.
Rook d1, is it, or rook d3? Rook
Yeah.
d1, yeah, it also there's, yeah, it is complicated, this position. I can understand why he rejected it. Computer says black is winning, but from a human perspective, it looks a little bit murky.
Even rook d4 might be a move.
Rook d4, just covering these checks.
So queen c4 coming.
Queen c4, yeah. So the idea is to take, and also
And queen c4.
queen c4 hitting the
Just
rook.
wins, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm wondering also rook d3 might be an option as well for black.
Yeah, they're all probably good, aren't they?
Also possible. So yeah, complicated. But what he did was also not bad at all. He went h5 and queen b4. Very dangerous, very uncomfortable position for white. Knight on the rim is dim. b3, a weakening move. Knight a3 apparently was a mistake because again he could have just taken this pawn, same sort of idea. He went knight c4, that's a star move, and then apparently the top move was rook h5, which was not played by Richard. Very difficult, like you mentioned, so hard to play. I wouldn't play this move there. I'd feel very uncomfortable here as white.
You feel like you're about to get mated, don't you? After queen a3 check and some rook takes d5 stuff happening.
I wouldn't fight rook h5.
It doesn't work though, because after queen a3, rook takes h5.
Yeah.
Apart from winning the pawn, there's one other key point. After queen a3 check,
Yeah.
king b1, rook takes d5,
Yeah.
rook takes d5, and then rook takes d5. Now you've moved your rook out of the way. White's got to move queen g8 check, which I think
Yeah,
saves everything.
Because the point is that what Nick's saying is you're also covering the b2. That knight, although it's a bad knight in some ways because it's on the rim, it's a good defensive knight because it's covering b2. And then what you do is you take that and then you're covering the d2 square. So, okay, so we have a situation on the board where he's gone for take on c4, which I think it's safe to say just gives Black a risk-free advantage and possibly quite a big advantage as well due to the weaknesses in the white position. That's the current position on the board, but actually maybe it's not so bad. Maybe rook d4 holds. What do you think?
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't say it's like 100% risk-free.
Right.
It's probably. I mean, okay, black
No,
and
not 100%. No, you're right. So I'm jumping the gun a little bit here.
yeah. I mean, if black takes on d4 and
What you're saying is there's still some danger with these pawns and maybe the black king,
yeah,
So you think maybe take,
I'm
always
not sure-
consider
I'm
your
not sure
captures
about-
and checks.
yeah, I'm not sure.
You should always calculate that, guys, even if it's not the best move. Always think about it. So one option black has is to take on a5, simple capture the pawn.
I think white will take on h5 then.
White would take on h5. Yeah. Now you've always got a cheeky check. But you're not material up here, are you? Not material up. You've got also maybe got rook e8, but again,
You might be able to play rook h8
Rook
and just
h8.
simplify.
yeah. So another option of black has is maybe to go. Actually, is rook f3 a move here?
All the
Cheeky.
bag of tricks.
I'm on a bag of tricks, yeah. I bet he's thinking about it. So my idea is after queen here, I've got a check. And then actually I even win a rook. Very, very nice variation. Hitting the rook. Double attack. However, after rook f3, I think there might be a rook d3 maybe move.
Yeah, I mean, rook d3 seems okay. The queen is really well placed.
What happens if I double rooks, if I just go here?
Do you lose a rook?
I
No, you
lose a
don't. No, you don't actually.
I don't lose a rook.
Because after it's Han Yishin drawn. Han Yishin's drawn.
No, it's a draw, yeah. Gawain doesn't look very happy. He's talking to him. Yeah. I think
Because I thought there was yeah, Gawain's not that happy, is he? He's going to have to win the rest of his games now.
how many points is Gawain on? But he's only dropped 1.5, right? What do you think? Do you think Mickey will just run away with it now and get some like big score like 8 or something like that?
Not 8, but maybe.
7.5 or something.
I think he could get at least 7, couldn't he? Maybe 7.5.
What's he on now? Is he on +4? He's on +4, and he's got 4 games left. He's still got to play Vityuga, potentially Gawain, Fernandez, and one other strong player.
He could get 2.5 out of 4.
If he avoids losing, yeah, I think 2.5, but that'd be 7. But would that be enough to avoid the playoff? Will 7 out of 9 win it outright? I'm not sure. But not yet. Feels like, okay, what's the engine evaluation in the position on the board?
It's probably slightly better for black. but-
Yeah, I would say he's actually traded and gone for Queen A3. It's very dangerous for white, but not.
Trading was a
Rook
blunder.
F3 was the best
Well,
move.
you missed your move. Then after rook d3,
You just take, and then
Yeah.
you go Rook F8. It's huge.
I mean, it's true that pawn on c2 actually does quite a good job of sheltering the king.
Yeah, you're stripped here. It's like you're sort of like walking in a storm. As white king, you're very exposed, right? Okay. So Richard might hang on here. I don't think he's going to win, probably, but I think a draw is quite likely because Taran seems to be missing a lot of easy wins. And we saw that yesterday as well, people failing to close the door. Okay, Glenn Fleer, Drew Robertson, 2 solid players. William Claridge. Did Jonah find that move? I'm not sure he did. No, he did find knight e7, yeah. Bishop c2, and now he's gone knight c8.
Probably still holding.
It's probably still holding, right? So Jonah might make a good draw. Harriet Hunt is still going. Simon Williams is grinding away. By the way, Bodhana, Frankie Berlusconi played his brother today, Stanley Berlusconi.
It was a quick draw.
It's a quick draw, yeah. I mean, that is one thing. Firstly, I mean, you know, it's very difficult. You're going to have these situations where brothers get, obviously you must have played your brother on a number of occasions, but they get paired against each other.
Yeah, my personal opinion is that you shouldn't be paired unless it's absolutely no other option. You shouldn't pair like family members together. But then I understand it's a bit controversial if you're in with a chance of winning the title.
I don't know. I mean, I don't really agree with that, but obviously I haven't got any siblings who play chess, so it might be a little bit different. But
If you took a draw though, that can ruin your chances of winning the tournament, and you like lose your momentum. It's quite a big handicap, to be honest. If you're, say, a player, I don't know, let's say a 2,500 player, and you want to try to, let's say you're a Daniel Fernandez level player, and you're having to take a draw on a game like today when you need to win. That's quite a big handicap against the rest
but
of
just beat your brother, right? Just beat your brother.
Yeah, of course. It's always a little bit more tense. I mean, you see, obviously they've taken a quick draw today.
Yeah,
It's not very pleasant.
it's not very pleasant. I agree. Yeah. I wouldn't feel comfortable if I had a brother like a brother Gorm who played chess and I lost him. I'd just be devastated. I wouldn't have been happy for him. I'd be devastated. But yeah, we left this Bodhana game. So he did go c4. Somebody mentioned that move. I think it was our good friend Jonathan Blackburn, and Camilla at this point seemed to have a fairly reasonable position, but Bodhana, I would actually go Queen h5 here, Nick, maybe. Just to pressure that knight. So it seems to be opening success. Knight d2 by Bodhana, very typical move by Bodhana. She's very good at controlling certain squares, so she's controlling that square. Now she's getting ready to go knight e4. So not okay. Yeah, maybe that was a little bit rushed by Camilla, right? Knight takes f3. Why didn't? Oh, okay. Did she blunder something here? What was wrong with that move? Oh, rook g3 maybe. What are we missing? Or did she just think rook takes f3 was a better move, right? He took there. No, I don't understand this sequence.
Yeah, well, now she's just a whole piece down.
Why did she not do that? What are we missing here? It must be rook g3, right?
Yeah, it must be rook g3,
rook
queen f5.
Oh, there's bishop h6 is the move, right? That's what she missed, right? Yeah, and then this is just, in fact, Nick, you've even got this this old chestnut, right?
Oh yeah, classic one. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. You take there, you lose queen, and it's the end of the game. So very nice tactics by Bodhana. I think knight h4 was a blunder. I think that was doing okay here. Maybe not better, but was doing okay. And then
knight f3, yeah, loses a piece.
she blundered. She basically blundered, and the game is effectively over. And then, of course, Bodhana, as he always does, just showed unbelievable technique to win the game. You know, the future GOAT. We got the present GOAT, Mickey, leading the British. I think the future GOAT, that's the future GOAT, Bodhana, the future GOAT of English chess. Queen h5 and Queen h3. And this is just, yeah, great win, because if you move the bishop, just losing. But you already pieced down. I can just push the pawn on controlling that space. So that was a great win. By the way, there's also Mark Hebden is playing against Supratit. So let's have a quick look at that game. Should we have a quick look at that game?
Yeah, that's an interesting match.
That's an interesting matchup, isn't it?
Although
They're
it looks
still
a
going,
bit
are they?
dull. The position looks a bit dull, right? The new
Mark's trying to grind him down.
Yeah. Okay, there's not much going on in that game really, so I think let's move on very quickly. Okay. Right, Harriet Hunt, Stuart Conquest. We left it earlier when I think Stuart played a great move in Queen C8. I don't know when that was.
Looks like he sacrificed a piece here.
I thought Queen C8 was a really strong move by Stuart. He's got good feel. He's a little bit like Mickey in that respect. He's got good feel for chess. And yeah, this is just a really good structure for black. Yeah, Queen D8.
Quite a lot of manoeuvring around here.
Yeah, but now the pawn's dropping. Did he have to lose a pawn, or was there a problem coming? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Can she try and get her pawn back because the queen on c2 is lined up against the knight on g6?
Ah, that was probably a tactical idea. Yeah. Ah, but then he found great move, bishop c6, and then bishop a8. So his idea is maybe to trade, weaken at some point, or go knight e5 is also an idea. You can take on, well, probably can't, for tactical reasons, take on c7 because of bishop takes g3. And the knight's going to be hanging, so... Was I supposed to mute my computer as well? Maybe the computer was too loud. Yeah, so that's the current position after queen h3, bishop g5, rook c3, queen g2, rook d3. Stuart's thinking.
They've got 3 pawns for the knights.
Plus an attack.
Yeah, it feels like Stuart's should be winning here, but it's not completely over.
Looks dangerous though, doesn't it?
Very dangerous.
I mean, one plan I was thinking it was just to go here, like, you know, what's your counterplay sort of thing.
I mean, is White
Oh, it's queen
going to
c4
take on
check, maybe.
d6 or not?
d6, yeah. I mean, there is a variation like h5, rook d6, queen f2, king f2, bishop e4 check, and take on c2. Although in that case you lose h5 at the end, but then you lose b3, I guess. So you lose a5. So gone a bit off at a bit of a tangent there. I don't know. h5 is far from forced, of course.
If you end up moving the bishop away from f3, what does White play? There's what idea to play knight c3.
Bishop g4, for example. Where do you want to move the bishop? Go
Yeah,
back
I'm
on this
trying to think where to put it.
with threatening the bishop. Threatening the bishop. So Nick wants to move the bishop and then threaten that bishop. Do you know how to make a Millwall brick, Danny? Said Andy B. No, I've never heard of a Millwall brick. Yeah, I mean, this feels... I mean,
You can't play bishop g. Well, bishop g4 you could play, but queen c4 is a move to consider.
it's annoying, yeah. I feel like the engine evaluation here will be...
There might be some winning move for black
He's
here.
gone king h8. I mean, I feel
Yeah,
like...
king h8 's
I think
alpha
like this
zero
is
move.
like minus 5, right? What would you say?
I think there should be some like force win for black here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's completely winning. -3.
Yeah.
Not miles off. But yeah, it's just too much attack. So
King h8 is probably quite a sensible move.
yeah, so Stuart's winning. William Carriage Hansen, we had much progress in that game. He's trying to make progress, but Jonah did defend us very well. I don't think he's quite got enough here to win, but he's trying. Yeah, this is a serious winning attempt. What other games have we got in progress? Let's try and look at the Simon game. Also, maybe we need to look further down. What about people that we haven't mentioned? Brandon Clark won. Andrew Ledger's still going. What about some of the people lower down in the tournament? They haven't got mentioned at all because we're like obsessed with all the top players, right? We don't care about all the
All the patzers on the lower boards. No, I'm only kidding. Rock U won against Zenith. It's a good result for Rock U. Another good junior, I think possibly Rivik. I'm not sure about the pronunciation. Won against Edward Jackson, who's not having a great tournament. Monica Ashbrook lost to Ellis Dyson. Abigail Worsing lost to Jack Liu, who's not been having a great tournament. Dave Ledger won against Sam Dukes. Luke Honey. Zain Patel, good win for Zain. That's his first win of the tournament. So let's have a look at Zain Patel. Zain Patel, because I was quite interested in the opening here, actually. Because in a recent course by Lisa Orlova, who's a Canadian player, Oliver, she mentioned this line. She's got like a YouTube series on B3. Have you ever played B3, Nick?
I can't remember. I might have played it once or twice, but not very often.
The only time I played B3 was in that ill-fated Turin Olympiad, which was a total disaster. And I lost. But I did get a winning position out of the opening. But okay, so the point that happened in the game was that after this looks like a blunder because of Bishop E5, but in fact this is some sort of theory.
You probably get quite a lot of initiative, don't you?
You get a lot of play on the light squares. And I think this is quite a good position for black. Bishop B2, the queen came to G5, king F1, bishop G4, the light squares basically. You attack. You have to make a move like king F1. It's a bit ugly. If you go G3, that's even uglier. Otherwise, black's going to regain the board. Maybe knight F3's move, Nick. Queen G2, rook G1 maybe. The idea you're hitting G7. I'm not sure. No, it's not great. Even that's not great. Because, yeah, okay.
So it's actually quite a good line this for black, isn't it?
It's
You
quite a
get
good line.
initiative.
Yeah, it's worth knowing this. Well, we learned some theory today. Zain Patel has taught us some theory. By the way, Zain was a big fan of the commentary before when I did the commentary with Adam. So hopefully he might watch the replay of this.
He might be less of a fan now.
Yeah, he might be less of a fan.
He wasn't watching it for you.
Nah.
He was watching it for Adam.
Probably. Okay, so knight E5, rook G6.
Oh, this is looking so dangerous now.
Yeah, bishop D2, and this is very dangerous for Paul Carpenter. In fact, yeah, he's trying to regain the piece. I guess he took on D2, but now this knight comes in. Rook F8, great move by Zain, keeping the knight. I think Zain is a great middle game player, great opening player, but he could do a little bit of work on his end games, I feel. His sister, Paritza Patel, also plays in the British. I think she's playing in the under 1750 section. So there's a lot of family players. There's a lot of players where the sister plays, or there's brothers. I mean, we've got the Golding brothers, haven't we? Obviously, we've got the Badasconi brothers. So it's a big advantage if you've got a sibling that plays chess. You're both kind of, you know, competitive with one another. You can both push each other on. Is that fair to say?
I think it was maybe a bigger advantage in the past because you could practice with each other, but nowadays you can just go on chess.com or Lead Chess or something and just play whoever you want.
Yeah.
It's not such a big advantage as it used to be.
Yeah, yeah. So Zain managed to win this game. So it's a great game by Zain Patel. Okay, what I think we're going to do is maybe have a look at a couple more games and then do a roundup and then think about who Michael Adams might play tomorrow. And let's quickly look at the Simon Williams game, which is looking. He's trying to make progress here, by the way. He's
Yeah,
trying to win.
How does
this.
he make progress?
I'm not sure he can. It should be a draw, right? Freddie's still going, by the way, but I assume he's totally lost.
Yeah, I think Freddie's lost.
Freddie's going to lose, yeah. Great game by Daniel Fernandez. Some serious class in this game. Yeah, this looks drawish, right? The only thing is if you somehow can attack... A6 is a weakness, and black can't... I've seen Magnus win this type of endgame before against Ali Reza Firouzja.
Unless you play for F5 at some point. Don't know if that's ever a move.
Yeah, that's a nice suggestion, Nick.
Then you can get past H. You either get past H pawn or you give them the weak pawn on
Yeah, I think
g6.
this is serious chances, you know. I think this is serious chances. I mean, what's the engine saying? Probably saying it's a draw. Yeah, this is very uncomfortable. There's only two moves that hold. Bishop e6 or f5.
So you have to stop this f5 move, basically.
Yeah.
That's the key.
If you play, I mean, well, to be fair, let's say you play me like this, then f5, and you're in big trouble.
White's winning. Yeah, it's amazing how strong that move is.
F5, then that's a hard move to find out because now you've got two weaknesses.
Yeah.
So you'd feel psychologically uncomfortable playing f5. Bishop b7.
But also bishop e6, which is the best move, you also would be a bit
You'd
nervous
feel
about, wouldn't
nervous
you?
about alone there. You'd feel very nervous about alone. Very nervous. I mean, computer says a draw, but psychologically,
Still definitely some winning chances, and Nigel's getting a bit low on time as well.
it's king. Simon's very dangerous in the position. He's actually a better technical player than people give him credit for. He's a very good endgame player, actually. And, you know, this is a good demonstration of that. I think, okay, let's just quickly check in on the Richard.
Maybe what you can do though,
Sorry, yeah, let's
just
go
going back
back
to,
to that,
just
yeah.
just talking about how to hold that end game.
Yeah,
So that if you play bishop e6, bishop
right.
f3, at some point, if the white bishop goes to b7, I wanted to play king c7, but that might allow bishop d5 actually. So it's not. Yes, even that's not that clear.
It's. I think practically this is horrible.
Still tricky, isn't it? Yeah.
I think it's horrible. I would hate playing this, and I'm sure
Yeah.
I'd hate playing this. I love activity, right? I can't defend passively. I just hate defending passively. It's like the word, you know, everybody does really. Let's be honest.
Because actually, even we don't need to even play king c7. But if the bishop ever takes on a6, then you play king c6. So maybe you just have to stop f5 and just ignore the a pawn. Just let him take it.
Yeah.
If he takes it, then you play king c6.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're not worried about maybe some bish probably
I'm
can't
worried
do
about
the
lots of things.
bishop.
I don't even know what you play here. What move do you play there? It's quite tricky.
It's-
You're almost in Zugzwang.
Let's have a very last look at the Richard game because that's a crucial game as well.
Do you think Simon's going to win or a draw?
By the way, big win for Elmira. Yeah, I think he's more likely to win practically.
Yeah, he
I
might
mean,
well do.
He's played a move, but he's played Bishop B3, which is a losing move.
Blunders. Yeah, blunders.
Losing move. F5 wins. Yeah. Spot on. This would be a big win for Simon. He hasn't had a great event so far.
Yeah, this will start. But then you start to feel good, don't you? If you win a couple of games.
Absolutely.
But I mean, he was a bit lucky even to win.
It was a draw.
Jonah managed to get a draw. He was maybe a bit fortunate after plunging a pawn. But yeah, if he gets a couple of wins, could come back.
Bishop D3. Oh, maybe that's good anyway. No, it's not good.
Because now he can play bishop e6 again
Oh,
or f5. Actually, f5 was a winning move for white. Simon's probably just trying to bluff it a bit. I don't know why he needs bishop d3 to play f5 because surely you can see that if black takes on f5 here, you take on h5 and then you got the passed h pawn.
I think that's casual. Because how much time did he have?
He just played it fast, didn't he?
17 minutes. I mean, you know, it's really because I was bigging up Simon Endgame. I thought he would understand this endgame, but I'm surprising. It's a very poor move, actually. Poor move by both. Maybe they're getting tired as well, Nick. Everyone's getting tired, right? It's a long old slog.
Actually, playing f5 for black might be the easiest way to try and hold because after bishop d3, so bishop b3.
All right.
I mean, because this is a torture, this position, but if you play f5,
It's torture.
then at some point, as long as you can't obviously let them take on g6, but if they take on a6,
Yeah.
you might be okay, possibly. I don't know, actually. It's still a horrible endgame to defend even here.
Yeah, I think practically Simon,
Still
and you
hard.
look at the time situation, and Nigel's just played a very. I don't think Nigel understands how to draw this position, understandably. So therefore, more mistakes are coming, almost certainly.
Yeah.
Richard Pert versus Taran. Yeah, I think Richard is probably odds on the hold this now. Is he? Or actually, or is there still? Oh, there's a clever idea.
Because he's threatening mate himself, though.
Apparently made himself. No, that's what I'm saying. I think he's odds on to hold this. Now you could go. The problem is if you go check, or you could go check though, because you take this pawn with check, right? Whether
Yeah, so
that's-
king e2, is that a
Can you
move?
tell me? Oh right, you want to. No,
I'm not sure. You can come in with some check, queen f1, rook f2. Is that no? You can't win the queen because you get checkmated. So
What you
after
could do,
king
what you
E2,
could do is you could
queen-
just maybe take on c4 and go for the technical position. Could you do that and just, or is it just a draw because of the checks?
Yeah, then maybe they just check you.
I can go b6, but that's not looking winning, right? Just to show that that's looking very drawish, right? Like b6,
Yeah, I think
I'd
that's
take,
probably a
and
draw because
so
the
that's-
D pawn is very powerful there.
So the current
But
position,
if you just quickly look at that line again, so after queen A1 check,
yeah, king e2.
just put that on the board. Queen F1.
Sorry to interrupt, just to point out that this would drop a check, but I mean, maybe that's not losing, but it looks very uncomfortable. King e2, yeah.
So Queen F1,
Queen f1.
King D2, Rook F2 if you're gonna go all in. It's
Yeah.
probably not enough, but you can't win the queen. This is the main point.
Yeah, very
Because it's
good.
mate,
Which is quite tactical. Yeah.
But okay, what about but instead of Rook F, okay, so not Rook F3 obviously. But what about Queen A1? Let's just not give up yet. So Rook,
Oh, rook f2 first, yeah.
Rook F2,
And then queen a1.
Queen A1.
Yeah, sensible. Makes sense.
No, where are you gonna go?
Don't know. Panic.
You
Yeah.
probably. I don't know actually. What's going on?
Looks a bit scary, right? If I have to go to
Looks a bit
c5, maybe. Could I go king b4, queen b2, king c5?
King B4. Can we play?
Other moves there as well. Haven't I? Maybe even c5 check. Yeah, it's probably
Yeah, I was trying to see if C5 did anything. Maybe you can go King B3 though. Is that easier?
king b3, yeah.
King B3, Queen B1, King
I've
A,
had a move, by the way. I've had
King
a move.
A3.
Crucial moments here. No, he's just gone for the ending. Yeah, but I think this will be a draw now.
But is he gonna even win a pawn here?
Sorry?
But surely he could have got a.
No,
I
I'm
think it's quite a bad move really. He could have at least won a pawn somehow. I'm
We're
sure.
both disappointed with this. We're rooting for Taran, but you know, we all cheer against. What was a famous Saul Bellow quote? I think he said something like, "Whenever my friends succeed, I die a little bit inside."
I'm not rooting for Taran. You're probably rooting for Taran. But...
Okay, rook c3. Yeah, but actually, how do you? Or is it that big a deal if you lose that pawn? I think if you lose that pawn, that's really unpleasant, isn't it? Because I feel like check and then rook here, you have this.
Yeah, but maybe not Rook E7. So
There's also that thing as
say
well,
check.
Check and then maybe. Maybe rook c8 actually.
Yeah, but they can just take on C4.
Oh, because the
D6,
rook
rook
d4.
d4,
Yeah,
yeah.
and then you're in trouble.
But,
Are you?
what about Rook H8 instead? So
Yeah, so you want to go here. And
Yeah,
then
rook
rook
H-
here.
yeah,
A take.
take on H5.
Yeah, and then the idea is. rook
Yeah, I had
c5.
this really funny line.
You wanna go
It doesn't
rook
work.
H- No, rook h7. Rook a5 looks better.
Yeah,
for
Rook
black, right?
C5.
But what if I just go rook c3, Dick?
Maybe you have to just play passively.
But then, of course, I can start pushing you. Yeah, this is suffering for Richard, I think, here.
Still a little bit of suffering.
It's probably not winning, but he's definitely suffering. What's the engine? Yeah, it's actually a draw.
So it says rookie. What does it say? Rook E8 and then bring the king up.
Maybe not that move. You're actually really suffering.
Yeah, I thought C6 was a good move against Rook C3.
The
Okay.
rook check, and then king, and then activate your
King
king.
D3.
It shows how important that. But no, changing the evaluation is quite liking.
Rook C5.
This is hard to play though. To
C4.
actually just give away so many pawns and be 2 pawns down.
Yeah.
I don't think this is an obvious line at all. I mean, yeah, the
Still
engine
got-
just says it's a draw because the engine sees so far, but I think for a human player, this is actually a scary position.
Yeah.
I mean,
Still some suffering now.
yeah, so basically a sub point. So, okay, anyway, to sum up. Michael Adams is now leading outright. I don't think he can be caught today, right?
No.
Daniel Fernandez is likely to win.
So who's in the chase group? Half a point behind.
Okay, so we got Viti Yugov is half a point behind. He is likely to play maybe Sawport, black against Sawport, just out of black, who's also got the same score, I think, or Yi Chen. Those are two of his likely opponents. We think that Michael Adams might well play Fernandez with black,
Is anybody else catching up onto the score group?
Don't think so. Marcus
Marcus-
Harvey's a half point behind.
But how many points was Marcus on?
No, hang on. No, he's on the same points as Victor Yugov. So he's a half point behind Adams. So he could potentially play someone like Sorapur as well.
Shreyas, he might
Or
play Shreyas.
No, Shreyas is,
Oh no, Shreyas is down, isn't he?
Shreyas is down. Matthew Wadsworth he could play.
Yeah, maybe
He
Matthew
could-
Wadsworth.
Marcus Harvey, Matthew Wadsworth
Yeah.
would be a very interesting pairing. Would they quick draw it because they're very good mates?
I doubt it.
Hopefully they won't quick draw it. They're also teammates as well. And then you got Taron potentially, or Richard could also catch up with a win to be only half behind Adams. But it feels like it's going to be Fernandez versus Adams. That's going to be a huge game. Fernandez White against Adams. And if you're in the chasing pack, certainly I think if you're a point behind Nick, someone like Gawain, you're hoping that Fernandez somehow gets a result in that game.
Yeah.
You don't want Adams to win with black and then potentially surge even further ahead. Anyway, I think we should end it there because other people are trying to get on. Thanks a lot for watching again. Everybody, thanks to Nick. You've been brilliant. Your suggestions today have been top class.
Thanks,
2650 level. I've been about 2550 level. And thanks again to David Lightford. Thanks again to everybody watching on YouTube. It's been brilliant.